Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 71 to 90. You're talking about another kind of shepherd's purse, which grows in the grass and has pinnate leaves. This is the one that I'm looking for, which is a type of wild shepherd's purse that grows in early spring. Though it doesn't look very good, it's actually very tasty. If you don't believe, smell it. Xiao Xiao dug up a shepherd's purse, which had leaves that were only 2 centimeters long, and delivered it to his nose for him to smell it. Sure enough, there was a refreshing scent of wild herbs. But this kind of shepherd's purse is so small. With his butt sticking out and humming, little Shido also squatted down and dug for wild herbs. There were a lot of shepherd's purse in this area. It seemed like in a few months there would be a bed of white flowers. Yu Xiaoxiao picked the bigger ones and dug without stopping as she laughed. We came a little early. They will be bigger in a few more days. The biggest ones have leaves that are 3 to 6 centimeters long. Don't dig out the smaller ones. Let's wait until they grow bigger. Along the edge of the ditch, the siblings kept searching as they dug. The shepherd's purse on the bank facing the sun had sprouted earlier, so their leaves were evidently larger. The warm spring sun gradually rose. Xiao Xiao and her younger brother basked in the warm sunshine while harvesting the first batch of wild herbs of the early spring. At the foot of the mountains, Qian Wen, who had decided to sit on a rock, seemed to have lost interest in his book. Hearing the joyful cries of little Shido from afar, he raised his head from time to time and looked towards the 2 thin figures who were dozens of meters away. His heart could no longer remain calm. He simply rolled up his book, stuffed it into his arms, and then walked towards the direction of the siblings. The sister-brother pair were so absorbed in their task that they didn't even notice him approaching. Yu Xiaoxiao squatted and moved forward step by step, while she was busily working with a shovel in her hands. Qian Wen moved closer and wondered, are there really wild herbs during this time of year? Suddenly, Xiaoxiao saw a large region of big shepherd's purse in front, so she screamed with delight and jumped up happily. However, she didn't notice Qian Wen, who was approaching from behind, and bumped right into his chin with the back of her head. Holding her own head, Xiao Xiao turned around to see Qian Wen also clutching his chin with a painful expression on his face. She felt somewhat embarrassed and apologized. Sorry, I didn't notice that you were behind me. Does it hurt a lot? When Qian Wen was hit, he had accidentally bitten the tip of his tongue, which caused tears to pool up in his eyes. So, he hastily opened his eyes wide and looked towards the sky. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his tears and let the young girl see him crying. It originally wasn't Xiao Xiao's fault, so he gracefully replied, it was my fault. I shouldn't have got so close. He kept sucking in the cool air because of the injury on his tongue. As a result, his voice sounded muffled and he had a slightly distorted expression on his face. Yu Xiaoxiao chuckled and said, neither of us did it intentionally, so no one has to apologize for it. Did we bother your reading? After we finish digging around this area, I'll take little Shido somewhere a little farther. No need, no need. I mainly came out to relax. My teacher said that there should be a proper balance between work and leisure when studying. I'll help you dig for wild herbs. Qian Wen lifted up his cotton-padded robe and squatted down, but then realized that he didn't have a shovel. Xiao Xiao shook her head at him, lowered her head to dig up the shepherd's purse that she found earlier, and said, no need. You should go back and continue reading. I will be at fault if you delay your studies. Qian Wen smiled and said, my teacher said that one can't just solely focus on reading when studying. The Analects of Confucius says, for someone who can neither do physical work nor distinguish rice from wheat, how art thou considered a scholar? As he spoke, he took the shovel from Xiao Xiao's hands and began digging the shepherd's purse on the ground. Hey, be careful, you have to stick to the surface of the ground when shoveling. Otherwise, the leaves will break apart. Seeing him clumsily digging the shepherd's purse and destroying a few in the process, Yu Xiaoxiao felt distressed inwardly and reminded him. Little Shido ran over from a distance with a large batch of shepherd's purse in the pocket of his jacket. Seeing that Qian Wen was using his sister's shovel, he put the shepherd's purse in the basket and handed his shovel to his older sister, and said, second sister, you can use mine. I'm a fast runner, so I'll go home to get another one. Just as he finished speaking, he had already sprinted away. Yu Xiaoxiao crouched down and patiently demonstrated to Qian Wen several times. Qian Wen swiftly learned how to properly dig the wild herbs. The two of them squatted side by side on the edge of the ditch and silently dug the wild herbs. From time to time, they would quietly converse when one of them had dug a big one. There was a light sense of peace and harmony between them. A moment later, little Shido returned with a shovel and was followed by a chirping Qian Wu. Qian Wu saw his older brother helping Xiaoxiao dig for shepherd's purse instead of reading, so he curiously asked, "Older brother, why are you here? Didn't you go out to read?" Qian Wen glanced at him and replied solemnly, "I've already finished reading. While working, I can recall the contents of the book, which is conducive to understanding and integration of the subject." "Xiaowu, didn't mother ask you to tend the ducks? Did you sneak out again? You better watch out because mother is going to beat you with a broomstick." Qian Wu was somewhat scared of his older brother, who was 3 years older than him and often acted like an elder. He shrunk his neck and said, "I already guided the ducks to the pond. They will look for food themselves. There's nothing for me to do." "Oh, right. Little Shido, what's with all the turfs behind your house?" He needed to quickly change the subject. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him with a smile and noticed that the little guy was completely different from his older brother. The older brother had a fair and clear complexion and a gentle and refined disposition. He also had delicate and fine features. The younger brother had darker skin with thick brows and big eyes. When he smiled, 2 small canine teeth could be seen. With a dignified and strong appearance, he looked very cute. Little Shido proudly straightened his back and said, "What turfs?" "They're called straw thatches, which are made of wheat straw and rice straw. They're used to keep the vegetable fields warm." "To keep the vegetable fields warm? Your family already planted the vegetables." Qian Wen looked at Yu Xiaoxiao in surprise. He instinctively felt that she was the mastermind behind this idea. "Sure enough," little Shido answered proudly, "that's right. The crops in the front yard had already been planted for 3 or 4 days. This morning, when I lifted the thatches to check, I noticed that the seeds have already sprouted tender buds. Isn't my second sister amazing? She can come up with ideas that no one else knows. Oh, they really sprouted. Even the water in the vat still freezes at night. Aren't you afraid that they will freeze?" Qian Wu opened his eyes wide in amazement. In previous years, his family had always planted their seeds at the end of March. They had to wait until at least April or May in order to eat fresh vegetables. After eating radish, cabbage, pickled vegetables, and soybean paste for the entire winter, Qian Wu felt that saliva swiftly flowed within his mouth when he thought of fresh and green vegetables. "Does that mean that your family will be able to fresh vegetables soon?" Qian Wu felt extremely envious as he looked at little Shido. However, little Shido shook his head and said, "We can't eat it ourselves. We need to sell the vegetables in town for money. Second sister said she'll send me to the academy to study when we have enough money. Brother Xiao Wen, if there's anything that I don't understand in the future, I'll go ask you for help." Qian Wen couldn't help but look at Xiaoxiao again when he thought about their current living conditions. Shitu's family didn't even have enough to eat at the moment, yet his older sister still made plans for her younger brother's academic future. Xiaoxiao didn't have outstanding facial features. She had phoenix eyes, which were narrow and slanted slightly upwards. She had faint eyebrows and her nose wasn't very tall. Her lips were fleshy, which didn't meet the current aesthetic of having a small cherry-like mouth. However, the combination of these features on her palm-sized face made her appear very vivid and natural. Sensing his gaze, Xiaoxiao replied with a faint smile. After that, with the addition of the Qian brothers, their speed when digging wild herbs increased tremendously. Although Xiaoxiao had already transmigrated here for over half a year, she still hadn't become accustomed to eating 2 meals a day. Noon had just passed, but her tummy had already begun rumbling in hunger. Xiaoxiao clasped her stomach, which was cramping slightly due to hunger, and her digging speed had also slowed down. Qian Wen, who was closer to her, had inadvertently heard the sound. He touched the steamed bun within his embrace. After a short deliberation, he quietly moved closer to her as he continued to dig for the wild herbs. When he was about half a step away from her, he took out the steamed bun and swiftly stuffed it into her hands. After that, he stood up and quickly walked away. Xiao Xiao looked at the cloth bag in her hands, and then looked at the young man's slender back. She opened the bag and saw a steamed bun that was made of wheat flour. At present, few families in the village could afford eating this kind of steamed bun. Auntie Qian had probably specially prepared it for her son. She wanted to give it back to him, but he had already walked far away. If she caught up to him, it would be unsightly to push back and forth over a steamed bun. Xiao Xiao briefly thought about it, and then wrapped the steamed bun and put it under the shepherd's purse in the basket. She decided to find a chance to give it back to him on the way back. It wasn't the season to dig for wild herbs and the shepherd's purse seedlings hadn't completely sprouted yet, so they had the advantage of not needing to share with others. After digging for more than half a day, the four of them had filled up 2 baskets. Both baskets were full and heavy. Little Shido and Qian Wu used a branch to lift it up and walked in front. Xiao Xiao bent down to pick up the other basket, but another hand grabbed it before her. Qian Wen picked up the basket and smiled at Xiao Xiao. The shallow dimples on the side of his face were slightly visible as he said, "Let's go." On the way back, they encountered Hunter Zhao's son, Zhao Han. He was walking towards Xiao Xiao's house with a pheasant in his hands. Hunter Zhao's family had moved to Dongshan village 30 years ago. At that time, with the 2-year-old Hunter Zhao's father had built a straw shed at the foot of the West Mountains and settled down. Their household registration wasn't in Dongshan village, so they naturally didn't have any land. Fortunately, Grandpa Zhao was a skilled martial artist, so they were able to rely on hunting to make a living. 15 years ago, Grandpa Zhao suddenly left for a period of time. When he returned, he told Zhao Bufan that he had selected a wife for him, who was Zhao Han's mother. Madame Zheng had a gentle and graceful disposition. Moreover, her demeanor always revealed the upbringing of a young lady of a noble family. So everyone speculated that she might be the daughter of a fallen noble family. However, in Xiao Xiao's opinion, Auntie Zhao had the agile and competence of a general's daughter. The young Zhao Han had also learned the skills that his family had passed down. Xiao Xiao had heard from her father that Grandpa Zhao would personally teach his son martial arts. Her father also mentioned that his skills had become more nimble after Hunter Zhao taught him a couple moves. "Brother Han, did you just come back from hunting? How's your harvest today?" Little Shido dropped the basket in his hands and trotted towards him. As a result of practicing martial arts for years, the 13-year-old Zhao Han was a lot taller than his peers. Based on a rough estimate, he looked to be over 1.7 meters tall. There was a healthy glow to his tan skin. He had a pair of long, straight eyebrows that were slanted upwards. His tiger-like eyes shone brightly from time to time. When compared to the fair and refined Qian Wen, who stood next to him, they each had their own merits. One was a scholar, while the other was a martial artist. Qian Wu also went up and poked the pheasant in his hands, and then said, "Older brother Zhao Han, can you give me a few of this pheasant's feathers? My younger sister is always pestering me to make a feathered shuttlecock for her." Little Shido didn't give him any face and laughed, "Weren't you the one who boasted that you could catch pheasants? You have exaggerated so much that you don't know how to fix it, right? So you're asking for brother Zhao Han's help now? You stinky rock one. Can't you give your older brother some face? I'm 2 years older than you after all. Don't you know that you need to respect the old and the wise?" Qian Wu cried angrily. The 2 little kids began to fight in jest again and appeared very lively. "Father, we're back." Before little Shido entered the door, he had shouted excitedly as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know about his triumphant return. Yu Hai, who was immersed in weaving bamboo baskets in the courtyard, heard the noise in front of the door and looked up in surprise. "Xiao Wen, Xiao Wu, Hanzi, why are you guys here? Xiaolian, quickly get seats for the guests." Qian Wen gently prevented Yu Hai from standing up and smiled. "Uncle Dahai, there's no need. Xiao Wu and I are going back now. Xiao Xiao, where should I put this basket of wild herbs?" Xiaolian put down her embroidery and looked at the basket full of wild herbs in surprise. She exclaimed softly, "You guys dug out so many wild herbs. I never knew that we could gather so many wild herbs during this season." Yu Xiao Xiao directly instructed, "Just put it in the kitchen. By the way, brother Xiao Wen, you should take some back to make soup. It tastes delicious." "No need, no need. There are still a lot of vegetables in our family's cellar, so we have enough vegetables to eat at home, Qian Wen politely declined. Qian Wu covertly stared at the basket of shepherd's purse and honestly said, I'm tired of eating vegetables in the cellar, which are nothing but radishes. And cabbage. Older brother, today we also helped to dig up a lot of the wild herbs, so it's all right to take some back. Qian Wen glared at him helplessly and continued to refuse. But Xiao Xiao had already packed the vegetables for him. She divided one basket of shepherd's purse into 2 small baskets. She gave one basket to Qian Wu and had prepared to give the other basket to Zhao Han so that he could take it back to try it. Uncle Hai, I caught 2 wild hares and 3 pheasants today. My father told me to bring you one. Zhao Han put the tied-up pheasant in front of the kitchen door and was about to leave right away. Yu Hai limped over with a crutch and said, Why are you bringing game over again? These days, your family have sent a lot of things over already. For the bear last time, your family didn't keep any money for yourselves and gave it all to us. Go back and tell your father that you guys don't owe me anything. Zhao Han's mouth twitched and slightly furrowed his dashing brows, and then said, You guys didn't receive any of the money for the bear, right? If we knew that it would turn out like this, my father would have secretly given the money to Uncle Hai and Auntie. Yu Xiaoxiao smirked and said, Everyone in the village knows that your family sold the bear for 300 taels. If grandmother hadn't received the money from you guys, she would had already gone to your house for trouble. Even if the money was given to my father, it would had been snatched away by my grandmother anyways. Well, she's not our real grandmother, so there's nothing I can say. However, my father is grandfather's biological son. I can't believe he actually helped grandmother hide it from us. Cower, how can you criticize your elders? Is that what father usually teaches you? Yu Hai raised his voice and interrupted his daughter's words. Xiao Xiao bit her lips and refused to comply. Why would they be afraid of others' criticism when they're capable of acting in such ways? Grandfather and grandmother are originally at fault for this matter. If they even gave us 1/10 of the 300 taels, we wouldn't have to meticulously calculate our rations when cooking every day. Yu Hai's gaze dimmed. He sighed deeply and said, Father is useless. I've made you guys suffer with me. As he spoke, he limped back to the main room. Xiaolian looked at her stubborn younger sister, and then looked at her father desolate back. She wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she finally said, Little sister, I buried a sweet potato for you under the ashes below the stove. Later, you can take it out to eat. After she finished speaking, she immediately chased after her father and entered the house. Everyone in the family knew that Xiao Xiao easily got hungry at noon, so they would bury a sweet potato in the ashes under the stove after cooking every morning. Xiao Xiao preferred the sweet-tasting roasted sweet potato compared to the coarse-grain pancakes and bean paste soup. They saved all the sweet potatoes that their maternal grandmother sent over last time for her. Even little Shido didn't bear to eat one. Qian Wen felt somewhat awkward as he stood there, so he coughed twice and said, Xiao Xiao, we've been out for quite a while, so we should go back now. After that, he pulled the slow-witted Qian Wu and left Xiao Xiao's house. Zhao Han also planned to take this opportunity to leave, but Xiao Xiao stopped him and said, Thank you for sending the pheasant. Like my father said, you don't have to bring us game anymore. We'll accept it this time, but if you continue, we'll just send them back to your house. This is the wild herbs that we dug out today. Bring them back for Uncle Zhao to taste. Zhao Han didn't refuse and took the basket. I'll bring the basket. Back to you tomorrow. Xiao Xiao and little Shido were the only ones left in the courtyard speechlessly looking at one another. Little Shido stealthily looked his second sister and whispered, It seems like father is really angry. You should go in and apologize to him. Father dotes on you the most, so he won't spank you. Whenever little Shido misbehaved, his father would always hold him down on his knees and spanked him severely on his bottoms. Yu Hai was used to working and had great strength, so he often beat little Shido so hard that he ended up crying while holding his butt. Thus, little Shido feared his father's hands the most. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't know whether she should laugh or cry, and just sighed deeply. She went into the room and apologized to her father. Seeing that she was sincere, Yu Hai also didn't scold her anymore. Hence, this matter had passed over in this way. Yu Xiaoxiao personally prepared dinner, while Xiaolian helped on the side. She asked little Shido to buy 1 copper coin worth of tofu in the village and made shepherd's purse tofu soup 2. She also made shepherd's purse pancake 3 and several shepherd's purse steamed buns 4, which was made with a small mixture of wheat flour. Xiao Xiao recalled the steamed bun that Qian Wen gave her at noon, so she used the cloth bag and packed 3 shepherd's purse steamed buns inside. After that, she told little Shido to bring it over to the Qian family. It was Qian Wen's mother, Madame Mao, who opened the door. When she saw the cloth bag in little Shitu's hands, she couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Isn't this the cloth bag that I used to wrap the steamed bun for my son? Why is it in this kid's hand? My son went out for so long today. Could it be that he didn't eat the steamed bun and gave it to someone else instead?" She was very clear about the situation of Yu Hai's family. After separating from the main family for so many days, the ration of food that they received was probably already running out. Could it be that her kind-hearted son decided to give his steamed bun to the hungry little Shido because their family skipped out on breakfast? With that in mind, Madame Mao forced a smile and asked, "Oh, isn't this the cloth bag that I gave Wenner to carry the dry food? Why is it in your hands?" No, she should keep her 2 sons' stays away from the Yu siblings. Her family didn't have a lot of resources, so they couldn't afford helping them out so much. Little Shido didn't understand the undertones of her words, so he replied with a grin, "When we were digging for wild herbs, Brother Xiaowen gave his steamed bun to my second sister because she was hungry. My second sister felt sorry for eating your family's steamed bun, so she told me to bring several shepherd's purse steamed buns for Brother Xiaowen and Brother Xiaowu to try." As he spoke, he opened the cloth bag and revealed the soft, fluffy steamed buns inside. Madame Mao saw that there were 3 steamed buns made of wheat flour inside and knew that there was one for each of her 3 children. She felt a sense of shame for her narrow-mindedness earlier. She hastily pushed the cloth bag back and said, "It's tough for your family too. You should keep these steamed buns for you and your siblings to eat. Didn't you guys give us some shepherd's purse this afternoon? Tomorrow, we can make the buns ourselves." Little Shido shook his head and said, "Auntie Qian, my second sister has excellent cooking skills. You guys won't be able to make the same taste." He held the steamed buns, walked past Madame Mao, and went inside the house while shouting, "Brother Xiaowen, come eat steamed buns. It's fragrant and delicious shepherd's purse steamed buns." When Qian Wu, who was eating millet pancake in the room, heard him, he immediately ran out and grabbed the cloth bag within little Shitu's hands. He directly took one and bit down on it. Xiao Xiao had added fried tofu inside the shepherd's purse stuffing. She also minced the dried fish that her youngest aunt sent over and mixed it in the stuffing to enhance the taste. Due to the lack of seasonings at home, she stir-fried the dried chili pepper and then grounded it into powder. The stir-fried chili pepper was fragrant and appetizing, adding an extra tang to the steamed buns. Generally, people were reluctant to use oil when making steamed buns with vegetable stuffing. They would only use salt and scallion as seasonings. Qian Wu had never eaten such a tasty steamed bun before. He disregarded the fact that he couldn't eat spicy food and continued eating the bun. Half of the steamed bun in his hand was already gone after a few bites. Little Shido, who was beside him, anxiously reminded him, "Don't eat it all by yourself. Share it with Brother Xiaowen and Yifang." It was so spicy that Qian Wu was tearing up and had a runny nose. He kept sucking for cold air and repeatedly praised, "It's delicious. So addicting. Little Shido, your mother's cooking is really good. Let my mother learn from her tomorrow. Stinky brat, since you're complaining about my cooking, don't eat the food I make in the future." Madame Mao smacked the back of her younger son's head and jokingly scolded. She took the cloth bag in his hands and said, "Have you thanked little Shido yet? You only think about eating and didn't even think about letting your older brother have a taste." When Madame Mao got closer, she smelled an alluring shepherd's purse scent mixed with the burnt fragrance of stir-fried chili pepper. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva secretly. As soon as the steamed buns were ready, little Shido was immediately sent out to deliver the steamed buns. When he saw Qian Wu eating the steamed buns earlier, his stomach couldn't help but growling in protest. Seeing that he had completed his mission, little Shido said his farewells and immediately turned to leave. Qian Wen ran after him and stopped him, and said, "Go back and tell your older sister that I said, thank you for your steamed stuffed buns." Also, the basket has been vacated, so you can take it back. If you guys go dig for shepherd's purse tomorrow, remember to let me know." Little Shido took the basket from him, agreed, and swiftly dashed home. There was delicious food waiting for him at home. Behind him, the little roe deer was also running gleefully at full speed. Xiao Xiao's culinary skills had won the praise of the entire family. In the shepherd's purse tofu soup, the verdant shepherd's purse and the snow-white, soft tofu was a perfect contrast for each other. When looking at the green and white colors, people's appetite would increase. Xiao Xiao had also used the dried fish to enhance the flavor of this soup. It was a substitute for dried sea shrimp, but the taste wasn't bad at all. Although wheat flour was replaced by coarse grain flour, the shepherd's purse pancake was baked until it was a golden brown color in the cauldron. The charred aroma was accompanied by the delicate fragrance of the shepherd's purse, and tasted extremely delicious. The family had never eaten such food before and was immediately conquered by the tempting taste. Madame Lu silently remembered it within her heart and said with a smile, "I never thought that bean flour and millet flour could make something so delicious even without adding wheat flour. Cower, is this method also something that the deity taught you?" Yu Xiaoxiao, who was eating the pancake with relish, was stunned when she heard her mother's question. She immediately answered, "I don't know either, maybe. Anyways, I just knew how to do it when I woke up. It seems like someone in my dream told me that we can dig for this kind of shepherd's purse right now and the cooking methods for them. Father, mother, try the shepherd's purse steamed buns. It should taste better than the flatbreads." When she was making the shepherd's purse steamed buns, Xiao Xiao also made pan-fried tofu 1 and stir-fried chili pepper 2. She had used 1 teaspoon of the less than 1 caddy of vegetable oil that her maternal grandmother sent over, which made Madame Lu's heart ache. Moreover, she also used 2 handfuls of wheat flour to make the outer skin of the steamed buns, which seemed a bit too wasteful in Madame Lu's opinion. She glanced at buns in the steamer basket and hesitated. Then, she took one and gave it to Yu Hai and said, "I ate 2 pancakes and drank a big bowl of the shepherd's purse soup, so I'm already full. Husband, you should try one and leave the rest for the children. By the way, Shaolian, go to town tomorrow and bring some steamed buns for your older brother. While you're at it, take the baskets that your father made to the general store in town." Last time, Yu Xiaoxiao had gone to town in a rush with her father when she pretended to be sick before the new year. So, when she heard that there was a chance to visit town, she immediately volunteered, "Why don't I go to town tomorrow with little Shido? Shaolian can stay at home to work on her embroidery." Seeing her eager expression, Yu Hai couldn't bear to reject her and repeated advised her, "You can go, but you have to be careful and don't talk to strangers. Little Shido, you have to take care of your older sister and make sure she doesn't get lost." As he spoke, he ripped the steamed bun in half and gave the bigger portion to his wife and said, "Let's have a taste of our daughter's cooking. If it tastes good, we can dig more shepherd's purse and make buns to sell at the wharf in the future." Xiao Xiao nodded in approval when she heard his words. Her father was quite business savvy. It took about 3 hours to get to town from Dongshan village. So, Shaolian, who lived in the same room as Xiao Xiao, had woken Xiao Xiao up at the break of dawn. Since the siblings were going to town, Shaolian had woken up early to prepare breakfast so that their stomachs would be filled before leaving. For breakfast, they had sweet potato porridge 3 which was cooked until it was soft and mushy. The flatbreads from yesterday were also re-baked in the pot. Xiao Xiao drank a full bowl of porridge and ate a piece of pancake, and then wiped her mouth and said, "I'm full. Little Shido, hurry up. I'm not going to wait for you if we're late." Madame Lu wrapped the 3 remaining pancakes in a cloth bag so that they could eat it when they get hungry later. After thinking about it, she took out a purse from the bottom of the rattan box. She took out 20 copper coins from it and gave it to Xiao Xiao, while saying, "Here, take this. It's your first time going to the town market. If there's anything you want to buy, then buy some." Although the 20 copper coins wasn't a lot, they were extremely precious to the Yu family, who only had 200 copper coins left. 20 copper coins was enough to buy more than 2 caddies of wheat flour, or more than 4 caddies of coarse grain flour. Xiao Xiao wanted it, but Madame Lu forced it into her hands and said, "It's okay, take it. Just bring it back if you don't spend it." After that, She turned around and got 5 shepherd's purse steamed buns for eldest son, Yu Hang. She wrapped them all in the same cloth bag. Xiaolian got 5 embroidered pouches from her own room and instructed, go to Junlong embroidery workshop and give these to the boss lady. After that, go buy me some silk threads, which cost 10 copper coins. You can buy candies with the remaining money. Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched a few times. She had the mentality of a woman who was nearly 30 years old, so can she not be treated like a kid? After being repeatedly cautioned by their family, the siblings finally embarked on their journey to town. Shortly after going, they saw Madame Mao sending Qian Wen, who was carrying a small bag, out the door. Where are you siblings going? Yesterday, Madame Mao had used the shepherd's purse to make soup. It tasted really good, so she planned to take her children to dig some more back to make steamed buns for her children. Little Shido beamed excitedly, showing his pearly whites. As if he was afraid that others wouldn't know where he was going, he loudly replied, my second sister and I are going to town to bring some steamed stuffed buns for my older brother. Qian Wu, who was standing behind Madame Mao and rubbing his sleepy eyes, instantly became energetic when he heard him. Mother, I want to go play in town with little Shido. What is there to play? If you're not careful, you might be kidnapped by an abductor. Today, you're coming with mother to dig for shepherd's purse, or I won't give you dinner tonight. Madame Mao pushed Qian Wu, who was throwing a tantrum, into the yard and turned to talk to her eldest son, be careful on your way. When you come back next time, mother will make delicious food for you. Little Shido looked at Qian Wen's attire and said, Brother Xiao Wen, are you going back to town to study? My second sister and I are going too. Let's go together. Qian Wen saw that Yu Xiaoxiao was not only carrying a bulky baggage, but also holding 3 small baskets on one hand and a bigger basket on the other. Thus, he went forward and took the heavy basket in her hand and said, it's a long way to town. If you carry so many things, you'll probably get tired soon. I'll help you hold the basket. No need, no need. When I'm tired, I can exchange with little Shido. Yu Xiaoxiao clasped tightly on the basket and didn't let go, but she wasn't as strong as Qian Wen. So, he eventually snatched the basket from her hands. Shakoao couldn't do anything about it, so she just thanked him. Speaking of Yu Xiaoxiao, she really wasn't suited to travel long distances. She had originally thought that her body had gotten much better after being nourished by the mystic stone water. She thought that she would be able to walk dozens of kilometers, but she had overestimated herself. The more she walked, the heavier the things in her hands became. It was getting more and more difficult for her to take the next step. Fortunately, Uncle Ma from the neighboring village had a donkey cart and was taking several people to town. Seeing the 3 children, Uncle Ma warmly greeted them, do you guys want a ride? I'll take the 3 of you for the price of 2. The group of 3 rode on the donkey cart and quickly arrived in town. Qian Wen was worried about the siblings' safety and suggested in a gentle voice, Xiaoxiao, there are all sorts of people in town. How about you guys follow me to the academy first? I'll put down my belongings, and then take guys to find your older brother. Yu Xiaoxiao politely declined, no, thanks. My younger brother and I have been to town before, so we're familiar with the road. We shouldn't delay Brother Xiao Wen's studies any longer. Goodbye Brother Xiao Wen. Little Shido waved at him and looked around with his big, round eyes. After Xiaoxiao and her younger brother bid farewell to Qian Wen, she inquired about the direction to the general store and prepared to send the bamboo baskets over. The general store was located in a somewhat desolate area. When the shopkeeper saw the siblings bringing newly woven baskets over, he had a troubled expression on his face and said, Xiaolian, you're sending baskets over again. It's not a busy season for agriculture right now, so bamboo wares aren't in demand. I still haven't sold off the ones that you bought over last time. I won't make it difficult for you this time and accept the products. But, you don't have to send any more over next time. Xiaoxiao didn't correct the shopkeeper's mistake. She thanked the shopkeeper, and then quietly held her younger brother's hand as they walked on the street. She felt somewhat downcast. Although her father had hoped to earn some money by selling bamboo crafts, money wasn't the most important reason for him to weave bamboo wares. By weaving bamboo crafts, it seemed like her father wanted to prove something to himself, to prove that he wasn't a worthless person. It would be great if father's leg could recover soon. When they arrived at Junlong Embroidery Workshop, the boss lady warmly welcomed them. "Oh, Shaolian, I haven't seen you for a few days, but your skin has gotten much whiter. You also seem to have gotten prettier. Girls really do change as they grow older." Yu Xiaoxiao had learned that after the previous emperor ascended the throne, he had once vigorously promoted the equality between men and women. Later, the policy was left unsettled due to various reasons. Nonetheless, the status of women had indeed improved. Women walking and shopping on the streets could be seen everywhere. It wasn't uncommon for a woman to be a boss, like the boss lady of Junlong Embroidery Workshop. Xiaoxiao felt somewhat glad to have transmigrated to this era. In the future, it wouldn't seem strange for her to do some small business and earn money to support her family. She needed to thank her fellow transmigrators for creating a relatively relaxed environment for her. Through the rumors she had heard about the retired emperor and the current emperor, Xiaoxiao had confirmed that they were definitely transmigrators, just like herself. Since there were these two, there might also be others. She didn't have any major ambitions. She only wanted to quietly protect her own family and live happily as a little farmer girl. At times, she could come up with new ideas and earn some money. The saying of, "When people from the same hometown meets each other, their eyes will brim with tears of happiness," wouldn't apply to all fellow transmigrators. She didn't want to become someone else's cannon fodder. It seemed like she had to keep a low profile in the future. Shaolian's skills are getting better and better. You can probably surpass your mother soon. Oh, this time, the patterns are quite unique, and the color assortments are rather novel. For these 5 embroidered pouches, I'll raise the price and give you the same amount as your mother, 20 copper coins per pouch. If you make more of such purses in the future, I'll raise the price for you again. In the past, Shaolian's purse cost 15 copper coins each. Thus, she had earned 25 copper coins more than before. As a matter of fact, Xiaoxiao should also take some credit for this because she was one who designed the patterns. In her previous life, she was interested in art. If it hadn't been for her parents' accident, she might have entered the specialty classes in high school. After she took over the braised food store, she liked to draw flowers and plants in her spare time as a hobby. She hadn't expected that she would be able to use this skill to make money after transmigrating. After securely putting away the money, Xiaoxiao took her younger brother to the woodworking shop. In the carpentry shop, that snobby worker from last time was manning the store. He was currently sitting in a chair with his legs crossed and dozing off. When he heard that the siblings were looking for Yu Hang, he stood up reluctantly and grumbled, "Looking for Yu Hang? Didn't that kid just go home around a dozen days ago? What a hassle." When Yu Hang came out, he was wearing the cotton jacket that Xiaoxiao gave him before the new year. It had only been a little over 2 months, but there were already several holes in the jacket, revealing the white cotton inside. Xiaoxiao was aware of the fact that her older brother was someone who cherished his own clothing and belongings, and thus his new clothes usually wouldn't turn out like this. When Yu Hang noticed that his little sister continued to glance at his clothing, his eyes flickered evasively, and he squeezed out a smile. When I was moving timber around, I accidentally caught my coat on a branch. If a branch poked a hole into your coat, it should leave a triangle-sized hole, right? How did it become little strips?" Little Shido asked doubtfully. He liked to climb trees and occasionally his clothing would also get caught on the branches. Yu Hang coughed fakely and said, "If I said a branch grazed my clothing, then it was a branch. Little children shouldn't have too much to say." Younger sister, how's father's leg injury right now? Father's injury is mostly healed, and he can even walk with crutches right now. Older brother, our family has already split and we also revamped the old residence. If you don't feel happy staying here, then come home with us. Now we don't have to deal with grandmother constantly scolding us or eldest aunt's sour comments. Yu Xiaoxiao could tell that the marks left on his clothing seemed to have been caused by a whip. In addition, every time she came over to see him, her older brother always seemed to have new injuries on him. Thus, she wanted to bring Yu Hang home. When Yu Hang found out that their branch had finally separated from the others, a true smile finally appeared on his face. However, when he remembered shopkeeper Zhang's ruthless personality, he knew that the man wouldn't let him leave easily. He recalled that the last time one of the apprentices, family members came to take him home, they were told they had to give up 20 taels to take him out. He couldn't help but frown at that memory. When they separated from the family, his stingy grandmother would definitely not give their branch a lot of money. In addition, they had to rebuild the house, buy furniture and purchase household wares. He was sure that his family had to take on some debt. As the oldest son of the family, he wasn't in a position to help them with their issues, thus, he definitely couldn't add to their troubles. With great difficulty, Yu Heng tampered down his desire to leave and slowly shook his head. The master at the shop treats me pretty well, and he already taught me a lot of carpentry skills. I want to stay here a little longer and it won't be too late to go home after I master this trade. Yu Xiaosao tried again to convince him, but Yu Heng stubbornly insisted on staying, so there was nothing more she could do. She stuffed a meat bun that she brought over into his hands and gave him 50 copper coins. Only after she did that did she silently leave. As he watched the slowly disappearing figures of his younger brother and sister, Yu Heng did his best to hold back his tears. He hoped that he could endure long enough to see his siblings again in the future. Older sister, where should we go now? Little Shido felt somewhat down as even he could sense something was off. Xiaosao pondered the question and then said, "It's still early right now, we should go to Junsho restaurant and see if third young master Zhou is there." When they got to Junsho restaurant, the manager told them that the young master had gone to the capital to oversee the details surrounding the opening of a branch restaurant. He was so busy that he couldn't even spare time for the condiment factory and could only have steward Zhou watch it. After leaving Junsho restaurant, Yu Xiaosao thought for a bit and then took her little brother to look at the food market. Since they were growing vegetables at home, it was necessary to explore the food market. The market at Tangbu was on the most remote road in the town and was named North Market. At noon, the market didn't have much going on. Only a couple of stalls were open, and they were selling radishes and Chinese cabbages that didn't look very fresh. It was obvious that they had been stored in the cellar for a whole winter. Yu Xiaosao pulled her younger brother into a pickled vegetable stand and found that there wasn't much variety. There was a black-colored thick paste that faintly smelled of mold, a form of dried radish that had been salted, and a watery-looking salted Chinese cabbage. Compared to her previous life's supermarkets, which had more than 20 varieties of pickled and salted vegetables, this was quite a letdown. Xiaosao rubbed her nose and started to plan. Should she pickle some salted vegetables and leave them here to sell? However, even if she wanted to make some, she wouldn't be able to do so this year. The family stores of radish and Chinese cabbage were low. She wasn't even sure if there was enough left to pickle for her own family to eat. "Little girl, do you want to buy some salted vegetables?" The stall's shopkeeper was a 16 to 17-year-old young man. He greeted them with a friendly demeanor despite their shabby-looking clothes. Yu Xiaosao sheepishly replied, "I was just looking if you had any pickled cucumbers." "Pickled cucumbers? Is that also a type of pickled vegetable? You can pickle cucumbers?" the young man asked humbly as his voice carried an undercurrent of excitement. This pickled vegetable stand was opened by his mother when she was still alive. At that time, his mother was very skilled in pickling and salting vegetables. People from far-flung villages would come and buy a jar from her. His mother later fell ill and passed away, and he had only learned a few pickling methods. In addition, the taste of his pickles could not even come close to how tasty his mother's were. Gradually, the business in his stall declined. Zhang Yu felt anxious and angry as he watched his mother's life's work slowly declining in his own hands. When cucumbers are in season, I'll make some pickled cucumbers and bring them over for you to taste. If you think they taste good, I was planning on placing them in your stall to sell." Yu Xiaosao smiled winsomely. Zhang Yu sighed heavily and said, "I'm afraid that my stall won't be able to last until then." Yu Xiaosao thought for a bit and then said, "Older brother. I'm called Zhang Yu, just call me by my name." Zhang Yu smiled somewhat bashfully. Yu Xiaosao nodded and continued, "Zhang Yu, I have a few pickled vegetable recipes and they should taste pretty good. Do you know how to write? I can tell you them while you write them down. You can follow my recipe and see how they turn out. We're neither relatives nor friends. How could I possibly take your pickled vegetable recipes? How about this? If the pickled vegetables turn out good and sell well, I'll give you a portion of the profits. I need to pay rent and taxes, so I'll take 70% and give 30%. What do you think?" Zhang Yu was quite young but had a good head for business. Yu Xiaoxiao slowly shook her head and smiled to placate Zhang Yu, who had opened his mouth to speak. You need to account for the manufacturing and material costs, while I'm only giving you a recipe. I don't need 30% of the profits. How about we split it 20-80, you'll take 80% and only need to give me 20%. Zhang Yu couldn't tell what her recipes would taste like but inwardly promised that if the sales went well, he would give her a larger cut of the profits. He replied, when my mother was still alive, she had sent me to a private school for a few years. Later on, anyway, I can handle writing down a few recipes. In her previous life, she had gone into the workforce early as her two younger siblings needed to pay for both schooling and boarding costs. There was a time when they had a very difficult time making ends meet. In an effort to save money, she had learned how to marinate several different types of pickled vegetables. Her younger brother and sister both said that pickled vegetables sold at stores couldn't even come 10% close to how good hers tasted. Even after they graduated college and had gone to different cities to work and settle down, they still asked her to make some pickled vegetables and mail them over. She recited the recipes that she was the best at and let Zhang Yu carefully write down the details. The types of recipes she gave were spicy and numbing dried radish strips, spicy young radish, Korean kimchi, spicy kelp strips, soybeans in wine, and pickled beans. Originally she had felt bad that the teenager's business was not going well and didn't want his stall to go bankrupt, so she was only planning on teaching him 2 types of pickled vegetables for the sake of it. But now since she was getting her own share, then it was fine to tell him more recipes. The good thing was that all of the condiments and seasonings, other than MSG, which the youth had never heard of, used in pickling vegetables could all be found at a general store or pharmacy. For example, star anise, fennel, Chinese cinnamon, Sichuan peppercorns were all used by later generations as seasonings and spices. In ancient times, however, these were all medicinal herbs. It was only after the Emperor Emeritus and current Emperor ascended the throne that these spices started being used as seasonings in food. These herbs were not very expensive. However, Xiaoxiao's family could barely feed everyone. In fact, using oil to cook their food was considered a luxury for them. Thus, it was natural that they would be reluctant to shell out money for these spices. Under Zhang Yu's recommendations, Xiaoxiao went to a relatively remote section of the food market and found a general goods stall where she could buy cheap condiments and spices. At noon, other than the shopkeeper with a beard like a mountain goat who was dozing off in a chair, not a soul could be found in the stall. This particular goods stall had very few articles for daily use. Inside the stall were 2 large vats and they distributed a smell of soy sauce and vinegar. When the 2 scents combined, it didn't smell very good. Next to the wall was a long table with many wooden boxes. These boxes contained the condiments that Xiaoxiao wanted to buy. Shopkeeper, how are these spices sold? Xiaoxiao asked worriedly as she rubbed at chest pocket which held an old embroidered pouch with about 100 or so copper coins in it. When the old shopkeeper heard her voice, he suddenly raised his head and sleepily blinked a couple of times. His mountain goat beard moved up and down as he said, do you want to weigh the spices separately or all together? How much would it cost to weigh the spices separately versus together? Yu Xiaoxiao asked after thinking a bit. If you're weighing them separately, Chinese cinnamon is 18 copper coins per ounce, bay leaves are 15 coppers, star anise 26 coppers, Sichuan peppercorn 20 coppers and fennel is 20 coppers. The old shopkeeper glanced at the 2 siblings and proposed, if you're buying larger quantities, it's generally more worth it to buy them separately. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded on her lip and sheepishly smiled, then, I should probably weigh them all together, right? I just want 1 ounce worth of spices to use for a bit. Okay. The shopkeeper took out a square-shaped piece of rough straw paper and folded it into a tube shape and started to grab some spices. Xiaoxiao hesitated but then spoke up. Shopkeeper grandfather, can I add the spices myself? After running a braised foods shop in her past life, she already knew the ratios of spices needed for her food by heart. Now that she was pressed for money, she didn't want to waste even the tiniest speck of spice. The old shopkeeper hesitated for a moment and his eyes scanned over the 2 siblings and their old and patched up attire. In the end, he nodded his head in agreement. Xiaoxiao followed the proportions she had memorized and carefully scooped out the spices from the wooden boxes. When the old shopkeeper noticed that she didn't try to play a small trick and take only the expensive spices, he smoothed his beard with a hand and inwardly nodded his head in approval. When she thought the weight was about right, Xiao Cao folded the tube closed and handed it to the old shopkeeper to let him weigh it. The shopkeeper's scale was similar to the ones used in a pharmacy. It was very small and could weigh things very precisely. The weight came out to be 1 ounce and 3 maces, which came out to be 25 copper coins total. Xiao Cao looked at the 2 large vats again and hesitated before she said, "Shopkeeper grandfather, I also want to buy some soy sauce and vinegar, but I didn't bring any containers with me." The old man grabbed 2 small bamboo tubes and smiled, "It's not a problem. Since you called me shopkeeper grandfather, then I'll let you borrow these 2 containers. The next time you come to buy spices, you can just return them to me. Now tell me, how much soy sauce and vinegar do you want?" She could tell that these 2 containers were goods that the shop was selling. Once soy sauce and vinegar went into them, it would definitely dye the containers a different color and also leave a smell behind. After being used, these containers likely couldn't be sold again. Xiao Cao's heart warmed up. She thought for a bit and almost blurted out, "Half a caddy," but then she remembered that in ancient times half a caddy was equal to around 8 ounces. After all, wasn't there a saying that said, "A half a caddy is 8 ounces, which meant, there's not much to choose between the 2. Thus, she hastily corrected herself, "Please give me 4 ounces of each." The price for the vinegar and soy sauce came out to be 5 copper coins total. She then calculated all of the transactions she had conducted today. Her mother had given her 20 copper coins for pocket money, and she had sold Xiaolian's embroidery for 100 copper coins. The embroidery silks cost 10 coins, and the spices and condiments were 30 coins. She had also stuffed 10 coins into her older brother's hands. After that, she still had 80 coins on hand. So it wasn't like she was a spendthrift, right? Growl. They had eaten breakfast early today. Even little Shido, who was used to having only 2 meals a day, hugged his belly, which was rumbling in protest, with a distressed look on his small face. However, he didn't even suggest the possibility of buying something to eat. The food market had some booths selling breakfast that hadn't closed yet. Xiao Cao carefully held her condiments and walked over to the stalls with her younger brother. She bought a bowl of hot soup, took out her shepherd's purse pancake, and soaked a piece of the pancake in the soup for her brother. The soup they bought was just a plain Chinese cabbage soup and only had some salt in it as flavoring. On the surface, only a few drops of oil could be seen. In actuality, the taste of the soup was quite mediocre. However, it had been simmering on a small stove for a long time and mouthfuls of it easily warmed up the belly. The pancakes they had brought with them from home this morning had long become stone cold. By letting the pancakes soak in the soup, it was warmed up and became easy and comforting to eat. There was a little child, about 4 to 5 years in age, who was at the breakfast booth. He eyed the 2 siblings' delicious pancake with pure envy. He flailed an arm and complained at his father, "Father, I also want to eat that kind of savory, delicious pancake. Go buy one for me." The stall owner had noticed that the pancake contained verdant green vegetables. Perplexed, he asked, "Little girl, where did you buy that flatbread? How could there be green vegetables in this season?" Little Shido ate the pancake in large bites and joyfully replied, "My second sister made this pancake, but it doesn't have green vegetables inside. We dug up some wild herbs in the mountains for the pancakes. My second sister is a very good cook, so no one else can make something as delicious as this. I want to eat the pancake. Father, I want to eat wild herb pancakes. Wah." After he saw the satisfied expression on little Shitu's face, the little fellow started to cry and sobbed pitifully that he wanted to eat it. Earlier that morning, Madame Lu had packed the remaining 3 pancakes for the 2 siblings to bring into town. The 2 of them had ripped off pieces of one of them to put in the soup, so there was still another whole pancake on the table. When Xiao Cao saw this, she hastily said, "We still have one more left. Older uncle, if you're okay with it, then take it to give to the little brother to eat." "How could I possibly do that? You 2 siblings won't have enough to eat then." The breakfast seller smiled awkwardly at the sister-brother pair as he quietly coaxed the little boy. "It's not a problem. We had already eaten breakfast before we came here and just wanted to drink some hot soup to warm up our bodies. Xiao Xiao had seen that the little boy couldn't be calmed down. He had cried until a trail of mucus flowed down his nose, and his continued sobs produced tiny bubbles in it. She and her younger brother had eaten one pancake and drank a bowl of soup. That was enough to quiet their stomachs, and when they got home in the evening there would be supper to eat. Thus, she offered her remaining pancake to them. The food stall owner thought for a bit and then said, "Then I thank you. The soup that you two drank is free. Take it as a sign of my gratitude." A bowl of soup cost 1 copper coin. Every penny saved was a penny earned. After Yu Xiaoxiao thanked the stall owner, she left the food market with her brother. They went to a spot outside the town gates where Uncle Ma was waiting for them. His donkey cart was already full of people, and they were just waiting for the two of them. If Madame Lu found out that they had spent 30 copper coins on seasonings and condiments, she would definitely start lecturing them. They almost didn't have anything to eat at home, why would they buy seasonings? When they got home, Xiao Xiao pushed the gate open and carefully poked her head in to look. Xiaolian was in the middle of the courtyard doing embroidery. When she saw Xiao Xiao's sneaky movements, she burst out in giggles and said, "Xiao Xiao, what shameful thing did you do? Relax, mother isn't at home right now." After hearing that, Xiao Xiao entered the courtyard with relief. She smirked. "Who did something shameful? I just bought some condiments in town and was afraid that mother would lecture me for spending money recklessly. Here, this is the money that was left over after selling your embroidery. I told you earlier that you could spend the remaining money on whatever you wanted. How could buying seasonings be considered reckless spending?" Xiaolian casually took the money pouch and felt its weight. Surprised, she said, "How much seasoning did you buy? It doesn't feel like you used too much money." Her 5 embroidered pouches had previously been sold for a total of 75 copper coins. However, the leftover money in the pouch that Xiao Xiao given her had 5 coins more than the usual 75, and she could feel the difference. Xiao Xiao explained to her sister that the owner of the embroidery shop had given her a better price for the pouches, and then said, "Xiaolian, please don't tell mother that I bought these condiments. I have something I need them for." "What can't you tell your mother?" Yu Hai limped out of the room and grinned at his 2 adorable daughters. His leg had healed to the point where he didn't need to use crutches to walk anymore. Nothing. Father, do you know how to make this type of bamboo tube? When you have time, can you help me make 2? I still need to return what I borrowed to someone." Xiao Xiao deliberately changed the subject and handed over the bamboo tube that held the soy sauce to her father. "This type of tube is one of the easiest bamboo utensils to make, it won't be hard for me." Yu Hai sniffed at the bamboo container and laughed, "Soy sauce. If we had a caddy of fatty, streaky pork right now, we could make a bowl of red braised pork, then we really could eat to our heart's content." Ever since his biological mother had passed away, Yu Hai had never been able to taste red braised pork again. He cherished the memory of the taste of that dish. Xiao Xiao quickly snatched back the tube of soy sauce from him and emphasized, "I need to use these condiments, so you can't touch them." "Oh right, where did mother go?" "Next door to Auntie Joe's place. They had gotten a large order and need to get it done by tomorrow, so they asked our mother for help in killing the chickens." Xiaolian took the proffered condiments from her sister and put them in a hidden nook in the kitchen. Yu Hai called out towards little Shido, "Son, come with father to help cover the vegetable fields with their blankets, our seedlings are growing quite well. After only 5 days, they've already sprouted to a height of a couple of centimeters. I have never seen vegetables grow this fast, even in previous years when the spring was warmer than this." Of course they grew quickly. She had watered them every day with the mystic stone water. Xiao Xiao rubbed her nose somewhat uneasily and said, "I'm going to visit Auntie Joe's house and see if they need any help." With that said, she escaped as quickly as a wisp of smoke. Madame Fang had gone into town earlier today to sell her chickens and eggs. In town, she found out that Lord Huang's father was going to have his 60th birthday celebration and needed around 30 chickens for the banquet. The steward in charge of buying food had made an order of 40 chickens and had asked her to get them all prepared today so they could be sent to the residence the next day. She had rushed back home after receiving the order. There were not enough people at home to help kill, pluck, and clean all of the 40 chickens in one afternoon. Additionally, her husband wasn't home. Madame Fang was afraid that her 3 children and herself would end up ruining this large order, so she asked Madame Lu to help. When Xiao Xiao got there, Zhou Linglong and her sister were in the kitchen boiling water. Madame Fang was holding a cleaver and about to kill a chicken. There were 5 or 6 roosters lying on the ground with their legs bound up. Her mother, Madame Lu, was next to a large wooden basin and was pouring hot water from a pail into it. Inside the basin were 3 slaughtered chickens that still had their feathers on. "Mother, Auntie Zhou, I came over to help." Xiao Xiao casually greeted them and frowned when she saw there was a bunch of chicken blood on the ground. Madame Fang picked up a chicken whose legs were bound and plucked off some feathers from its neck. Just as the knife was about to flash down, she heard a voice and looked over with a smile. "You got back, Xiao Xiao. If I had known earlier you were also going into town, we could have gone together. Did you have a good time shopping in town? Auntie Zhou, do you not want any of the chicken blood left over from killing chickens?" Xiao Xiao irrelevantly answered and regarded the dirt soaked with chicken blood with slight regret. Madame Fang hesitated in confusion and said, "Why would anyone want chicken blood? It's not even tasty." Xiao Xiao blinked and replied, "You can eat chicken blood. If it's made well, there's not an odd smell or taste either. You need to eat blood to enrich blood, so chicken blood is very good at this. It can also relieve rheumatic pains, improve blood circulation, and open things up." I have never heard of chicken blood having all of those properties. Who did you learn this from, Xiao Xiao? The knife in Madame Fang's hand wavered as she didn't know whether she should cut off the chicken's head at the moment or not. Xiao Xiao rushed into the kitchen and asked Zhou Shanhu to grab her a basin. She placed it in front of Madame Fang and said, "Auntie Zhou, listen to me. If chicken blood is cooked correctly, it'll have a tender texture and be very delicious. You can use it together with tofu to make a soup, and it could also be stewed with cabbage. If it's stewed in a sauce, it'll be soft and smooth, and be extremely delicious. This child, you describe it so well that the saliva has almost come dripping out of my mouth. Okay, all of the chicken blood will be yours. When you finish cooking it, don't forget to bring your Auntie Zhou a bowl." Madame Fang nimbly wielded the knife to cut the chicken's neck open. The scarlet blood gurgled down into the basin. Xiao Xiao felt as if she could see a host of culinary delights floating in front of her. She gluttonously wished that she could grab the chicken blood and start cooking now. 2 months had passed since the New Year celebrations. They couldn't even eat their fill of coarse grains, let alone get a taste of meat or fish. Living life like this had caused her cravings to go out of control. "What are you just standing there for? Didn't you come over to help? Go back home and grab the basin we used to wash vegetables in. We can pluck the feathers off faster this way," Madame Lu said in an indulgent yet slightly scolding tone of voice as she smiled at her daughter. "Okay." Xiao Xiao assented and bolted out. Madame Fang looked at her cheerful steps as her figure got smaller in the distance and smiled. "Younger sister Muyun, your family's luck must have changed. Just look, ever since you guys moved out, your husband's leg has healed, Xiao Xiao's body is healthy, and you haven't gotten sick again. You should relax a bit. In the future, your family will definitely do better and better. When some chicks hatch in spring, go grab a few and bring them home to raise. They can lay some eggs and nourish your children's bodies. You and your children have such thin bodies." Madame Lu raised her head to gently smile at the other woman. After moving out, her smile appeared more frequently. She held in her laugh as her hands continued to pluck the chicken with practiced ease. Steam rose from the wooden basin and there was a slightly fishy smell in the air. When Xiao Xiao had gotten back, she saw Madame Lu opening up the chicken's belly, pulling out the internal organs, and throwing them aside on the ground. She tentatively asked, "Are these all going to be thrown away?" Madame Lu shot her a glance and teased, "Do you really want to eat something so dirty and smelly? There's chicken poop in them. If you make it, you'll be the only one eating them. Okay, stop goofing off and go help me get the chickens that your Auntie Zhou slaughtered. I need to scald them, and you can be in charge of plucking the feathers. Xiao Xiao, work carefully. If you do well, Auntie will give you 10 copper coins as payment." Madame Fang could tell that Xiao Xiao was a practiced hand at this work and made her a promise. Madame Lu interjected heavily, "We're all fellow villagers and neighbors. There's no need to give us money for helping you. Also, she's a little child, How much help can she be? Madame Lu looked over and discovered that her daughter's speed in plucking the chickens was not any slower than hers. In fact, to her surprise, the chickens her daughter plucked were even cleaner than hers. What a joke! Of course Xiao Xiao was good at this, just look at what she did in her previous life. Her braised foods shop had a chicken dish, braised roast chicken. Every day she needed to slaughter and prepare around 30 to 40 chickens. If she wasn't good at this, that would truly be an oddity. Xiao Xiao looked around the room and smiled, I don't need wages. Auntie Joe, just give me the internal organs from these 40 chickens instead. What do you want the internal organs for? You're not going to really take them back home to eat them, are you? Cower, Mother knows our circumstances at home are not very good and that we usually can't taste any meat during most of the year. However, we still can't eat something as dirty as this. How about this? Next time I go sell my embroidery, I'll buy a candy of meat and give you a great feast. The smile on Madame Lu's face gradually dimmed and a look of guilt and shame rose in her eyes. Mother, don't worry about it, I really do have a use for these internal organs. Xiao Xiao was inwardly surprised and flabbergasted. Didn't they all say that people in ancient times ate internal organs? Was it just a false rumor? Madame Fang smiled and tried to resolve the dispute. When children get older, they start having their own ideas. Younger sister Muyun, just let her try. Xiao Xiao, the chicken blood and internal organs are all yours. I'll also give you money for your help. Xiao Xiao shook her head and replied, Auntie Joe, I really can't take your money for the work. Last time when we had moved in and had a banquet, you and older sister Linglong were busy for the whole day helping us. You guys didn't even get to eat lunch. I'm only helping out a little. If I wanted money for it, isn't that too much of me? A relative afar is less use than a close neighbor. Neighbors helping each other out is the right thing to do. Madame Lu agreed, Cower is right. Mrs., if you keep bringing up giving us money, I will go back home right now. Seeing that both the mother and daughter persisted in refusing her offer, Madame Fang no longer brought up the subject of paying them. It took the 2 adults and 3 children a whole hour to finish slaughtering and cleaning up the chickens. Yu Xiaoxiao's speed and abilities were even better than her mother's and was neck to neck to the old hand, Madame Fang. Madame Fang repeatedly praised her skills. Afterwards, Madame Fang went into the room to take out the cakes and pastries she had bought in town earlier that morning. She shoved them into Xiao Xiao's hands and insisted that she bring them back home. The Zhou family sold chickens and eggs, and when it was the off-season for farming, her husband would peddle goods. They were the only family in the village who could afford to buy some sweets for their children to eat from time to time. Madame Lu held the wooden basin filled to the brim with chicken offal as she watched her daughter who held the pail with chicken blood in one hand and pastries in the other. She frowned and said, Do you really know how to prepare chicken blood? Don't talk a big game and not be able to follow up, otherwise Auntie Joe and her daughters will laugh at you. Mother, stop worrying, when did I ever promise more than I can deliver? Xiao Xiao struggled with holding the chicken blood in one hand so she placed the string that tied the pastries together in her mouth. Her freed hand joined the other one in lifting the basin as she stepped forward quickly. When they got home, Xiaolian had already finished making the meal and was waiting for them before she started serving. Xiao Xiao proudly shook the pail in her hand and smiled, Don't start serving yet, I'm going to make something delicious to add to the meal. What sort of good thing? Little Shido stood up from his seated position and dashed toward her. After he saw the contents of the basin, he frowned in disappointment and said, This is chicken blood. Second sister, you can't possibly be saying that this will be the tasty dish, right? What sort of expression is that? You don't believe your older sister. Once I finish making it, you don't get to have any. Xiao Xiao glared at him, feigning displeasure. Little Shido remembered his older sister's out-of-the-ordinary culinary skills and backtracked immediately to apologize. Second sister, I was wrong. Everything you make is top-notch. I'm just a wimpy little kid, don't lower yourself to my level, second sister. Go, buy a copper coin's worth of tofu from Erguzi's place. Xiao Xiao cheerfully dispatched him out and entered the kitchen with the basin of chicken blood. Xiaolian followed her inside and said, I'll help. What do you need me to do? Boil some water in the pot, I need to blanch the chicken blood in that. The blood in the basin had already started congealing into blood clots. Xiao Xiao used a knife to cut a few lines to divide them into a few tofu pieces. She took out a block of blood and carefully cut it up into smaller pieces. She placed it into the boiling water to blanch and waited until it changed color before she ladled it back up. She was making spicy and sour chicken blood 1. The family didn't have any pickled chili peppers, so she used the pickled vegetables her maternal grandmother had sent over as a substitute for the sour. After cutting the vegetables into tiny cubes, she started chopping up the dried chili peppers. She also sliced the ginger into thin strips and smashed some garlic heads to be used as well. Xiao Xiao ladled a small spoonful of oil from the oil pitcher and put it into the pan. The cubed pickled vegetables, dried chili peppers, the julienne ginger, and smashed garlic were lightly fried in the oil to bring out the flavors. Afterwards, the chicken blood was lightly stir-fried in the aromatics. It was important not to overcook the chicken blood to not ruin the final texture. It had the tender mouthfeel of tofu but had a much better flavor than tofu. After thinking a bit, she made the decisive decision to add some vinegar to remove the fishy smell and also added some salt and soy sauce. After sautéing everything until it was mixed well, it was ready to plate. Smells so good. Little Shido ran all the way home. After buying the tofu, he panted heavily but continued to inhale the smell and had a gluttonous expression on his face. Xiao Xiao also made a tofu and chicken blood soup. The snow-white tofu floated at the top of the broth and the dark red color of the chicken blood was faintly visible. With the addition of chopped scallions, the green color of the herb contrasted beautifully with the other colors. It was a fragrant and visually attractive soup. Time to eat. Time to eat. Little Shido impatiently rushed towards the dining table but was pulled back by Xiao Xiao. Don't be in such a rush. Come with me to bring some food over to Auntie Joe. She had deliberately made an extra portion of each dish so there was enough for the Joe family too. Little Shido pouted and held the spicy and sour chicken blood too in his hands as he walked and inhaled the smell of the food. Xiao Ao laughed and said, "You greedy cat. Be careful, other people might see you like this. How shameful." Little Shido closed his mouth, smiled, and with great difficulty managed to hold back his desire and said, "Second sister, who would have thought that chicken blood could be used to make something that smells so good? When our family used to slaughter chickens to eat, we would always throw away the blood. What a waste. Oh right, you had mother bring back the inner organs of a chicken, can't they be used to make food too?" "Of course. Are you brave enough to try?" Xiao Xiao slanted her eyes at him as she faintly smiled. Little Shido emphatically nodded his head and said, "Of course. Of course I'm brave enough. As long as second sister makes it as tasty as the chicken blood, I'll eat it. What's there to be scared of? In your dreams, that will all be used to sell for money, how can I bear to let you eat it?" Yu Xiao Xiao wrinkled her nose at him and made a funny face at him. She then knocked on the front door of the Zhou residence. Coming. Oh, Xiao Xiao, have you eaten yet?" Madame Fang had come to the door to see who was there. When she saw Xiao Xiao and her younger brother, both with delicious-smelling plates of food in their hands, a look of surprise crossed her face. "Auntie Joe, I finished cooking the chicken blood. Little Shitu's holding spicy and sour chicken blood and I have the tofu and chicken blood soup. Have you and your family eaten yet? If not, then you don't need to make anything." Xiao Xiao gleefully walked into the courtyard and gave the food to Zhou Linglong who had just walked out of the kitchen. The Zhou family had been busy earlier slaughtering chickens, so they hadn't had the time to make food. She had come at the right time. "Smells good. Did you really use chicken blood to make this food?" Zhou Shanhu was about the same age as Xiao Xiao and slipped over to smell the food in awe as she showed an infatuated expression. Yu Xiao Xiao smiled and nodded her head, "Yes. Auntie, in the future when your family slaughters chickens, make sure to keep the blood and offal. I will teach you how to make them into delicious dishes. We have to go now. You can give the plates back to us tomorrow, Auntie." The Yu family ate a sumptuous meal that satisfied everyone's taste buds. The spicy and sour chicken blood not only had a rich and dense flavor of chicken meat, but also had the tender texture of tofu. Each bite was addicting and made them want to eat more. Even little Shido, who usually couldn't eat spicy foods, couldn't stop eating it as his tears and mucus traveled down his face. The tofu and chicken blood soup had a vibrant color and savory taste. It tasted exquisite and fresh, and the broth was full of rich flavor. The whole family praised it continuously. Even Madame Lu, who usually tried to leave good food for her children, couldn't help but drink an extra bowl. The large cauldron full of tofu and chicken blood soup, other than the large bowl that had been given to Madame Fang, had almost been nearly wiped out by Xiaoxiao and her family. Little Shido had eaten so much that his stomach had bloated into the size of a small watermelon. He lay on the bed, contentedly groaning. Madame Lu was afraid that the little fellow had almost eaten until he was sick, so she sat on the beside and helped him massage his tummy. At the side, Yu Hai burped and smiled somewhat uncomfortably. It's been a long time since I've been so full. Second daughter's culinary skills are truly remarkable. She can use something that other people throw away and make it into a delicacy. Madame Lu's face gentled significantly at the thought of her younger daughter. She said, ever since Cower hit her head and lost her memories, it feels like she's completely changed personalities. Not only has her body become healthy, but she's also no longer as cowardly and timid as before. In addition, she has a lot of new ideas and recipes. For example, yesterday we had advised her that there weren't any wild herbs to be found in this season, but she stubbornly disagreed. It turns out she was right and she was able to dig up a lot of shepherd's purse. Changing is good. In the past, you and the children have suffered greatly at home. Xiaoxiao's previous timid personality probably had an outside cause. It was I who was useless as I couldn't protect you or the kids. Yu Hai's eyes dimmed at the thought of his stepmother's callous, biased heart and his older sister-in-law's greedy and lazy personality. Madame Lu interjected hastily, "Don't say stuff like that. I and the children are still waiting to have a good life with you in the future." "Oh right, Xiaoxiao also brought back that chicken offal. Do you really think she'll use them to make food? They're so dirty and stinky. I definitely am too afraid to try them." Little Shido flipped his body around, sat up, and giggled. Second sister had said earlier that she was planning on using that stuff to make food to be sold for money. Sell that for money? Has Cower gone crazy at the thought of making money? If other people eat it and end up having problems, then we would get in trouble with the law. As her father, you need to guide and watch over her. She absolutely cannot become someone who makes money off of the misfortune of others. Madame Lu frowned as she lectured worriedly. Yu Hai, on the other hand, was not in the least bit worried. He had been observing his second daughter these past few days and he knew in his heart that she didn't have any malicious intentions. He replied in a calm and unhurried voice, "The type of person that Cower is, shouldn't you as her mother know as well? You definitely cannot let her overhear such talk, it'll hurt her feelings. Don't worry, I believe that child's heart is in a good place, so don't worry over nothing." Little Shido nodded his head furiously and supported his second sister. "Mother, chicken offal may not necessarily be inedible. Just think, didn't we also throw away chicken blood in the past? But didn't second sister also use that to make something so delicious? I'm on father's side. I believe in second sister's abilities. Okay, you're both the good guys, and I'm the bad guy." Madame Lu's lips twitched slightly and she glared at the father and son pair before she left the room. In the rear courtyard, the twin sisters were currently next to the well cleaning up the chicken offal. Xiaolian lifted a bucket of water out of the well and pursed her lips when she saw her younger sister separating the chicken liver, gizzard, and intestines from each other. In the end, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure that these can be used to make something to eat? Were the condiments and seasonings you bought earlier supposed to be used this stuff?" Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and said, "Relax, have some faith in me. I am absolutely not wrong." She used a pair of scissors to cut open the chicken intestines and then used cold water to wash out all of the feces. When they were fixing up the rear courtyard, she had deliberately directed people to create a channel next to the well that connected to the outhouse's latrine pit. By having this, they could wash laundry and vegetables and the dirty water would just flow away. "Cower, what can I do to help?" Madame Lu couldn't bear to just watch the two sisters being busy and walked over. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled at her and said, "Mother, you came at the right time. Do we still have any coarse salt left at home? You can grab it and use it to forcefully scrub the inside of the chicken intestines. This will remove any weird odors from it. Use coarse salt to scrub. Are you sure you can sell this for money? When the time comes, I hope you can sell out because otherwise we won't be able to eat it and would have wasted all of these materials." Although coarse salt was cheap to buy in areas by the sea, about 1 copper coin could buy half a jar of it. Madame Lu was used to being frugal and couldn't help from warning her daughter. Xiao Sao pouted her lips and said, "Mother, relax. My methods are given to me by the god of fortune and they definitely won't fail." After the little girl used the god's name as a rebuttal, Madame Lu didn't say anything more and squatted down to scrub the chicken intestines clean with salt. She was very thorough in her work as she was afraid that if they weren't clean, she'd end up causing more problems for her daughter. Xiao Sao started to fully concentrate on preparing the chicken liver and gizzards. The most important part when cleaning the liver was to cut off the gallbladder on top. This was delicate work because if you weren't careful, it was very easy to cut into the gallbladder and leak out its contents. With the spillage, the liver would have a bitter taste that would influence the taste of the final dish in a bad way. Luckily, she had more than 10 years of experience from her past life in preparing this and could even do it in her sleep. The gizzards, on the other hand, were slightly more troublesome as she needed to cut them open, wash out the feces, and then cut off the inner layer of yellow-colored film. However, this yellow chicken gizzard lining was an important medicinal ingredient and was also called fowl's inner gold. If a child had indigestion from eating too much, the sun-dried fowl's inner gold could be ground into a powder and taken. After taking it, the digestive problems would go away. Xiao Sao was an expert in peeling off this membrane. Out of the 40 so chicken gizzard linings she had to take out, every single one was intact and not a single rip could be seen. After the chicken intestines, liver, and gizzards were all cleaned, Xiao Sao told her mother to go rest. She then pulled Xiaolian into the kitchen with her. The plan was to finish braising all of these meats tonight and then go into town the next day to see if she could sell them. "You want to sell this in town? The townspeople are snobbish and picky. If they found out that you had made these dishes out of the innards of a chicken, they would probably beat you to death. In my opinion, you should try your luck at the docks instead. First of all, we live closer to the docks as it takes less than 2 hours to walk there. Second, the people who work there, such as the fishmongers and dock porters, all wake up early. Most of them either bring their own breakfast from home or buy something. These people don't have high expectations for their food. As long as it tastes good and the price is reasonable, they won't think anything of spending a couple copper coins for food." Xiaolian had overheard her eldest maternal aunt describing her small business on the docks and proposed this idea to Xiao Sao. Xiao Sao thought for a bit and then nodded her head. "Okay. You are right. It's very lively and bustling at Tanggu docks. There's a decent market for food even if we only count those dock workers. We'll go there tomorrow to try our luck." The two sisters went into the kitchen and lit the fire to boil water. After the water reached a boil, they first blanched the chicken to remove any odd odors. Next, they needed to make the seasoning sauce. Whether or not a braised dish tasted good depended heavily on its sauce. There were 3 general types of seasoning sauces for braised food: red sauce, white sauce, and yellow sauce. In her past life, Xiao Sao had received the authentic recipes for the sauces from her shop's boss. All of the sauces were her proprietary specialties. She thought for a bit and then asked Xiaolian, "Xiaolian, give me a couple more coins. I need to go to Dr. Yu to buy some herbs and then I'll come back." At the beginning of spring, Dr. Yu had returned to the village with a young boy around the age of 10. It was said that this boy was his grandnephew or some sort of relative. Xiao Sao had already returned the medicine trunk with all of the money she had earned during the fall and winter back to him. The villagers were also relieved. Although most people had recognized her medical skills, fellow villagers still preferred to have an older doctor to take care of them. "Medicinal herbs, can you really cook with those?" Xiaolian asked, perplexed. Xiao Sao grinned, "Of course. Don't the more wealthy families often eat ginseng chicken and Angelica sinensis stewed with chicken? Don't those dishes contain medicinal ingredients?" Xiaolian muttered under her breath, "How can we compare to those rich people?" However, she still went back to the room and took out the embroidered pouch Xiao Sao had returned to her that afternoon and placed it back into her younger sister's hands. The medicinal herbs that Xiao Sao needed were all very common ones and, thus, were cheap. She only spent 10 copper coins on a bunch of different types. After she got home, she started to make the sauce. Since the weather was cold now, she made sure to blend a large portion of the seasoning sauce. The seasoning sauce of a braised dish could be used multiple times as long as it was stored properly. In fact, the more times the sauce was used and the longer it fermented, the better the taste and quality. This was because the percentage of soluble proteins in the sauce increased as time went by. This was also the reason why the braised dishes made with older sauces had a more mellow and rich taste compared to the newer sauces. Xiao Cao started measuring the ingredients. Her recipe required 20 grams of star anise, 20 grams of Chinese cinnamon, 50 grams of dried orange peel, 20 grams of Sichuan peppercorn, 15 grams of fennel, 20 grams of bay leaves, 15 grams of licorice root, 100 grams of dried hot chili pepper, 150 grams of scallions, 150 grams of fresh ginger, 1 caddy of yellow wine, 400 grams of soy sauce, 200 grams of salt. Author's note: please don't try to make this at home, this is a simplified recipe. When Xiaolian saw 40 copper coins worth of materials being wrapped into a cheesecloth and being thrown into the basin, she hastily said, "Is it okay to make so much on the first try? What if it turns out bad? There won't be a problem with it." Xiao Cao interrupted her firmly. Perhaps her confidence made Xiaolian feel more confident since she didn't make any more comments and only followed Xiao Cao's instructions in increasing or decreasing the heat on the stove. "Smells so good. Mother, do you smell it yet? This must be the smell of second sister's finished awful dish. I'm going to go look." Little Shito, who had been laying on the bed digesting his food, was like a police dog who had smelled something interesting. He scrambled off the Kong bed, hastily slipped on his old and worn cotton shoes, and bolted out the room. He ran so fast that he almost tripped on the threshold of the door. Madame Lu could only laugh and shake her head. "This child. Shitu's father. Let's go look too." Yu Hai was also bursting with curiosity, so he nodded his head and put on his shoes quickly to go to the kitchen. The 40 portions of chicken offal had been stewed together in one big pot and was simmering merrily at low heat on the stove. Little Shito waited impatiently at the side of the stove, his eyes flickering with a feverish, excited light. He resembled a little puppy who had spotted a juicy, meaty bone. All he lacked was a wagging tail and a lolling tongue. Xiao Cao felt that the time was about right and opened the lid. She ladled up some chicken intestines and blew on them a couple of times before offering them to the little fellow's mouth. Little Shito shook his head in refusal. "This will be sold for money, I shouldn't eat it. It's just a small bite, we don't need to save it." Xiao Cao forcefully pushed the food into the little boy's mouth. The braised intestines had a delicious flavor and the texture was very crispy, which gave it a very good mouthfeel. The little fellow closed his eyes in bliss and carefully chewed on the food as he wanted to savor the flavor as long as possible. Xiao Cao also gave everyone else a share to let them all have a taste. Yu Hai and Xiaolian very willingly opened their mouths to eat it. Madame Lu, on the other hand, was much more hesitant. She asked her husband doubtfully, "How's the taste? Does it smell or taste bad?" Xiao Cao didn't know whether she should laugh or cry and said, "Mother, do you really think my cooking is that bad?" Yu Hai soothed her ego by nodding his head profusely. "Delicious, very delicious. You really can't tell these are chicken intestines. They have the flavor of chicken. No, they're even better than your red braised chicken pieces. Yes, if you're going to sell these, there will definitely be people who'll want to eat it." Xiaolian also vigorously nodded her head to express her agreement. Xiao Cao also took a taste herself and slightly frowned and said, "Too bad we don't have any MSG or bone broth. The taste is not as good as it could be. However, it's still quite good." Once Madame Lu saw that everyone was praising the food ceaselessly, she got the courage to try a mouthful. As soon as she put it in her mouth, the fragrant and dense flavor stunned her. Is this really the flavor of those dirty chicken intestines? This is truly too inconceivable. Xiao Cao also put the leftover chicken blood from the previous night into the stew. After braising it together, she was planning on selling it together with the chicken offal. "How much should I sell one caddy for?" Xiao Cao somewhat worriedly talked to herself. Yu Hai gave her a very good idea. The dock workers could usually earn around 30 to 40 copper coins a day. When business wasn't as good, they could still get more than 20 coins. The braised food that Xiao Cao made still had the taste of meat even if it was made with chicken offal. If she sold it by the caddy and the price was low, then she wouldn't make much money. On the other hand, If the price was high, then no one would buy it. However, if she split into small packets of food and sold it for 1 copper coin a packet, then the workers definitely wouldn't care about spending 1 to 2 copper coins. After all, it was food that had meat in it and was tasty and cheap. How could it not sell? Xiao Xiao felt like she had reached the light at the end of the tunnel and regarded her father with gleaming and admiring eyes. She had to admit, her father really had a head for business. Yu Hai felt his pride swell when he saw his daughter's worshipful gaze. He chuckled as he went to find some oiled paper. The whole family worked together to make 60 little portion packets of the braised chicken offal. Each packet had some intestines, liver, and gizzards. The chicken blood was not easy to pack into the oiled paper, so instead they put it all into a jar. When they were selling the food, they could add a little chicken blood to each portion. This way, the portion size of each 1 copper coin packet wouldn't be small. That night, Xiao Xiao was so excited that she tossed and turned on the Kong bed for a long time but still couldn't fall asleep. It was only after about 3 in the morning did she finally doze a little before she woke up at dawn. When Yu Hai saw the dark circles underneath his younger daughter's eyes, he laughed and teased her, still inexperienced, "Huh? Aren't you super confident in your own skills, eh? What are you worrying for? Hey, do I look worried, eh?" I was excited, okay. After finishing breakfast at the crack of dawn, Xiao Xiao refused her father's offer to come with her. Instead, she brought along the equally excited little Shido and started walking in the direction of the docks, with a large basket holding their goods. As the rays of the early morning sun shone upon the docks, the area was as bustling and lively as before. The sounds of hawkers advertising their wares, shouts, and work chants, wove together again. A cargo ship from far away had just reached the shore and the dock workers were in full swing unloading the goods. This was her second time coming to the docks. As before, Xiao Xiao took in the sights and sounds of the scene with an interested curiosity. "Second sister, where should we go to sell our braised food?" Little Shido had a lot of confidence in his sister and was eager to get started. Xiao Xiao thought a bit. The dock workers and fishermen most likely had brought food from home with them. However, in the chilly air of dawn, most of them still needed to drink a hot bowl of soup to warm themselves up. Therefore, she walked towards a row of low straw sheds with her basket in hand. The stalls here sold porridge, hot noodle soup, or steamed buns fresh from the stove. There were also people like her with baskets on their arms, selling some small appetizers from home or some pickled vegetables. For example, Xiao Xiao's eldest maternal aunt was one of these people. "Is that Xiao Xiao? Ah, I didn't get the wrong person, right?" Eldest aunt greeted the two siblings warmly when she saw them with a loving smile on her face. "Eldest aunt," little Shido impatiently shouted, "Eldest aunt, my second sister made some delicious meat and vegetable dishes and we're going to sell them at the docks. Second sister's food is really good. Eldest aunt, eldest cousin, do you want to try some?" Eldest aunt shook her head, "You're going to sell your food, so we won't try any. However, a dish that contains meat can't possibly be cheap, right? It might be hard to sell here. If you guys want to talk, go to the side and talk. All of you standing here will ruin my business." Behind them was a place that sold hot noodle soup under a makeshift shelter. Under the awning was a couple of shabby-looking tables and chairs. The single woman manning the area, who had crankily interjected, had high cheekbones, thin and sparse eyebrows, and a pair of narrow eyes. "Auntie, I'm only selling a couple of side dishes and won't be competing with your business, could I possibly?" Xiao Xiao knew that the workers who had the money to buy noodles would definitely not be so stingy that they couldn't afford a copper coin to try a braised dish. No, leave, you're hindering my sales right now. Can you afford to pay me back?" The woman with the high cheekbones glared at them in disdain from the corner of her eyes. The expression in them showed that she regarded them as beggars. Eldest aunt pulled Xiao Xiao, who had wanted to say something, away and softly said, "Let's go. This woman is infamous for being difficult. You can go to Grandpa Lu's booth and try there. His family also sells noodles." Just as they were talking, the dock workers had been let out for a break. A sea of dark-colored heads started rushing this way. When eldest aunt saw the group of men coming over, she hastily said to the two siblings, "Right now is the time to sell food and snacks. You two need to quickly start advertising. Do you guys know how?" Do you need me to help you? Xiao Sao shook her head in refusal and said, Eldest aunt, you should go back to your own work. Before we came here, our father already told us on how to advertise to customers. After eldest aunt left, the two siblings went over to the front of a stall with an old man who had kind-looking eyes. They politely asked, Grandfather, can we sell our appetizers next to your booth? This old man was the same Grandpa Lu that their eldest aunt had spoken about earlier. He was someone who was very easy to talk to. He felt sympathy for the two siblings, who had to sell things at such a young age, and easily agreed to their request. The two siblings found a spot next to the stall and smiled at each other. Little Shito immediately started to shout, 1 copper coin for a meat dish, only 1 copper coin for a meat dish. Excuse me, older uncle who has some food from home, buy a packet of this meat dish and try some. If it's not tasty, we'll give your money back. Oh what, there's someone selling a dish with meat in it. For only 1 copper coin a portion. Are they stupid? Meat is so expensive right now. If they're selling it for 1 copper coin, won't they be losing instead of making money? A copper coin's worth of food with meat would probably not be enough to even get stuck in my teeth. Forget it, us brothers should go buy some salted, pickled vegetables to eat instead. Ellipsis. Although Little Shitu's advertising had stirred the interests of many of the dockworkers, of the people who came over to look, none of them actually bought any. Little Shito started to feel anxious and looked at his sister and said, Older sister, what should we do? This food is so delicious, why won't they buy any? Xiao Sao had long predicted that this type of situation might happen. Most people needed some time to pass in order to get used to something new. She thought and then opened the basket and unwrapped one of the oil paper packets containing food. She borrowed Grandpa Lu's knife that was used to cut noodles and sliced the chicken offal into small bites. She walked up to a man who was eating noodle soup and smiled, Older uncle, try my meat dish. It's completely free. If it doesn't taste good, then you won't be losing anything, right? The man hesitated for a second and was about to take the proffered bite of chicken gizzard when he was stopped by one of his companions next to him who said, Don't. Old How, who knows whether or not she's a swindler? If you eat it, she might insinuate that you owe her money and then what will you do? When the man heard that, he withdrew his hand. Little Shitu's eyes opened wide in worry and anxiety. However, Xiao Sao was as cool as a cucumber. A bright smile graced her face. As she said, Older uncle, just look at me and my little brother. We're tiny and there's no way we can fight against even your finger. How could we possibly swindle you? Old How stroked his chin and decided that the little girl was right. If he said that the food didn't taste good and refused to give them money, then they'd be out of luck. The money was in his own pouch, and there was no way the two children could steal it from him, right? He took a bamboo skewer from Xiao Sao, speared a piece of chicken liver, and carefully chewed it after he popped it in his mouth. The mellow and savory flavor of the chicken liver slowly spread across his mouth, and his eyes started shining in delight at the taste. Good, so good, it really is incredibly delicious. Is it just 1 copper coin? Give me a portion. Old How fished a copper coin from his pouch without any hesitation. His companion shook his head and said, Is it really that delicious? 1 copper coin's worth is not going to get you much. Old How, you've been had. Little Shito glared fiercely at the other man and said, My father had told us that it is important to be honest when we're doing business. This our first time selling something, so we wouldn't do something as stupid as to ruin the trust of others. Xiao Sao took out a packet of pre-wrapped food from her basket and said cheerfully, That's right, that's right. In the future, we'll continue selling 1 copper coin's worth of meat dishes, and the types of food we bring will rotate constantly. We definitely want to keep our good reputations. Older Uncle How, here's your braised appetizer dish. With the alluring taste of the food still lingering in his mouth. Old How ripped into the packet of oiled paper impatiently. He found that inside the packet was not only the dish that he had tried, but that there were also other varieties available. All of the food combined together was enough to fill about half of a small bowl. He took a little taste of everything and discovered that even though the textures were all different, every single bite was tasty and delicious. Is this called braised food? I have never heard of it. Quite good, it's delicious and a good deal. Give me another portion, I need to bring some back to give my wife and children a taste. Old How mixed the rest of the braised chicken offal into his bowl of noodle soup. The addition of the meat had made the noodles that had tasted heavily of beans immediately taste better. Okay. Xiao Cao took the copper coin and then took out another pouch of braised chicken offal. She even ladled up a spoonful of braised chicken blood from her jar and placed it into Old How's bowl and said, "This blood tofu is too soft and tender. If I put it in the oiled paper packets, it would have gotten smushed into smithereens. It's better for me to add some on top of your noodles." Wow, this is such a great portion size for one copper coin. Old How felt like he was the one taking advantage of them. The people around them all saw Old How praising the food endlessly as he scarfed it down bite by bite. One copper wasn't a lot of money to them, so they all lined up, one after another, to buy a portion to taste. A couple of them put the food into the flat cakes they had brought from home, while others put it directly into the vegetable soup they bought. A few other people bought some warm steamed rolls and ate it with the braised food. Many people discovered that the food was tasty and came back for a second helping. Even the cheapest meat sold at the markets was priced at more than 10 copper coins a catty. One copper coin could, at most, get you 2 small slices of meat. The food that the little girl was selling not only tasted better than the food they had at home but also had a decent portion size. It was a good deal. Without much effort, Xiao Cao had sold off 40 portions of braised food. The money she had spent on seasonings had been earned back, so Xiao Cao was as happy as a clam. Next to her were a few people who had come by late and were afraid that they had missed out. "It's so loud over there, what's going on? If someone's causing trouble, don't blame me if I have to expel them from here." The foreman was at the only shack in the area that sold stir-fried dishes. He had ordered a few of their house specialties and politely poured the steward a cup of wine. "Sir, I'll go over there and look." The foreman always had a few errand runners next to him. The man ran towards the area that was wreathed by people. "Steward Lu, the conditions here are too simple and crude. A little further from here is a small market and there are a couple of restaurants there that have decent food. How about?" The foreman looked at the few dishes in front of him and felt they looked quite pitiful. He was afraid that the manager would not be satisfied with the area's offerings and would not do business with him in the future. Steward Lu shook his head and said, "The cargo I have right now is urgently needed in the capital. I can eat any time, so it's more important to get the cargo loaded before we discuss other things." All right, don't worry, Steward Lu, I promise that I can get all of the cargo loaded before 1 in the afternoon." The foreman raised his wine cup and toasted Steward Lu. Steward Lu was a steward for a well-known, wealthy merchant in the capital. If he took good care of him, then in the future, the Lu family's monthly business would all go to him and not get taken away from his arch-business rival. "Sir, there's no one causing trouble. There's a little girl selling a copper coin's worth of braised meat dishes. All of the others said it's very good, so I also bought a portion back. You and Steward Lu can try some." The errand runner was perceptive and had dipped into his own pockets to show respect to his boss. If he took good care of his boss, then wouldn't he get more benefits in the future? What kind of food can 1 copper coin buy? What kind of meat? Is it edible? The foreman grumbled as he took a bite. The taste was really not bad. "Steward Lu, this braised meat dish is quite delicious. It actually tastes better than the food at the restaurants in the markets. Do you want to try some?" As the chief steward of a large merchant household, Steward Lu had tasted all kinds of dishes. However, when he picked up a piece of chicken gizzard and put it into his mouth to eat, the expression on his face softened immediately. He had traveled extensively as a part of his duties, but he had never eaten something as delicious as this before. Steward Lu casually asked, "From what I can tell, this is neither pork nor beef nor lamb. It seems to have the flavor of chicken, but I have never encountered food made this way before." Not bad. The taste is also very palatable." When the foreman noticed that Steward Lu ate several bites of the food in a row and seemed to want to continue, he hurriedly directed the errand runner, "It's hard to find something that Steward Lu likes. Go buy 2 more portions now." Steward Lu didn't stop them and a satisfied look crossed his face. The foreman smirked inside. "It looks like this big customer is finally mine. Sir, the 1 copper coin's worth of braised meat dish has all been sold out. However, I brought over the little girl who was selling it. Her basket still has some blood tofu left. She wants to know if you want any. Erzi was unable to buy the braised chicken offal and huffily came back. Blood tofu. Is that the dusty brown lumps that's in here? Didn't know it was called blood tofu. It's more tender than tofu and the taste is much better too. Steward Lu lightly picked a piece of the braised chicken blood in his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth with avid pleasure. Since he could tell Steward Lu liked it, the foreman turned and spoke to Xiaosao. I want the rest of the blood tofu in your jar. If I give you 10 copper coins, is that enough? Xiaosao grinned winsomely and shook her head. Foreman uncle, it's not worth that much. I at most have about a bowl's worth of blood tofu left. Just give me 2 copper coins and it's a done deal. Steward Lu glanced over and said, I would have never expected that something so inexpensive could taste so exquisite and delicious. What is this blood tofu actually made of? Xiaosao thought a bit and then replied, Steward uncle, are you able to accept foods that are not commonly eaten? Steward Lu guffawed and said, I'm in charge of a lot of business and travel all the time. What haven't I eaten before? In southern Guangdong, I've even eaten mice and vipers. Oftentimes what sounds scary to eat actually tastes just fine. Tell me, little girl, you can't scare this old man. Xiaosao was now relieved. She nodded and smiled. I didn't expect that Steward uncle is also a big eater. To be honest, my blood tofu is created using a secret method to braise the chicken blood. Although it doesn't look elegant, the taste is still pretty good. Chicken blood. I didn't even smell a trace of blood when I ate it. Yet the tofu is still so smooth and tender. Wonderful, wonderful. Steward Lu didn't slow down his eating speed as he talked. He had heard that the people of Jinling used duck blood to make soup but didn't expect that chicken blood could also be consumed. When the foreman saw that Steward Lu was happily eating the blood tofu, his heart settled back down with relief. He took out 5 copper coins and gave it to Xiaosao. Here, the remaining money is to reward you. In the future, will you still be selling blood tofu at the dock? Xiaosao also didn't act too formally. She smiled as she took the copper coins and said, in the future, I will still be selling meat dishes for 1 copper coin with my little brother. However, I might not be selling blood tofu. But foreman, don't worry. The taste of my meat dishes won't be worse than my blood tofu. Xiaosao, your eldest aunt had told me that you were selling things here, so I came to find you. Xiaosao's eldest uncle, Lu Pei, walked towards her in large strides. He asked with concern, did you eat breakfast yet? Eldest uncle found work today, so I came to invite you and Shido to eat white steamed buns. Eldest uncle, we already had breakfast before we came here. You didn't eat yet, right? Oh right, I still have half a portion of some braised food. Why don't you eat that with a flatbread? Xiaosao knew that whenever eldest aunt came here to sell things, she would always bring food for eldest uncle. Therefore, she stuffed the remaining free samples of braised chicken into Lu Pei's hands. This is what you're selling. It smells very fragrant. I can just eat flatbread with pickles. Why don't you sell the rest of this? When Lu Pei smelled the fragrant dish, he secretly swallowed his saliva. But he wasn't willing to take advantage of his niece. Xiaosao didn't take back the paper pouch that the braised food was in. She blinked her eyes at her eldest uncle. My business went pretty well today. The braised food that I had brought here has all been sold out. How can I sell half a portion of a dish? It's not like I can split a copper coin in half. Eldest uncle, go do what you need to do. I will go to the market and have a look. Quote. After she finished speaking, she pulled her little brother's hand and ran away. When the foreman saw the scene, he laughed. Brother Lu, she is your niece. The meat dishes she sells for 1 copper coin taste good. Even Steward Lu from the capital felt that it tasted good. If you don't want it, then you can just sell it to me. All the braised food that he had bought earlier had entered Steward Lu's stomach. He only had 2 bites of blood tofu. Now, he craved it. Ah, foreman's son, what are you saying? If you like it, you can just take it. Why are you talking about buying or selling? In order to work at the docks, they must first be inspected by foreman's son. If they had a good relationship with foreman's son, then it would be easier to find a job in the future. Foreman's son was very pleased with Lu Pei taking the high road. He ate the rich and delicious braised food when he suddenly said, Didn't your nephew come with you a few days ago? Did he come with you today? The young man looks tall and strong. He seems like he has a lot of strength. Once he has eaten, let him help with unloading too. Quote. The person that Foreman is talking about was the son of the second branch of the Liu family, Liu Jiwei. Because of his young age, the foreman usually didn't like to hire him. It was common knowledge that a worker could earn 20 to 30 copper coins in a day from loading and unloading goods at the dock. When Liu Pei heard what Foreman's son had said, he was overjoyed. He repeatedly said, "Thank you, Foreman's son. My nephew has also come today. Don't worry, that kid is used to doing manual labor. He is very honest, and he definitely won't disappoint you. What are you thanking me for? In the future, make sure your niece leaves a meat dish behind every day. Just eating a little isn't really satisfying. But don't worry, I will pay for what it's worth." Steward Liu had left after eating and drinking his fill. Foreman's son was now happily eating and drinking and felt very satisfied with the food. The Tanggu docks had a moderately sized market. On every 3rd, 6th, 9th, and 15th of a month, as well as New Year's, the people from the nearby villages would come and sell their own products or buy goods that they needed. Although it was called a market, it felt more like a street than a market. On both sides of the market, there were short houses made of grass. Occasionally there would be an eye-catching brick house. But whether it was a house made of grass or brick, it was only open when the market was open. Usually, their doors would be tightly closed. Today was February 16th, and it was a market day today. Even though the market was small, there were still quite a bit of people here. On both sides of the street, the houses towards the front had become a simple vegetable market. Some people carried their frozen radishes and cabbages for sale on their shoulders, while others carried varieties of chicken, duck, and eggs they had raised to sell. There were also street vendors who sold daily necessities. All of these vendors tried their best to attract customers. The sounds of people selling their products, bargaining, and even the sound of gossipers talking all wove together and made it a lively scene. Xiao Xiao held her little brother's hand and walked through the crowd. But, from time to time, they would sway unsteadily from being squeezed by the crowd. "Xiao Xiao, Shito, did you come here by yourself? Is it because there's nothing to eat at home?" What a coincidence! Before they walked very far, they met another acquaintance again. The person who had just spoken was Xiao Xiao's grandfather. Following behind him was her uncle, Yu Dashan, who was carrying a fishing basket. Although Xiao Xiao was dissatisfied with her grandfather and her inarticulate uncle, she didn't harbor any malice towards them. She gave them a faint smile and replied, "No, Shito and I just came here to take a look." Old Yu looked at his grandson and granddaughter who had become somewhat alienated from him. He thought about how his second son had left the house with practically nothing. If it wasn't for the relatives who had sent money to his son and the villagers who had aided him, they probably wouldn't have a house to live in such a cold day. Thinking back to that, he couldn't help but feel guilty. After thinking about it, he turned around and took the fish basket from Dashan. He poured the remaining 10 small yellow croakers that they couldn't sell into Xiao Xiao's basket. Old Yu stroked little Shitu's head using his fishy hands and said, "Take these fish home to eat. Do you have any money on you? If you don't, Grandpa can buy you what you want." Yu Dashan's mouth moved as he glanced at his father. But in the end, he didn't say anything. These days, without the fishing expert, Yu Hai, they had caught fewer and fewer fish. In addition, the varieties of fish they caught had also dwindled. They had lost quite a few regular customers in town. Now, their business was getting worse and worse. Every time they brought home money, Madame Zhang would complain that it was too little and that it was not enough for the family's expenses. The money they had earned by selling fish this time was the lowest amount they had earned. If they also bought things for the children, he was afraid that they'll never hear the end of it when they returned home. When he saw Xiao Xiao sensibly shaking her head and heard her say, "Grandfather, there's no need. We brought money with us," he felt relieved. At home, his mother kept harping on about money, and his wife talked too much. All of this made him feel very annoyed. After saying goodbye to their grandfather, Xiao Xiao continued walking forward. Suddenly, she was attracted to a pork stall in the distance. She pulled little Shito and walked over. The swarthy and plump butcher had a tangled and coarse beard. His eyes were especially big, which made it seem like he was glaring at people whenever he looked at them. He appeared to be quite fierce-looking. However, the people who knew him all knew that Butcher Wong was famous for being a good person. Whenever he sold meat, he never gave the customers less meat or change. He even gave his regular customers some things that are of little value. His reputation was quite good in the nearby villages. "Little girl, are you buying meat?" Butcher Wong knew that his appearance often scared children and made them cry. So, when he saw the sister and brother pair, he hurriedly showed them what he believed to be a kind smile. He also softened his voice as he called out to them. But he didn't know that this kind of expression made him look even more fierce. Little Shido was scared by the butcher and hid behind his second sister. But after thinking about it, he stepped forward and walked in front of his sister. At home, he had boasted that he would protect his sister well. However, from his clenched fist, trembling body, and reddening face, it was obvious that he was about to cry. Everyone could sense his fear and nervousness. When Butcher Wong saw that his smile produced the opposite of his desired result, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. But he didn't forget to praise little Shido. "Little guy, you are very brave. You know how to protect your sister. You really are a young man." From his manner and tone, Xiao Cao determined that this man was a blockhead who had a mean-looking face but a heart of gold. She held her brother's shoulders and ruffled his head, smiling as she said, "Uncle is praising you, aren't you going to quickly thank him?" Little Shido bashfully lowered his head. In a small voice, he replied, "Thank you for your praise. Good child, what a good child. What do you want to buy? Uncle will give you a discount." Butcher Wong laughed out loud. His voice was loud and clear like the rumbling of thunder. Yu Xiaocao looked at the meat in the stall. She saw that what was remaining was less than 2 caddies of a moderately sized, not too fat and not too thin leg meat. There was also some fatty oil, a few pig bones, and a large pig head. Her line of sight was instantly attracted by the pig head. She proceeded to ask, "Uncle, how is this pig head sold? Do you also sell pig liver, pig heart, pig stomach, and the large intestines of pigs?" During this time period, almost all the pig heads were used as a sacrifice to the gods. Very few families in the villages would eat them. The main reason that people didn't eat pig heads was that they disliked the distinct flavor of the pig heads. If the flavor isn't properly taken care of, then the oil, salt, firewood, and the grains they used would be wasted on the pig's head. But since both the 12th lunar month and the first month of the lunar year had passed, no one had been interested in the pig head. After hearing her questions, Butcher Wong asked her with good intentions, "Little girl, why does your family want a pig head? What are they planning to do with it? Pig heads don't taste good. Why don't you buy some pig bones and make a stew with it? I can sell you the pig bones for a cheaper price. As for the pig liver and pig hearts, it has been all sold out. The filthy and smelly pig stomach and pig intestines have either been thrown out or fed to the dogs. Is your family raising a dog?" Just as she had expected. The people from this time period didn't have a method to cleanse the dirty and smelly internal organs of animals. Because they didn't have a method to cleanse it, they didn't dare to eat them. However, the pig stomach and pig intestines tasted delicious after being braised. In addition, the braised pig head dish was one of the most popular braised foods her shop had sold in her previous life. "Uncle, I also don't know what they're going to do with those items. It was my father who had told me to buy those items. How much does the pig head cost per caddy? Also, please give me all of the pig stomach and pig intestines." Xiao Cao pointed at the pig head with a smile, confidently asking him to sell her those items. Butcher Wong nodded his head and said, "There's no need to weigh the pig head. Pig heads are usually sold after the buyer and seller comes to an agreement. A pig head usually costs 8 copper coins. But since it's off-season right now, I'll sell it to you for 6 copper coins. The pork stomach and intestines haven't been thrown away today. I'll give them to you for free if you want it." Wow! A pig head usually weighed around 7 to 8 caddies, but it was only sold for 6 copper coins. It was so cheap that it was almost ridiculous. What's more, the pig stomach and intestines were offered to her for free. Yu Xiaocao felt that she had gotten a huge deal for this trip. Thinking about her long-term business, she suddenly asked, "Uncle, seeing that there aren't many things left in your stall, your business must be doing good. How frequently does your family to kill a pig? Butcher Wong laughed out loud and proudly replied, thanks to the blessings from the villagers, my meat stall business has been doing well. Almost every time the market opens, we kill one pig. At other times, we are busy catching pigs in the village. Yu Xiaosao earnestly asked, the next time you kill a pig, can you leave me the pig blood, pork tripe, and pig intestine? I can give you the money for it. Butcher Wong was very curious and puzzledly asked, what do you want these things for? Little girl, these things are both smelly and dirty. They really don't taste good. Yu Xiaosao mysteriously smiled and said, I know, but I have a use for them. How about this? I will place an order on those items for 2 copper coins. You usually throw those things out, but if you sell it to me, you will earn an extra 2 copper coins. Butcher Wang's business was pretty good, so he didn't care for an extra 2 copper coins. He smiled and said, okay, I will keep those items for you. But you don't need to pay for it. Consider it as a gift from this uncle. If your family needs to buy meat in the future, just remember to take care of my business. That will be enough. Do you want me to use straw ropes to tie up the pig head for you? I will also go to the house to get some pork tripe and pig intestines for you. Butcher Wong didn't forget to get some rice straws to carefully make a cushion inside Xiaosao's basket. He feared that the pork tripe and intestines will dirty the fish on the bottom of the basket. Xiaosao allowed him to also put the pig head inside the basket. She considered this to be a rewarding journey because she had profited a lot. After that, she spent another 10 copper coins to buy a jar of soybean oil. The basket was stuffed to the brim with items, so it was quite heavy. Little Shido picked up a wooden stick from the roadside. Utilizing the stick, both the older sister and younger brother carried the basket together. On their way home, they walked and took occasional breaks from carrying the basket. Because of this, they didn't get home until it was afternoon. They had just walked to the entrance of the village when they saw a familiar figure pacing back and forth. The small shadow underneath its foot followed the figure as it wandered back and forth. When the little roe deer saw the sister and brother, it took the initiative to run over to them. First, it ran over to Xiaosao's feet and acted like a spoiled child, rubbing its head against her leg a few times. After that, it ran over to little Shido to play with him. Ha ha, Tiny, we haven't seen each other for half a day, did you miss me? Our Tiny is the most sensible for coming over and greeting us. Second sister, I'm afraid that we don't even know where your little glutinous dumpling has run off to. Father is right, it's hard to get a stray kitten to become close to you. Little Shido held the little roe deer as it licked his face. His face was covered in saliva, but he was still taking pleasure in it. The mini golden kitten that the little divine stone had taken the form of was very proud and haughty. It didn't pay heed to anyone from the family besides Xiaosao. Little Shido wanted to get closer to it, but he was scratched by its claws, leaving behind a few red marks. Little Shido loved the kitten, but he also feared it. Thus, he would always make sour remarks about it. Xiaosao found the situation to be rather funny. She pinched little Shitu's face and said, "What? Has little glutinous dumpling offended you again? You really are too much for holding a grudge against a kitten." Ever since the little divine stone had a physical form, it would bring its real body, the multicolored stone, out to look for the spring water with the most amount of spiritual energy in the forest. Every day, it would leave early and come home late. It would soak in the spring water for the entire day and obediently return home at nighttime. Xiaolian, who had been pacing around the entrance of the village for a long time, gasped for breath as she ran over. She took over the basket from her siblings and was astonished when she felt the weight of the basket. When they went out, the basket wasn't this heavy. So, when Xiaolian felt the weight of the basket, she thought that they didn't sell any of the braised chicken giblets. She comforted her younger siblings, "Tonight, there will be a lot of fine food. The small piece of chicken gizzard that we tasted yesterday was tasteless. But tonight, you'll be able to eat your fill. Little sister, thanks to your blessing, our dinner will be more sumptuous than the New Year's." Xiaosao was just about to lament about her appetite when little Shido was unable to wait any longer. He noisily shouted, "Eldest sister, all the braised food dishes we have brought there today were sold. We didn't even have enough to sell. Guess how much money we have earned. Quickly guess." "You sold everything. Xiaolian opened her mouth in surprise. Do I really need to guess? I was the one who had divided the servings of braised food. When I was dividing them up, I counted a total of 60 servings. So, it would be 60 copper coins at most, since it only cost 1 copper coin each. But, did you guys really sell everything? When Xiaoxiao saw the uncertain expression on her sister's face, she giggled. She replied, we sold everything in less than half an hour. We didn't even have enough to sell. Many people, who either bought or didn't manage to buy our food, asked me if I would still be selling tomorrow. Even a steward, who had come from the capital, praised the taste of our braised food. That's great, but unfortunately, Auntie Joe's family doesn't often have the chance to kill that many chickens. On one hand, Xiaolian was very happy with the results from today. But on the other hand, she felt regretful because it was just a one-time business opportunity. However, she quickly pulled herself together. She weighed the heavy basket in her hand and asked, little sister, what did you buy? You didn't spend all of the 60 copper coins that you earned, did you? No wonder mother always says that you can never save any money. I didn't. I only spent 16 copper coins. This time, we have earned back the money that we spent. In the future, we will only be gaining profits when we sell. When we have enough money later, we should also make a hut at the docks, selling all kinds of braised food. Xiaoxiao patted the place where her purse was placed. She was confident in her braised food business. Xiaolian, Xiaoxiao, and little Shito, where did the three of you come from? The village idiot's wife had her eyes fixed at the heavy basket in Xiaolian's hands. She was full of laughter when she asked. The village idiot's wife was a famous gossiper in the village. She and Madame Li were quite a pair since their ability to gossip were on par with each other. Xiaolian didn't want to pay her any attention. In a perfunctory manner, she replied, little sister had said that she wants to take a look at the dock. So, I made little Shito take her there. Auntie, my little sister, and brother haven't even eaten breakfast yet. We will be going first. The village idiot's wife looked at the three siblings' backs as they hurriedly left. Her mouth twitched and scoffed, you brought a basket to play at the dock. I don't know what kind of good things are in that basket. By the way, didn't Li Guiwa complain that the money her father-in-law and husband brought home was less than before? Could it be that old Yu secretly gave his fish to the siblings? No, I have to go and tell her. The village idiot's wife went to find Madame Li, adding oil and vinegar as she told her the story. When Madame Li heard the story, she became extremely angry. Good, no wonder they were earning less and less money from selling fish recently. It turned out that they have been supplementing the second son, that group of rubbish and invalids. Xiaoxiao and her siblings had just reached home and hadn't even put the content of the basket in their kitchen, when Madame Li arrived right behind them. She boldly and confidently kicked open Xiaoxiao's family's front door. If their front door wasn't newly built, it would have probably been broken by Madame Li's kick. She hadn't even entered the door when her pheasant-like voice loudly shouted, second brother-in-law, come out. We have already separated our households, yet you're still clinging onto the old man, trying to suck his blood dry. Do you still have a conscience? Quickly bring out what you have taken from him. Yu Hai, who was making bamboo utensils in the courtyard, was stunned and at a complete loss about what she was yelling about. He replied, eldest sister-in-law, you can't make irresponsible remarks. After separating our branch, I haven't taken anything from your family. When you accuse other people, you need evidence. Humph, you didn't take money or things from the family. Then how did you build this house? How did you build those pieces of furniture? Don't tell me that all of that was supplemented from second sister-in-law's family. We all know the situation with the Liu family. How are they able to give you a dozen or more taels of silver? Do you want evidence? Good. The items in that basket are evidence. Madame Li looked around the courtyard with her triangular eyes. Then, as if she had gotten evidence that she could use against them, she pointed at the basket that Xiaolian had just put down while coldly sneering. Fortunately, Xiaoxiao's family lived some distance from the fishing village. There were only 2 to 3 families living nearby. Otherwise, with Madame Li's loud voice, it would have attracted a crowd of people to come here and watch the show. Even so, their neighbor from the west side, Madame Mao, leaned in front of her front door, trying to eavesdrop on what was going on. Madame Fang also came over and tried to convince Madame Li in a low voice. Fortunately, today was the day that Madame Lu went to town to help people wash their clothes. Otherwise, she would have been angered by Madame Li's words. Xiao Xiao, who had been drinking a bowl of warm boiled water, poured the water on the ground when she heard Madame Li's accusations. The warm water had almost landed on Madame Li's foot. Xiao Xiao bluntly said, "Do you want to calculate? Okay, then let's carefully calculate, disregarding everything else. Just the money earned from the game that my father hunted in the mountains and sold were worth more than 10 taels a year, right? I won't mention anything too long ago, so let's calculate it from when little Shido was born. In the 6 years since Shido was born, my father has given grandmother at least 60 taels of silver. After subtracting 2 taels each year for expenses, there should be at least 50 taels remaining. Furthermore, there was still the money earned from selling fishing. Even after using them for daily expenses, there should still be some money left over. Yes, we have spent over a dozen taels for my father's injury. Let's just round it up to 20 taels. Then there should still be around 30 taels remaining at home. When we were separating from the family, how much did we get? When we separated our branches, it was as if you were trying to get rid of beggars, giving us only 2 taels of silver. The house we lived in was broken and water easily leaked in. The food that we got from splitting the household wasn't even enough to eat for half a month. What is 2 taels of silver enough to do? If it's not for my maternal grandmother borrowing some money for us and all the uncles from the village helping us rebuild the house, we would still be living in that run-down house that has cracks and leaks rain. Are you saying that grandfather is giving us money, even if other people don't know how much they earned from selling fish every day, but wouldn't eldest uncle know? If grandfather takes his hard-earned money to supplement us, would eldest uncle not complain? Wouldn't he tell you?" After being rebuked by a little girl, Madame Li's face turned from red to pale. However, she couldn't defend herself and refute her claims. She was right. Her father-in-law might feel sorry for his second son, but her husband was always there when he went fishing and selling fish. If the old man had subsidized them, her husband might help him hide it once or twice. However, if it continued for a long time, he would definitely have some complaints. Then, what about the basket that was full of things that the village idiot's wife was talking about? With her brother-in-law's current situation, it was impossible for him to buy so many things. When Madame Li thought up to this point, she was immediately full of life again, like she was cockfighting. "Are you saying that father-in-law didn't supplement you with anything? Then what is in that basket? Weren't you just crying about how you didn't even have enough to eat? Then where did you get the money to buy so many things? If you have the guts, open the basket and let this old lady have a look. Just what is inside?" Xiao Xiao sneered and asked wickedly, "Eldest aunt, are you sure you want to take a look?" "Of course, I want to take a look. That is the evidence that father-in-law is being partial to your family." Madame Li jumped as she hooted and the fats on her face trembled along with her movements. Her face right now looked really similar to the pig head that Xiao Xiao bought today. "Okay, if that's the case, I will fulfill your wish." Xiao Xiao bent over and opened the basket. She took out the pig head from inside the basket and using some force, she threw it at Madame Li. Madame Li only saw a black shadow flying at her, so she subconsciously reached out her hands and caught it. She lowered her head and looked at the thing she was holding. Oh my mother! An ugly pig with its eyes rolled to the back of his head so only the whites of his eyes were showing. It was staring straight at her. "Ah!" Madame Li screamed as she quickly threw the pig head away. "Didn't you want to see it? I'll let you look. Take a look." Xiao Xiao was thinking, if it weren't for Madame Li who had pushed the original host of the body to death, perhaps she wouldn't have transmigrated. Maybe, the Lin Xiaowen from the modern world wouldn't have died. As she thought about it, the resentment in her heart increased greatly. She grabbed the stinky pork tripe and pig intestines and threw them directly at Madame Li's face. Right after Madame Li threw the pig head away in a panic, she suddenly felt a long thing fall on her shoulders. Her head and chest had also been hit by something soft. Immediately a horrendous stench arose, like the smell of a pigsty that hadn't been cleaned up, and the scent assaulted her nostrils. When she could finally clearly see what was on her, she acted as if she had stepped on a bunch of hot coals. She jumped in fright and screamed as if she was a pig at slaughter. Words just blabbered out of her mouth in an unending stream, and she felt like something had exploded near her ears as she continuously retreated. You need to die, need to die. I am your eldest paternal aunt, yet you dare to pelt me with such disgusting things. Do you no longer believe in the young respecting the old? If you can treat me this way, then the next time you will treat your grandmother this way. I want the entire village to know how Madame Lu has taught her kids. Madame Li lowered her head to look at her clothes that were made dirty. The acrid smell of pig feces on her body repeatedly assaulted her nose and made her stomach roll in nausea. She almost fainted at this moment. Xiao Cao smiled sweetly at her. Eldest aunt, how did I not show you proper respect? You said you wanted to see what was in our basket, and I was afraid that your eyes weren't so good due to your age, so I especially delivered the things in front of you to let you see them more clearly. Now that you see what they are you still going to say that grandfather is secretly giving us money on the sly? Without waiting for Madame Li to reply, Xiao Cao continued after increasing the volume of her voice. Eldest aunt, there was one thing you said correctly, our family really doesn't have much at home. Today I brought my younger brother to the docks because I wanted to see the markets over there. I wanted to find out if I could pick up any vegetables on the ground that other people didn't want or other food like that. Uncle Wang, who's the butcher in town, saw that we were pitiful and gave a pig head to us. As for the pig tripe and pig intestines, little Shido and I picked them up from the ground to see if we can eat them after washing them clean. As long as we don't die from eating them, does it matter if it smells a little? It's still better than starving to death. Our family is already at this point in our lives, so why would eldest aunt claim that our grandfather is subsidizing us? Do you really want our whole family to die? If my whole family dies of starvation or from freezing to death, will that make you happy? After tasting the steamed stuffed buns that Xiao Cao had sent her family earlier, Madame Mao's opinion of Xiao Cao and her whole family was quite good. At the side, she idly commented, this is the first time that I've heard of an older sister-in-law forcing her younger brother-in-law's entire family to die in the entire Dongshan village. Madame Li, if you really want to do this, you'll be famous all around the area. Tisk, 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 just look, the children are so hungry that they're willing to scavenge something so disgusting and smelly to try to eat. The expression on Madame Li's face changed instantly. Her son was only 2 years away from talking about marriage and finding a wife. If word came out that she had forced her younger brother-in-law's family to death, who would let their daughter marry her son? Madame Li's mouth opened and closed a few times as if she wanted to say something. The usually gentle and easily persuadable Madame Fang glared at her as if she was her worst enemy. Madame Fang tenderly drew little Shido into her arms and wiped the tears in her eyes, and said, poor children, you guys can't eat those things. Quickly throw them away. If there's really nothing at home to eat, then I'll lend you guys a few caddies of grain to eat. Yu Hai felt a pang in his heart and a complicated look crossed his face. He lifted up his head and let the tears in his eyes slowly disappear. He glanced at Madame Li and said, eldest sister-in-law, I can make an oath to the heavens that I have never asked my parents to give me money. Father also has never subsidized us on the sly. When we split our families, I had made it clear, no matter how poor we became or how difficult our lives were, even if we had to beg for food, we would never ask a single thing from the rest of the family. You have seen what is in the basket, if there's nothing else, please go back home. Madame Li had made a fuss for nothing, so she flung her handkerchief down on the ground and left the place covered from head to toe in grime. She needed to find the village idiot's wife to settle the score for giving her bad information. There was no such thing as a secret in a small fishing village. Before long, word that Yu Hai and his family were desperate enough to gather food that was as smelly as pig poop traveled throughout Dongshan village. Yu Hai's eldest uncle, Yu Lichun, went over to the Yu family's main residence in a towering rage. He screamed and shouted at old Yu in fury, this wife is a stepmother, so does that mean you've also become a fake father too? Dahai is your own blood and flesh. Do you guys want Dahai's whole family to forfeit their lives? If that's so, then you are no longer my younger brother. With a dark expression on his face, old Yu called Madame Li over to scold her profusely. He then told his youngest daughter to bring around 10 caddies of millet and 10 caddies of sweet potato starch to his second son's family. Naturally, Yu Hai didn't take any of it. He had already said that he was not going to take even one iota from the Yu family, and they weren't desperate without anywhere to go. Thus, in order to avoid anyone calling them hypocrites, even when old Yu personally came over to discuss the matter, he maintained his current stance on the matter. After Yu Xiaosao used the pig head and extremely smelly offal to frighten Madame Li into leaving, she immediately started to work on cleaning and preparing the ingredients. It was time to make more braised food. Xiaosao, are you sure that you can use this stuff to make food? Don't waste your time and seasonings if it's not going to work. Madame Fang reminded her warmly. The rest of the members of the Yu family had long gotten used to her ability to turn trash into treasure, so they didn't say anything. Madame Mao had actually brought over a small portion of sweet potato starch and some wild herbs that she had dug up today and said, "Quickly stop trying to prepare those things. Listen to your auntie and throw them away, okay? In the future, if there's nothing to eat at home, just go to my place and borrow some. Once the sweet potatoes are harvested, you can return what you ate. Who doesn't have a difficult time now and then? Throw it away, throw it away." As she talked, Madame Mao enthusiastically pulled the tripe from Xiaosao's hands and turned to head out of the room to throw it away. Xiaosao started sweating in anxiety. This was the money-making method that she had racked her brains for. If they threw away her ingredients, then how could she sell more of her braised foods for a copper coin a portion tomorrow? She had promised people at the docks. Seeing that his second daughter was almost bouncing in anxiety, Yu Hai hastily limped forward and took the pig offal from Madame Mao and smiled. "Neighbor, our family hasn't gotten to the point where we will starve to death. Thank you for your good intentions. Xiaosao has use for this pig tripe as she heard from someone that there's a remedy that can be used on my leg with these." Madame Mao glanced at his leg, suddenly realized something, and said, "Ah. So it was supposed to be used for the leg, eh? No wonder. If it really could fix your leg, then it doesn't matter how stinky it is, you just have to endure it. Okay, I'll bring the sweet potato starch back home, but you guys can keep the wild herbs so you can make a soup tonight. Xiaosao, if you want to gather more wild herbs tomorrow, find me, I know a spot where there's a lot of shepherd's purse around." Xiaosao promised the outwardly cold, inwardly warm-hearted Madame Mao as she sent her off. Madame Fang still stayed behind to say, "Xiaosao, your mother's not home right now. Let me help you prepare these things." When Xiaosao saw that there was no way she could persuade the older woman otherwise, she washed out the contents of the offal and cut them into sections. She instructed Madame Fang to turn them inside out and use coarse salt to scrub thoroughly. This helped to remove any lingering odors and excess fat. Madame Fang didn't act as if she thought it was disgusting and rolled up her sleeves and got busy. Yu Xiaosao then taught Xiaolian how to prepare and clean the pig tripe. She herself prepped the pig's head. The first step was to let the pig head steep in clean water for some time, scrub off any dirt on the outside, and remove hairs until it was completely clean. Next, it had to be boiled in a pot for about 15 minutes and inspected to see if there was any hair left on the head. At this point, a rough brush was used to energetically scrub the whole surface until it was absolutely clean. Yu Hai had actually volunteered to take on the task of scrubbing the pig's head. Before he had injured his leg, all of the villagers would ask him to help whenever they were slaughtering a pig. The reason was twofold. On one hand, he was strong and had a lot of strength. On the other hand, he had learned how to slaughter pigs on his own and really knew how to deal with the hair on the animal. When Yu Xiaosao saw that he was as good as she was able to give him the task with relief. After making sure the pig head was clean, it was time to cleave it open and take out the innards. This work was naturally also given to Yu Hai. On the side, Xiaosao pointed out where he needed to cut and clean out any junk, such as the ears, the corners of the eyes, the lymph nodes, and nasal polyps. Then, the brain was taken out and placed carefully in a bowl to be used later that night. It could be used to make a stew for the whole family to eat. Yu Hai removed the bones from the pig head in a practiced motion and split them into 5 to 6 pieces. The bone pieces were then put into cold water and washed carefully to remove any debris and bloodstains. This would prevent any odd tastes from seeping into the braised pig head dish, which could ruin an entire pot. After that, Yu Xiaosao took over. She took the cleaned pig head and put it into boiling water. After blanching it for about 20 minutes, she took it out again and washed it clean. Then she took the blanched pig meat and placed it into a new pot with clean water along with the bones from the head. The combination was boiled, and she skimmed off any foam that appeared until it was about half cooked. Then, she put the meat in the braising sauce she had simmered yesterday and let it slowly stew until the meat was tender and soft. In addition, the meat was also put into the master sauce to allow it to incorporate some more flavors. As the pig head meat slowly stewed, a rich smell of meat gradually spread from the courtyard out into the open. Even the Qian family home, which was about 200 meters away, had been enveloped in the savory scent of braised pig heat. Qian Wu was in the courtyard cleaning rods when he deeply inhaled the smell. He managed to swallow down his saliva with difficulty and said, "Smells so good. Mother, did you smell it too? It's not the New Year's, nor is it a holiday. Which family is cooking meat right now?" Madame Mao had also smelled it and thought about the neighbors in the area. Other than Hunter Zhao's family at the foot of the mountain, who often ate meat because he was skilled at hunting, there was only Madame Fang's family, who she didn't get along with, that could possibly be the source of the smell. Could it be that Madame Fang had a guest come over and they slaughtered a chicken for them? But that seemed wrong. It didn't smell like the aroma of chicken meat. As for Xiaoxiao's family, Madame Mao completely skipped over them. They were so poor that they usually couldn't eat enough. How could they possibly have any extra money to buy meat? "You glutton, the next time your older brother comes back for his break, I'll buy some meat and stew some for you two to eat. Where are you going? Be more obedient and don't make your mother lose face by going." To the Zhou family, Hunter Zhao lived a bit farther from them, so it was quite unlikely that the scent of their cooking would waft to here. Thus, there was only one family where the smells could come from. Actually, there wasn't any truly large conflicts between Madame Mao and the Zhou family. It was simply that one family raised ducks while the other raised chickens, and the Qian family's ducks and duck eggs were not as popular as the Zhou family's chickens. In addition, the head of the Zhou family liked to peddle goods during the farming off-season and made a lot of money from that. Madame Mao felt it was a bit unfair, and she never learned how to mince her words. After a few encounters, the relationship between the two families slowly cooled and drifted apart. Qian Wu threw down the stick that was in his hand, dashed out of the gate, and said, "I'm not going to older brother Wen who is home, I want to find little Shido to play." When Qian Wu arrived at the gates of the Yu family's residence, he discovered that the smell of meat was stronger here. Even the red braised pork that his mother made during the New Year's didn't smell as mouth-watering and tantalizing as this. He deeply breathed in the air through his nose and set foot into the courtyard. "Little Shido, can you smell this? It smells so good," Qian Wu shouted as soon as he entered the residence. Little Shido bolted out of the kitchen and grinned, "Older brother Xiaowu, you have a good nose. The pig head meat has just finished braising and you ran over. Come here, come here, come here. My second sister will cut a piece of piping hot braised pig head meat and let you satisfy your craving." Wow, so the smell of meat was actually coming from your family. What's going on today for your family to make meat to eat? Qian Wu almost let some drool slip out of his mouth and onto his jacket. He used the back of his hand to wipe his mouth, but his feet didn't move at all. Although he was gluttonous, he also knew that Shitu's family didn't have an easy life. Meat was expensive, and if they felt it was too precious to eat, what would it mean if he butted into this? However, little Shido grabbed his hand and pulled him into the kitchen enthusiastically. The little boy pointed a finger at the piping hot braised pig head meat that had just gotten out of the pot and smiled, "Arriving early can't beat coming at the right time. Come, try a little of my second sister's talents." In actuality, little Shido was being devious. He wanted Qian Wu to be the first guinea pig. After all, whenever he thought about the way the pig head looked before it was braised, he felt a little scared to try. The braised pig head meat was rosy red and had an enchanting smell. The meat looked tender and tasty, fatty without being greasy, and had all the qualities needed to evoke a sense of hunger and yearning from any customer. Xiaoxiao seemed to have seen through little Shitu's plan and smiled knowingly at him. She cut off a small piece of pig head meat from the corner and stuffed it into Qian Wu's mouth before he could say anything. As soon as it hit his mouth, an explosion of savory flavor and richness occurred. It was so delicious that Qian Wu almost cried tears of joy. It was too delicious. He had never, in his entire life, eaten meat that was as delicious as this. Xiao Xiao's cooking talent had to be better than his mother's abilities by at least 100 times. It would have been perfect if she was his younger sister. Then he could frequently taste the fruits of her talent. Little Shido stared intently at the multitude of expressions that crossed Qian Wu's face and eagerly asked, "How is it? Does it taste good? Does it have any odd flavors?" Qian Wu forcefully grabbed onto little Shitu's hand, holding back tears of happiness in his eyes, and replied with complete earnestness, "Shido, the two of us should switch lives. You can be my mother's son. Didn't you always want to have a little sister, right? I have a little sister just waiting for you at home. I, on the other hand, will go to your family and be Xiao Xiao's younger brother." A couple of imaginary black lines appeared above Xiao Xiao's head. Hey, first of all, Qian Yufang is older than little Shido, and thus, she couldn't be his younger sister. Furthermore, Xiao Wu, you brat, you're also older than me, the Honorable Xiao Xiao, by a year, okay? How is it possible that you have the nerve to say such shameless things? Madame Fang had been helping them prepare the pig intestines, and as she was bringing the basin into the kitchen, she heard Qian Wu's childish suggestion and couldn't help but pffft and laugh. "Wuzi, if your mother heard that you wanted to sell your younger sister and leave home for the sake of eating food, she'd probably beat you until your leg broke. Xiao Xiao's cooking is seriously too good. In this lifetime, no, in my previous lifetime and the lifetime before that, I swear I have never eaten meat that has tasted as good as it did today." "Shido, what did you say it was? Is it called braised pig head meat? Does it use the meat from a pig's head? That can't be right, right? A pig's head is such a disgusting looking thing, how could it possibly be made into something so tasty?" Qian Wu shook his head until it resembled a rattle. He clearly didn't want to believe that the meat he ate came from a pig's head. When little Shido saw Qian Wu's reaction to the meat, he hastily cut off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He had believed that the braised blood tofu and braised chicken offal he had eaten yesterday were the tastiest dishes on earth. Who would have thought that the pig head, which everyone avoided like the plague, could be braised into a dish that was even more delicious than braised chicken offal? After being braised, the meat from a pig's head had the perfect ratio between fatty meat and lean meat. When eaten, the taste of pig's fat and seasonings melded together into an explosion of flavor. The savory taste seemed to permeate into all corners of the mouth and made people feel so happy that they could have almost died. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Xiao picked a piece that didn't look very pretty and cut it into enough pieces to fill a plate. She let everyone taste a small bit and also used a pair of chopsticks to try her own handiwork. She placed a small piece into her mouth and carefully chewed it. The taste was good and seemed to be authentic. In her previous life, she had almost gotten sick of eating braised food since that was all she made in her store, but she had never gotten tired of eating braised pig head meat. Because of that, she had gained a decent amount of weight from it. In the beginning, Madame Fang was too scared to give it a try. However, after seeing how everyone was enjoying the food with immense pleasure, she picked up the smallest piece of meat with a pair of chopsticks and placed it in her mouth. Immediately, her eyes began to shine with amazement. The taste of this meat, was more flavorful and delicious than her best dish, stewed pork shoulder. Wherever Xiao Xiao learned this dish from, it was truly awesome. Xiao Xiao, how did you make this braised pig head meat? I want my mother to learn from you, is that okay? Qian Wu ate the meat deliciously as the flavor and oils from the meat filled his mouth. He ate the pig head meat in large bites and didn't forget to sing his praises and talk. Little Shitu's eyes immediately became wide, and he said, "Second sister's culinary skills have all come from the gods. In her dreams, she can't tell other people. If the god blames her for spreading his secrets and decides to take her abilities away, then you will never be able to eat something as delicious as this again, even if you wanted to." Madame Fang thought that was just something that the children made up. She reckoned that Xiao Xiao had learned a secret recipe from someone and was told not to make it public. Thus, she decided not to ask to be taught as well. However, Qian Wu had completely believed what little Shido told him. Just think about it, in the past, Xiao Xiao had a very weak body and it was considered a good day when she could get out of bed. How was it possible that she could be able to learn cooking from someone? Also, No outsiders had gone through the village recently. If a god hadn't taught her, then where would she get these skills? After thinking about it, Qianwu nodded his head furiously and said, I won't let my mother come here to learn then. Xiaosao, in the future, whenever you make some new type of food, please don't forget to save a portion for me. I won't be a freeloader either. I can help you gather wild plants, steal eggs from wild birds, and when it gets warm again, I can also dig up some clams. It's a deal. When there's something good to eat, I'll have little Shido grab you then. Xiaosao didn't add any more pieces of the pig head meat to the depleted plate. After all, the braised meat was supposed to be sold tomorrow at the docks. After making sure that the braised pig head meat had been done correctly, Xiaosao started to braise the intestines and tripe. Braised intestines had a delicious taste, tender and soft texture, savory and rich flavor, and had a really good mouthfeel. Braised pig tripe had a sweeter taste, a silky texture without being mushy, and was chewy. Both of these were very delicious and tasty types of braised dishes. After all of the braised dishes were finished, the whole family all thought that each type had its own characteristics, but they were all considered to be very delicious. When Madame Fang was about to leave, Xiaosao made sure to put some braised pig head, intestines, and tripe all together on one plate to let her bring some back home. Madame Fang knew that the purpose of making all of this food was to sell it at the docks, so she stubbornly refused. However, Xiaosao told her that the ingredients were all bought by the money she had made from selling the chicken offal. If Madame Fang didn't want the meat, Xiaosao said that she would give her money instead. It was only after hearing that did Madame Fang take the plate of food back home. That night, after Zhou Dekang and his son came back from peddling goods all day, the two of them almost ate the entire plate of braised foods. They praised it endlessly and even wished that there was more for them to eat. They repeatedly told Madame Fang, such a delicious set of meat dishes, in the future, you should buy more to eat at home. Madame Fang laughed but didn't let out Xiaosao's secret. The village wasn't very big. If Madame Li and Madame Zhang found out Xiaosao's culinary talents, the two of them would definitely come over to make trouble. Neither of them would ever tolerate the second branch of the family doing well. The next day, Xiaosao and her brother brought the extremely heavy basket to the docks. When they got there, Foreman's son, who was directing the flow of workers transporting cargo and goods, spotted them immediately with his eagle eyes. He shouted in a loud voice at the dock workers, "Brothers, work hard. After you guys are done transporting the goods on this boat, you all can rest and eat breakfast." The brother and sister pair who were selling a portion of a meat dish for 1 copper coin yesterday are here again. The workers who had tried the braised chicken offal yesterday all felt their spirits rise and their enthusiasm for work increased significantly. In addition, the men who were unable to get a taste of the braised foods yesterday also became more energetic. They wanted to finish transporting the cargo before the other men in order to queue for the food and try the meat that their fellow workers had been praising without end. The owner of the cargo ship had been shipping goods for decades, but he had never seen dock workers work so quickly before. He felt puzzled inside and curiously asked what this 1 copper coin for a portion of meat was. Foreman's son was an old acquaintance of this cargo ship master. He knew that if this cargo ship owner put in a good word for him for the merchant who sold the goods, it would help his business a ton. He quickly invited the owner of the ship to eat at the only shack in the area that sold stir-fried dishes and had Erzi call the two siblings over and said, "Little girl, can you give me 10 portions of the braised meat from yesterday, and also give me 2 copper coins worth of blood tofu?" "I'm sorry, Foreman's son. I brought over a different type of braised food, and I don't have any blood tofu today." Foreman's son felt very disappointed when he heard Xiaosao's reply. He had been counting on this delicious yet cheap braised food to give him some face and reputation. The owner of the cargo ship was a bit unsatisfied that Foreman's son had invited him to eat at such a crude and lowly place. He thought a bit and decided that next time he should recommend Old Six to take the job of unloading the goods. However, at this point, he heard a young child cheerfully reply, "Foreman uncle, today's braised foods are even better than yesterday's. I have some crispy slices of pig ear, tender and fatty pig lips, delicious and savory pig offal, and the chewy and fragrant pig tripe. I guarantee you won't regret trying these after one bite." When the master of the cargo ship saw little Shido, who seemed to be almost the same age as his youngest grandson, he naturally started to miss his youngest and most beloved grandson. Although little Shido was dressed entirely in patched and ragged-looking clothes, his face was washed completely clean and he had an incandescent and sweet smile on his face. The shipowner, who spent most of his time on the sea shipping cargo, looked at little Shido and smiled. "Little fellow, you have quite a nimble mouth. After hearing you advertise your wares, the gluttonous monster in me is suddenly quite interested." Foreman's son felt vindicated and interjected strategically, "Little girl, give us 2 portions of everything your younger brother recommended. If we like what we eat, we will also give you an additional reward." The braised foods that Xiaoxiao brought over this time had been packed together in small portion sizes again. Other than that, she had also packed a few individual packets in anticipation of any special requests from those who ate the food and only liked one of the types. "Okay," Xiaoxiao agreed in a ringing voice. One by one, the braised dishes were set out. First was the pig ear ribbons that were tossed in a mix of scallions, garlic, and chili oil. The dish had a beautiful scarlet color that raised the appetite. In addition, the pig ear meat glistened under the light and was delicious looking. Then there was the pig offal that had a rich, fatty taste without being greasy. Last, there was the pig tripe that had been sliced into thin sheets and seemed savory and delicious. Xiaoxiao had especially borrowed a couple of plates from the stall's owner and carefully arranged the food. Although there wasn't a large portion of food, the smell and appearance of the dishes immediately gave people an appetite. The owner of the ship had grown up in a rural area by the water, and was the type of man who loved to drink alcohol and eat meat. After traveling extensively all these years, this was the first time he had eaten something that was as delicious and as inexpensive as these meat dishes. As he ate from the food, he felt as if he had entered heaven. Before long, over half of the food had been polished off by the old man. On the side, Foreman's son continued to toast with wine, but he only ate from the stir-fried vegetable dishes. He didn't forget to look at Xiaoxiao in the eye meaningfully to hint, "Don't forget to leave me a portion, okay? Boss, there's another boat that's about to reach the shore. We should head over quickly and not let old Six take away the business from us," Erzi shouted loudly as he ran over, panting heavily. The master of the cargo ship also knew that the goods on his ship would be completely unloaded very soon. He looked at Foreman's son and said, "Go and do your work, okay? No need to attend to me anymore. Don't worry, in the future when I have business, I'll make sure to take care of you." After receiving his desired result, Foreman's son contentedly jogged towards the docks by the sea. Wherever there were people, there would be vagrants. Similarly, wherever there was business, there would be competition. Since Tanggu's docks were flourishing and busy, it was natural that there wasn't only one team of dock workers that worked to unload cargo. On the docks, there were at least 10 teams who worked on loading or unloading cargo from the ships. The largest groups were run by Foreman's son and Old Six. At their largest, there were at least 100 or so dock workers working under these 2 foremen, and they could load or unload 5 to 6 ships at the same time. Thus, the biggest customers were monopolized by these 2 men. Naturally, these 2 men regarded each other as their competitor. Their struggle wasn't out in the open, but behind the scenes, the 2 of them fought over business. Foreman's son had consecutively acquired the business of 2 big clients over the past 2 days with the help of a little girl's food. He was as happy as a clam and started to ponder whether he should carefully bring this little girl onto his side. The dock workers worked like madmen. Originally it would have taken them around an hour and a half to finish unloading the ship they were working on. However, today they had managed to finish it in less than an hour. The owner of the cargo was amazed and thought that this team of workers were more efficient than the others. Due to that, the man decided to ask for this team the next time he needed his goods to be loaded or unloaded. Inadvertently, Xiaoxiao had helped Foreman's son retain another customer. "Xiaoxiao, give me 2 portions of your meat dish today. Yesterday evening, I had brought some of your braised food home to the family, and my 2 children really loved eating it. My wife even complained, asking me why I didn't buy more of this inexpensive braised food and bring it home. Her first customer from yesterday, Old Hao, had rushed over to greet her today. His whole body was dripping with sweat, but he couldn't be bothered to wipe it off. Okay, 2 portions of braised food, Shido, take his money." Xiaoxiao had noticed that there was a sea of people running towards her behind Old Hao and quickly gave her little brother some work to do. "Okay." Uncle Old How, 2 portions will be 2 copper coins. Little Shido stretched out his hand and grinned until his large eyes formed into crescent shapes. He looked like the prime example of an auspicious little boy who brings good fortune. Old How happily paid the money and took the 2 oil paper packets from them. He then went to buy 2 steamed rolls and put the braised food between the rolls, eating them in large bites. When he opened the packets, he found out that the braised food today was different from yesterday's packets. In fact, the food from today tasted even better and more delicious than yesterday's. A hint of regret ran through him. He should have bought an additional portion earlier. He looked back to see where the 2 siblings were selling their braised food. At this point, the small statures of the 2 children had long been dwarfed by the sea of people around them. If he tried to squeeze in right now, it was unlikely that he'd be able to buy more. Old How sighed and started to slowly take small amounts of the braised food to eat, as if he was afraid that he would miss out on savoring the flavor if he ate too quickly. Xiao Sao, I want a portion. Shido, take my money first. Haha, make sure you hold on to those 2 copper coins. I want 3 portions, make sure to leave me 3. You guys are all animals, don't take it all away, I didn't get to try any yesterday. I just paid, give me a portion. Hey, Husey, why are you pushing so hard? You almost pushed the little girl onto the ground. Ellipsis. Little Shitu's hand started to ache from all of the money he had to take. He felt like there were countless hands just pushing copper coins to him. Afterwards, he couldn't even tell exactly who gave him money. He frowned and puffed up his face due to his inward distress. Luckily, the vast majority of the dock workers knew the ways of the world, and none of them cared too much about 1 or 2 copper coins. Thus, no one made any trouble for the 2 of them. Fortunately, they had prepared more braised food today than yesterday. After the workers all finished their rush to buy, they still had around 10 portions of braised food left in the basket. Because they had some manufacturing problems, the portion size of 1 packet was slightly smaller than yesterday's. However, it was still enough to fill about half the volume of a small bowl and was definitely enough for 1 person to eat with their steamed buns. The passenger ship had already reached the store. After all, this area was close to the town and markets. The passengers who disembarked from the ship looked around with curiosity at the bustling scene around them. There's a lot of people surrounding that area, what's going on over there? Yunshi, go over and check out the situation. The person who spoke was an old man with a head full of white hair and a hale, ruddy complexion. He had a full mustache and beard, and his eyes seemed to shine with wisdom. Every move he made was imbued with an elegance that seemed to attest to his scholarly position. However, at this moment, the old man seemed to have a hankering for gossip, which was a bit at odds with his outward appearance. The person whom he called by the name, Yunshi, was a young boy around 10 years old. He wore a long, white-colored robe with a light blue-lined jacket over it. His small face was delicately pretty and at first glance could be taken as male or female. His good-looking lips were pursed into a straight line, as if he felt helpless regarding his grandfather's penchant for gossip. Although he personally had no desire to squeeze into a bunch of rough workers to find out what was going on, he understood his grandfather's personality quite well. If he didn't find out, his grandfather would not give up until he got all of the details. The 10-year-old youth strolled steadily at a speed that was neither fast nor slow towards the crowd of people. Teacher Yuan, you must be tired after traveling so far. There's a horse-drawn carriage over there, please come this way. A man came over who was dressed from head to toe in ornate and expensive clothing, as if he wanted to make sure everyone around him knew he had money. Yuan Xinian was a famous scholar from the previous dynasty. In fact, the last emperor of the Yuan dynasty esteemed him for his scholarly achievements and had invited him several times to come to the imperial palace to teach the imperial princes. However, these offers had all been politely declined with the excuse of poor health. Later on, when the country fell into turmoil and the future was uncertain, he had brought his family to live in seclusion deep in the mountains and had lived in hiding for a few years. After the Great Ming dynasty was established, the current Emperor Emeritus had admired his capabilities and had asked him time and time again to leave his mountain and become an official. However, the old man had refused and could not be easily found. Afterwards, He was moved by the Emperor Emeritus's persistence and sincerity, and so, he recommended his knowledgeable and experienced son, who was in no way inferior to him, Yuan Guoan. He would later become the person who would always clean up the Emperor Emeritus's messes from behind, the man who was only under 1 but above 10,000, the upright and meritorious prime minister. When the great Ming dynasty was first established, the Emperor Emeritus, who was still emperor at that time, was obsessed with making war on all borders. If he didn't have the illustrious prime minister as his left hand and the unshakable imperial tutor as his right hand, it was likely that the great Ming dynasty would have fallen apart. After the current emperor ascended to the throne, Prime Minister Yuan was given the title of a duke with unlimited succession rights. In an instant, he had become the most favored official in the court and had no opposition. On the other hand, the famous scholar, Yuan Xinian, had just reached the age of 70, but had long gotten used to his current leisurely life. In the small town of Tanggu, he had established the Rongshuan Academy. At first, he would teach classes every day, take care of his garden, and had a comfortable and leisurely life. Later on, as word got around about the quality of his teachings, more and more students enrolled. Many high-ranking officials from the capital did every possible method they could to use their connections to let their children enter the school. As the academy's student population grew larger and larger, the operations became larger and larger. Furthermore, a lot of famous scholars recommended themselves to the academy to become teachers, among them included his former disciples. When great scholar Yuan noticed that Rongshuan Academy had almost veered from his original vision, he set down a series of stringent requirements for admission. If you wanted to enter the academy, it was possible. However, you either had to pass a series of difficult admission exams or catch his eyes with your talents and potential. Otherwise, it didn't matter what position you had, or how much money you had, this old fellow would still not allow admission. Although Yuan Xinian was outwardly in appearance the perfect example of a famous scholar, in his bones he was actually a mischievous old urchin. He had an insatiable curiosity and loved to keep up with gossip. In addition, he loved to eat good food. Few people knew about this aspect of him. Otherwise, the parents who wanted their kids to enter the academy would search high and low for delicacies to tempt him. It would truly become chaotic. Parents who would think of any possible method to fawn on great scholar Yuan for the sake of their children's futures could be found everywhere. For example, the fat man dressed in glittering gold at the docks was one of them. Great scholar Yuan frowned and secretly rolled his eyes. He coldly snorted and said, "Didn't I say that I didn't need anyone to meet me at docks, eh? Shopkeeper Jin, you are publicly going against my wishes right now." Inside he was roasting the man. "You dummy, how about you use gold to build a suit of armor for yourself? This old man's eyes aren't very good. Do you want to blind me with all of the gold on your body?" The round and plump shopkeeper Jin's attempt at flattery had gone awry. Immediately, sweat started to roll down his fat and pudgy cheeks. For the past 6 generations, the Jin family had all been merchants. Although they had a lot of wealth and material goods, they were still considered within the lowest classes of citizens in the 4 classes: scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. After the current emperor ascended to the throne, he had issued an ordinance that improved the status of merchants in society. The children of merchants could also participate in the imperial examinations. Shopkeeper Jin was overjoyed at the unexpected good news and wanted to hire the best tutor for his son, who had been clever and intelligent since childhood, so he could break away from a merchant's fate. He had heard that Tanggu town had Rongshuan Academy, which had been established by a great scholar from the previous dynasty who was wise and knowledgeable and conversant in things of the past and present. In addition, the current dynasty's prime minister had been raised and educated entirely by the founder. Shopkeeper Jin had brought his son on a long journey to get to Tanggu town. To his delight, his son had passed the academy's entrance examination in one try and had formally become a student at the academy. However, something bad quickly happened. Shopkeeper Jin felt his son had it difficult having to live so far away from home to go to school. In addition, he was afraid his son would feel wrong since this was the first time his son had ever left home. So, he had redone his son's dormitory room at school to be full of luxurious materials and furniture. Everything had been switched to the best that money could possibly buy, even the inkstones and pens were expensive antiques. In the academy, there were very few who had seen such items. When Teacher Yuan, who had a moody personality, found out about all of this, he sent shopkeeper Jin's son out with a remark: "The academy is a place for learning and studying, not a place to take a vacation at. If you're afraid your son can't bear any hardships, then bring him back home to live comfortably instead." Shopkeeper Jin was stunned silly. He was counting on his son to bring honor and glory to the family, but who knew after entering the academy for a few days, his prospects had been ruined by his own mistake. His son had been so angry that he didn't eat and drink for a few days in a row and only laid in his bed. Shopkeeper Jin was so remorseful over his mistake that half of his head had turned white overnight. In order to not be the cause of his son's ruin, Shopkeeper Jin every day without fail would go and see what he could do to remedy his mistake. However, there were very few opportunities to see Teacher Yuan. Before a few days had passed, the academy had closed for the yearly holiday. Teacher Yuan had brought his grandson back home to visit family. However, Shopkeeper Jin was unwilling to give up, and didn't even go home to celebrate the New Year's with his family. He stayed at Tanggu town in hope that he could find an opportunity to redeem himself. For the whole first month, he stayed at the docks of Tanggu town, waiting and hoping that Teacher Yuan would be able to see his sincerity and give his son another chance. Finally, he had an opportunity. However, he never would have thought he apparently had made the scholar unhappy again. Shopkeeper Jin was so anxious that he wanted to hop around in frustration, but he didn't know what he could do to remedy the situation. As he was worrying himself sick at the side, Teacher Yuan's grandson, Yuan Yunshi, slowly came back and spoke to his gossipy grandfather. "It's nothing really, just someone selling something called braised food." Braised food. It's a type of dish. I've never heard of it. Does it taste good? There are so many people waiting to buy some. The flavor must be good. Yuan Xinyan's eyes suddenly glowed in excitement when he heard there was a new type of food to be tried. It instantly destroyed his elegant and scholarly temperament and showed him as a crazy and fanatical glutton. Shopkeeper Jin, who was in the midst of worrying about how to get great scholar Yuan to like him, hastily interjected, "Teacher Yuan, please find a place to sit and rest for a bit, I'll go see what's going on." His exceedingly fat body, which looked like a gold-colored ball, bolted quickly towards Xiaoxiao's side. He said, "Little girl, the braised food that you're selling right now, I'll take all that's left." At this moment, Xiaoxiao only had a few individual packets of braised dishes left in her basket, and she had previously promised Foreman's son that she was going to leave one pack for him. Thus, she only had a portion of pig ear ribbons, a portion of pig lips, and 2 portions of pig intestines. "Okay, that will be 4 copper coins." Xiaoxiao swiftly used a piece of oiled paper and packaged all of the braised foods together. Little Shido stretched out his hand to receive the money. Shopkeeper Jin was stunned for a moment. 4 copper coins. He had invited great scholar Yuan to eat food that cost 4 copper coins. Wasn't that a little too shameful? This was not showing the proper respect to great scholar Yuan. What should he do? Teacher Yuan was still waiting for him over there. Why did he take this upon himself and volunteer to run an errand like this? "Excuse me, do you still want these braised dishes?" Xiaoxiao had noticed that when the man was reaching for the money from his purse, he had acted as if someone had paralyzed him and froze. She had inquired quietly as she was a bit confused and perplexed by this change in demeanor. Little Shido made an "I understand everything" expression, and he stated sympathetically, "Older sister, do you think this fat older uncle had gotten his money stolen? I heard that the docks have pickpockets around. Second sister, he's quite pitiful. How about we give him a portion of braised food free of charge for him to try?" A few dock workers in their surroundings who had arrived late and hadn't bought any braised food repeatedly asked the man, "Sir, do you still want it?" "Xiaoxiao, if he doesn't want any, then sell me a portion, here's the money." Shopkeeper Jin clenched his jaw and stamped his foot. "Who said I didn't want it? Don't you still have some left in the basket? Give me all that's left." Xiaoxiao hastily replied, "Please don't take offense, these couple of portions have already been reserved by other people. I really only do have 4 portions left, so I'm really sorry about this. I'll be coming over every day to sell my braised food. The price of 1 copper coin per portion is my family's specialty. If you enjoy eating it, sir, then please come back again." Shopkeeper Jin was afraid that Teacher Yuan would lose his patience from waiting too long, so he took the packet of braised food and threw a silver piece that was worth about 100 copper coins to them. He turned and bolted away, as if something had scorched his butt. Xiao Cao held the silver piece and pondered what to do since they likely didn't have enough money from selling food today to give the man his change. When she saw that the fat, glittering man had left, she swiftly called out, "Hey, hey! I haven't given you your change yet. No need to give me change, take the rest as a reward for you." This type of silver piece was usually used by shopkeeper Jin to reward lower-ranked servants in his residence. In his eyes, this piece was of no more value than a copper coin was in ordinary people's eyes. Yuan Sinian and his young grandson had already sat down at a nearby noodle stand that was run by the Wang family. They had ordered 2 bowls of plain noodles and were slouching as they waited for shopkeeper Jin to come over. "What's taking him so long? What if it got sold out? You brat, you know how much your grandfather, love to eat, yet you didn't even bother to buy a portion to let me have a taste, HMPH. If I'm unable to try this braised food, then just you wait." At this point, Yuan Sinian had completely shed his scholarly persona and was starting to resemble a stubborn old urchin more and more. Yuan Yunshi managed to resist the urge to roll his eyes at his grandfather and silently sighed inwardly. However, he felt like the little girl who was selling braised food sounded somewhat familiar. "It's here, it's here." Yuan Sinian immediately sat up straight and changed his posture. Once again, he resumed the outward demeanor of an elegant and mysterious scholar. The corners of Yuan Yunshi's mouth twitched as he looked down. Shopkeeper Jin had a bright smile on his face as he borrowed a bowl from the noodle stall and politely placed the braised food one by one into it. He then asked, "Sir, would you happen to have any sesame oil? Adding a little bit of sesame oil should help make the flavor even better." Xiao Cao, who had chased after the man to give him the change, overheard their conversation and smiled. "That's a good idea. If you add a little bit of sesame oil and then put a couple pieces of garlic on top, it will definitely be more delicious." "Sir, I have your 96 copper coins as change right here." Teacher Yuan lightly glanced at the copper coins in her hand and said, "He already said that you can keep the change, so just keep it for yourselves. In any case, this man is so wealthy that even a larger bit of money wouldn't be of a concern to him." Shopkeeper Jin inwardly quivered in fear. How did he manage to offend this imposing old man again? Was there something wrong with having a lot of money? If Teacher Yuan was willing to accept his son again into the academy, he would gladly disperse his family's wealth and live a poor and impoverished life. "Ah, Teacher Yuan, they don't have any sesame oil here, let me go somewhere else to find some." Shopkeeper Jin took a hold of this opportunity to escape from this awkward situation. He managed to find a stall that sold stir-fries and threw them another silver piece to take the rest of the sesame oil that the stall had left, which was about half a small bottle's worth. When Xiao Cao noticed that both the brightly clothed fatty and the elegant old scholar were people who lived lives where they didn't have to do much on their own, she naturally started to crush the garlic heads with a practiced air and seasoned the braised foods with sesame oil. Then she said, "Please eat." "Okay." Yuan Sinian used his entire willpower to restrain his hungry desire and unhurriedly stretched out his chopsticks and picked up a piece of sliced pig ear. He then slowly placed the piece of food into his mouth. Yuan Yunshi, who was next to the old man, once again stopped himself from rolling his eyes. No one understood his grandfather as well as he did. Had there not been other people present, which made the old man aware of his status, he would have long started wolfing down the food in front of him. However, for some reason, this little girl seemed a bit familiar to him. Before Yuan Yunshi had finished his silent sarcastic soliloquy, he saw that his disappointing grandfather had already thrown away his dignified, reserved air. There were tears in the old man's eyes, and his mouth never stopped moving. The chopsticks in his grandfather's hands picked up food as if it was a machine driven by an electric motor, and it delivered the braised food into his mouth at lightning speed, as if he was afraid someone would start fighting him for it. "Old grandpa, you should slow down a little. You need to carefully chew the slices of pig ear in order to really taste the food." The kind-hearted and adorable little Shido felt sympathy rise in his heart when he saw the great scholar stuffing his mouth full with the braised food. This old grandpa must not have had the taste of meat in a long time, right? He looks so hungry and gluttonous. Great scholar Yuan, with the help of little Shatu's kind reminder, realized that there were people around him. However, in his eyes, his outward appearance and reputation were not nearly as important as fully enjoying delicious food. But, he was also aware that throwing away appearances altogether may not be a very wise decision in the end. Gradually, he slowed down his eating speed, and he began to chew each bite thoroughly before he swallowed. As he continued to eat, he slapped the table in praise and said, "Little girl, is this called pig ear ribbons seasoned in chili oil? So fantastic. Bright red color, soft and bouncy texture, savory spiciness, dense flavor. What about this one? What is it called?" "That is called braised pig intestines." Xiao Xiao's voice sounded exceptionally clear and bright as she replied. Yuan Xinian picked up a piece of the pig intestines and delivered it into his mouth. He slowly tasted the food and continuously nodded his head. Rich and flavorful taste, chewy and soft texture, fatty without being greasy. This is something a person can eat every day without getting sick of it. Very good, very good. Braised pig intestines, eh? So you used animal offal to make it then? Esteemed gentleman is wise. I used the intestines from a pig and many different types of seasoning to braise it into this. It has a savory taste and luxurious flavor, and it's a type of dish that goes very well with alcohol. Braised pig intestines are very versatile. You can eat it cold with seasonings, you can also stir-fry it at high heat, and it can even be used to simmer soup. Every single way has its own unique taste and flavor. When Xiao Xiao noticed that the man didn't seem to reject the concept of eating offal, she excitedly introduced the ingredient with its myriad cooking methods. Shopkeeper Jin was originally going along with the gentleman's judgment and continuously moved his head. However, when he heard what it was, he suddenly froze and his chin almost fell to the floor. Pig intestines. He had actually invited great scholar Yuan to eat the intestines of a pig. He was finished. His son's chance at regaining admission to the academy was definitely lost now. Arg! How could his son have such a fool of a father? Shopkeeper Jin wished he could just slam his head on the table and die at this very moment. Good. This old man had previously heard the Emperor Emeritus reminiscing about the food from his hometown. His favorite dish was spicy pig intestines. When I heard how he deliciously described the food, how soft and delicate, how much the mouth filled with its incredible flavor, listening to it made me want to drool. Oh, it almost just dripped straight out. Ahem. When the young and accomplished Yuan Yunshi saw how his grandfather forgot his decorum when he waxed continuously about food, he coughed a few times in an effort to remind the old man of his status. Yuan Xinian eyes widened into round circles, and he resentfully complained, "Why are you coughing right now? Food is the god of the people." In fact, the Emperor Emeritus himself had once said, "One cannot function on an empty stomach, missing a meal will make one anxious." What's wrong with talking about food? Is it shameful to like eating good food? You brat, get away from me, so I don't have to see your face. HMPH, what a spoil sport. You wouldn't be that person. When Yu Xiaoxiao got a better look at the pretty young man's face, she instantly recognized who he was. However, she couldn't quite remember his name. You must be the friend of third young Master Zhou, right? Did you just disembark from the ship? Yuan Yunshi could finally recall where he had seen that little girl. He smiled faintly and said, "Miss Yu. Good grandson, you know this young lady. How come I've never heard you talk about having a friend who can cook so well?" Yuan Xinian gave his grandson a pointed look and then turned to face Yu Xiaoxiao with an unexpectedly friendly smile. "Young lady, your braised pig intestines are quite good. Where's your ancestral hometown? Are you also from the same hometown as the Emperor Emeritus? Do you know how to make the delicious and flavorful pig head meat too?" Yuan Yunshi's delicate eyebrows came together in a frown and his whole face had a helpless expression on it. Yu Xiaoxiao had been greatly amused at the interaction between this old rascal of a grandfather and his elementary school-aged grandson. She had been watching the two squabble with delight when this unexpected question sent a chill down her spine. Her smile froze for a split second, and she immediately shook her head. "My ancestors for generations and generations have all lived in a nearby small fishing village. They all relied on fishing to make a living. My family is a bit poor, so I had to figure out how to make food from things that other people won't eat. This is how I came up with the pig ear ribbons and pig intestine dishes. I'm a nobody really, so how could I be from the same hometown as the Honorable Emperor Emeritus? She was already certain that the Emperor Emeritus was a transmigrator like her. Only a transmigrator would change history and establish a great Ming dynasty that was completely different from the one she remembered in her past life. Ah, what a joke! She had long planned on making a fortune quietly and had no desire to make herself a target. She did not want to get entangled with that well-known transmigrator from her own world. On the other hand, little Shito, who was next to her, replied proudly, "My second sister's braised food is the best. Old gentleman, we had already sold out of the braised pig head meat you were talking about. However, these pig lips are also pretty good. They're fatty without being greasy and are full of savory flavor. If you don't believe me, please try some." Ha ha, good, good, little fellow, you have quite the silver tongue. How old are you? Have you started to learn how to read? Yuan Sinian lifted some of the vegetables and noodles out of the bowl and pushed some of the pig lips into the bowl. He mixed them together and started to eat the noodles and braised food in large bites. Little Shito grinned. "I'm 6 years old, and my second sister told me that after she makes some money from selling her braised food, she'll send me to school in town to study. Our village is too poor and there isn't a school there to attend. However, our next-door neighbor, Brother Xiaowen, often comes back for vacation and teaches me and Brother Xiaowu how to recognize words. I already know how to write my own name and I can read about 156 characters. Oh, sounds like you know quite a few characters and can write your own name. That's good, that's good. Can you write your name and let this old man take a look at it?" Great scholar Yuan apparently was interested in this young child. It had been almost 2 years since his academy had started having beginner classes for the purpose of instructing clever and bright children in the area. Little Shito confidently dipped a fingertip into some water and wrote his name in large, broad strokes on the wooden table, "Yu Fan." Yuan Sinian ate his braised food with obvious pleasure as he intently watched the little fellow write. When he saw that the boy's handwriting had character and style, he smiled. Not bad, that child did a good job in teaching. "Yu Fan, do you want to come with me to Rongshuan Academy to study?" Shopkeeper Jin was listening to their conversation at the side and his heart filled with envy and jealousy. This little fellow was quite fortunate. He had an older sister who was talented at cooking. Despite the fact that the boy only knew how to write his own name, great scholar Yuan had personally recruited him into the academy. His son, on the other hand, wasn't the most talented person, but he had relied on his own abilities to test into the school. It was only because of him. So many regrets. He regretted his previous actions so much. Little Shito blinked a couple of times and then beamed a smile. "Old mister, thank you for your good intentions. However, we don't have enough money saved up to pay for my tuition. After we have enough money, then I'll go into town to find you." Shopkeeper Jin hurriedly reminded them, "Teacher Yuan is a famous scholar in our times. The Rongshuan Academy that he established is one of the best schools in our whole great Ming dynasty. There are many people who want to enroll but have not been accepted. Little fellow, don't miss this opportunity. Wow, sir, you are truly too incredible. In the future, I want to be like you and become someone that other people respect." Little Shito exclaimed in admiration as he looked at Yuan Sinian. For the first time in his life, the clever and bright little boy had found someone who he admired greatly. "Ha ha, little fellow, what's the point of being like me? Don't you want to become a high-ranking official so that your parents and siblings will never be looked down upon or bullied again?" Yuan Sinian guffawed as he was in a good mood. Speaking childishly was the best way to manifest the inner child in one's heart. Little Shitu's round face creased in worry from the inner turmoil in his heart and said, "Then, from what you're saying, becoming an official is also not bad. I want to become someone like you, where everyone respects me, but I also want to become a high-ranking official and make sure my parents and siblings live comfortably. Would that be too greedy of me?" Yu Xiaosao thought his words were too funny, knocked on his head, and said, "You haven't even entered the academy yet and you're starting to think this far in the future. The reason I wanted to send you to school was to let you become a cultured and educated individual. Do you think becoming a government official is that easy? You need to pass many rounds of imperial examinations. Just look at younger uncle, He's already studied for more than 10 years and he hasn't even passed the county level exams. If you have a larger head, then you'll have to wear a larger hat. Don't become too arrogant, otherwise when you fall it will hurt more. Yuan Sinian placed down his chopsticks. After eating all of that meat, he was pleasantly stuffed, and he stroked his beard in contentedness. He smiled and said, "Little fellow, what your older sister says has some truth in it. However, as people, we should always have a goal and dream to shoot for. Naturally, it needs to be a realistic goal. Idle daydreams and overambitious targets are not a good idea. All right, it's getting late, we should set out again. Little girl, I always keep my promises. You can send your younger brother to the academy earlier as the school can waive some of the fees and expenditures for the students who receive excellent grades. In addition, we often reward books, writing brushes, and inkstones too. I'd like to say again that the taste of your braised food is really quite good. I'd like to eat it again in the future." When shopkeeper Jin saw great scholar Yuan getting up to leave, he hurriedly came forward and politely helped him carry the luggage. He thought that teacher Yuan's mood seemed to be pretty good, so he worriedly opened his mouth and said, "Teacher, everything was my fault. My family has been merchants for 6 generations, and I only had a son in my middle age. Thus, I dote upon Zuer too much. I will change, in the future I will definitely change. Ever since Zuer has been expelled from the academy, he doesn't eat or drink anymore and almost died this past winter. Can you possibly give him another chance?" Yuan Sinian silently looked at the gilded and magnificent carriage in front of him and faintly glanced at him from head to toe. He then said, "One cannot achieve glory and triumph without having been through trials and tribulations. Being a scholar has always been a hard and unprofitable job. It's easy to be extravagant after being frugal, but it's hard to become frugal after becoming accustomed to luxury. I can give you another opportunity, but if Jin Wenjuo is unable to become accustomed to hardships, then it's better to leave now than later. He can. My Zuer can definitely bear hardships. Thank you, Teacher Yuan, thank you." When shopkeeper Jin saw that his efforts had finally produced the result he desired, tears immediately streamed down his face. He was so happy that he couldn't contain his glee as he repeatedly thanked the scholar. The happy and content shopkeeper Jin took the stuffed great scholar and left the noisy and bustling docks. Neither of them could forget that little girl who sold braised food at the docks. She was the one who had given them their heart's desire and allowed them to obtain happiness. Thus, great scholar Yuan Sinian became a frequent visitor at the Tanggu docks. He would often take a 2-hour cart ride from the town to the docks to fight over food with the rough dock workers. Naturally, Xiaoxiao wouldn't let him really squeeze and elbow the workers to buy braised food. After all, he was also her younger brother's teacher. "Father, Mother, we met Brother Xiaowen's respected teacher from the academy today. He agreed to let me enter the school to study." Little Shido was excited the entire way home and incessantly asked Xiaoxiao if he could really go to town and study at the school. Was this real? He asked so many times that Xiaoxiao thought it was simultaneously hilarious yet sad at the same time. Yu Hai was in the middle of chopping firewood and stopped at this moment. He came up, took the heavy basket from his daughter's hand, and then ruffled his son's hair. The smile on his face was full of helplessness and guilt. "Shido, Father knows you really want to study, but our family's current circumstances are not good enough to allow you to. You're still young right now, let's wait until next year to go to the academy, is that okay?" Their next-door neighbors, Old Qian, oldest son, had gone to the town's most famous academy and passed the entrance exam. This was no longer considered news in Dongshan village. It was said that Rongshuan Academy had already taught 2 students who had received the top score, 1 second-place candidate, and 1 third-place scholar in the Imperial Palace examinations within its first 10 years of operating. All of the villagers said that the Qian family had gotten their chance to produce a high-ranking official. Luckily, the Qian family also raised about 200 ducks at the time of his admission. By selling duck eggs and duck meat to the restaurants in town, they were able to make some money. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to afford the tuition, which was almost 1 tael a month. The vast majority of families in the village made nowhere near that much. Having an extra tael for the family to spend was one thing, but their current circumstances were so dire that, Had it not been for Xiaoxiao selling braised food for the past 2 days, they would be scrambling to find 300 copper coins. Ah, he was such a useless father as he couldn't satisfy his child's desire to go to school. Xiaoxiao noticed that her father was blaming himself, and so, she stepped forward to pull gently on his arm. She smiled. The headmaster of Rongshuan Academy liked the taste of this daughter's braised food today. He had promised us that we can hold off on paying the fees for now and then give them what we owe once we earn the money. The headmaster also said that the academy tests its outstanding students from time to time and can even waive the tuition fees for those who do well. The tests occur every 3 months. As long as little Shido studies hard, all we need to save is about 3 months' worth of tuition for him. Don't be worried, father. Once your leg is completely better and we're past the season when the animals are giving birth, you can go hunting to subsidize the family again. In about a month, our vegetables will also be ready to go to market. Won't we soon make enough to get 3 months' worth of tuition? Yu Hai rubbed at his leg that still couldn't take too much weight and lightly sighed. After getting it massaged every day by Xiaoxiao, his leg had already recovered immensely. Now he didn't need to use crutches to walk anymore, and he could also do some regular work around the residence. Previously the town doctor had told him that the leg cannot be saved, which made him almost want to die. To be able to have his leg recover up to this much, even the doctor from Tongren Medicine Hall felt that it was a miracle. He should really be content with his situation. But, to have his leg fully recovered, to be able to hunt in the mountains, that was his true heart's desire that he couldn't help but wish for. When Xiaoxiao saw that her father had lowered his head and was thinking deeply about something, she turned her attention to little Shido. She rubbed at his little face that was gradually gaining some flesh and grinned. Our little Shido just needs to wait a few more days. After I make more money, I'll make you 2 new pieces of clothing and then you can attend school with a spanking new wardrobe. When our next door neighbor brother Xiaowen gets back, we can ask him what we need to prepare for the academy. We definitely can't let little scholar Yu Fan get bullied there. Little Shido was apparently very pleased with the nickname, Little Scholar Yu Fan, and laughed happily. Second sister, you don't need to prepare anything. I heard brother Xiaowen talking about it. The academy has a place for its students to live and a place for them to eat. You also don't need to make new clothes for me. The people at the academy only despise those who are inelegant, not those who are poor. As long as I do well there, no one there would dare to slight me. They laugh at those who are inelegant but not the poor. Is that a phrase you had learned from brother Xiaowen? Little brother, you've also seen how good our business is. Don't you think making you a couple of new clothes is a drop in the bucket now? No need to talk more, just bring out our purse and count how many coins we got today. While they were walking back home, the little fellow had felt the heavy purse the whole way back. The jaw-splitting grin on his face seemed to be permanently there, and he looked like a little money grubber. Madame Lu and Shaolian put down their embroidery and took the basket that held the pig heat meat and intestines. They smiled at Xiaoxiao. Go rest a bit. Let us do the cleaning, okay? Relax, although we may not be able to help you with creating the seasoning but we can definitely be your assistants in everything else. Xiaoxiao was also happy to let them do the hard work and gleefully counted the money with little Shido. Their haul from today was clearly much better than yesterday's. They managed to sell all of the braised food for a total of 130 copper coins. If they added the mace of silver that shopkeeper Jin had given them, then they had earned more than 200 copper coins today. At the docks today, she had asked about the prices of items in town. A bolt of homespun cloth at the market sold for around 234 copper coins. If they got little Shido a few feet of cloth and then about half a caddy of cotton to make 2 pairs of cotton-padded clothes, it shouldn't be a problem financially anymore. However, they currently didn't have enough money to buy the 4 scholarly essentials of ink, brushes, paper and inkstone. She had heard that those things were quite expensive. Apparently, they needed to work hard for a few more days to make it. Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the pile of copper coins and was racking her brain for other ideas to make more money. Second sister, can the small yellow croakers we caught yesterday be braised into something that we can sell? The older uncles at the docks had all asked me whether we would be selling braised food in the afternoon. Little Shido was also trying to think of solutions for the same problem that bothered Xiaoxiao. Having a daily income of 200 copper coins had given him a taste of sweet success. If they continued on their trajectory, after 5 or 6 days, they would have enough to pay for his tuition fees. With a stable income at home, he could also study at the academy with ease. It was a pity that they could only buy 1 pig's head and 1 pig's worth of offal from the market a day. Those ingredients didn't make enough braised food to last for the whole morning. Small yellow croakers. She actually knew quite a few methods to prepare this fish, such as dry-fried small yellow croaker, salty and crunchy small yellow croaker, sweet and sour small yellow croaker. These types of dishes were all very delicious, but they took a lot of time and effort to make. In addition, they needed to spend money to not only buy the small yellow croakers but also the seasonings and oil used in the recipes. If they were sold for a copper coin per 2 pieces and they subtracted the manufacturing costs, she'd bet that they wouldn't make much profit. Oh right, she knew another method of making pickled fish, which only needed ordinary small fish. There was a pond behind their house, which had an abundance of resources that she could take advantage of. She remembered that Qianwu and little Shido had caught many palm-sized crucian carps and shark belly last time and brought them back to make soup. The little crucian carps and shark belly had a lot of small bones, but the bones would become soft when made into pickled fish. So the bones could be chewed and eaten together with the meat. Yes, that was it. But, is there any way to catch a large number of small fish? Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but worry again. Suddenly, little Shitu's joyful screams sounded beside her ears. Quickly look. There's a wild bird drinking water from our water tank. Xiaoxiao looked up and saw a snow-white bird with slender, long legs. It stood on the edge of the water vat and leaned forward to drink water in the vat. In early spring, the weather was gradually becoming warmer. These past few days, there had been unknown birds visiting their home to borrow water from the vat to drink. The little divine stone had once proudly told her that the wild birds were attracted to the spiritual energy in the bathing water inside the water tank. Regardless of whether it was an animal or plant, spiritual energy was a good nourishment for them. However, if the concentration of energy was too high and the organism was too young, it would be overpowered by the energy and explode. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly lit up at that thought. Didn't that mean that if she used the little divine stone as bait, she would be able to lure a school of little fish? Stinky master, bad master. You're going to use me as a bait again. I won't let you off. Out of nowhere, a little golden kitten suddenly jumped onto her shoulder and fiercely snarled at her. After it acknowledged its master, Xiaoxiao and the little divine stone's minds had become interlinked. So, the little fellow could immediately sense all her thoughts. All right, I won't use you as bait anymore. Xiaoxiao hastily pacified the angry kitten, but, little glutinous dumpling, you'll have to help me think of a way to lure the small fish into the trap. The little divine stone snorted proudly and said, there's no need for me, this celestial stone, to personally do anything. Isn't my bathing water the best bait? As for how to use it, do you really need me to answer such a stupid question? After hearing its words, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately stuffed the 200 copper coins into her purse and told Madame Lu to put it away safely. The remaining money was left as pocket money for family expenses. After that, she pulled little Shido into the kitchen and filled a jar with mystic stone water. She went to Yu Hai and asked, Father, do we have a fishing net at home? Fishing net? No. What do you need it for? Yu Hai soaked the pig head in the water from the vat. The water from the vat had the spiritual energy from the little divine stone, which enhanced the taste of the braised pig's head. Xiaoxiao smiled mysteriously and said, of course I'll have a use for it. I just thought of another way to make money again. Just wait and see. Yu Hai stretched out his hand, which he had touched the pig's head with, and wanted to pinch her nose, but Xiaoxiao nimbly dodged him. He smiled and said, what kind of net do you want? I can just make it for you right now. Yu Hai didn't have much to do, so he would often help the villagers weave some fishing nets at home. Thus, their family naturally didn't lack nets. Xiaoxiao instructed him heat a bamboo strip until it turned into a circular shape and fasten it onto a bamboo pole. After that, attach a fishing net onto the round bamboo strip to form a pocket. A simple net was formed. Are you two going netting? It's quite hard to catch the big fish in the pond behind the house, so be careful and don't fall in. Do you want father to come with you guys? Yu Hai saw the kids going out of the backyard and worriedly cautioned. No, we're just experimenting first. If we succeed, then we'll ask for father's help. Xiao Xiao's voice sounded from behind the house, while little Shido also made an elated cry. When the sister-brother pair arrived at the pond, Qian Wu, who was tending the ducks by the river, saw them and swiftly rushed over. He asked, Xiao Xiao, how come you have time to play by the river today? Little Shido acted like a little adult and said, Go, go, go. Do you think we're like you, who only cares about playing? We're here for serious business. Go away. Don't delay us from catching fish. Catching fish. I'm really good at that. Let me help you. Qian Wu immediately forgot about his task of tending the ducks and shamelessly insisted on helping. Xiao Xiao was worried about other people discovering the secret in her jar, so she smiled and refused. Xiao Wu, if Auntie Qian sees you leaving the ducks aside and playing by yourself, your ears will definitely suffer some pain. You should just go back to tend the ducks. Qian Wu touched his ears, pouted, and sat on the shore, feeling aggrieved. He smacked the water with the bamboo pole in his hands to vent his anger, which scared the ducks to flee in all directions. Madame Mao saw this scene and shrieked, Stinky brat, I told you to tend the ducks, not to send the ducks away. If the ducks are too scared to lay eggs, you can anticipate being spanked. Qian Wu touched his butt, and then reluctantly looked at the siblings who had walked far away. He sighed heavily and resigned to his fate of tending the ducks. Xiao Xiao chose a hidden area, put the crock into the water, and anxiously looked at the surface of the water. This jar was the place where little divine stone often bathed. Thus, it had accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy over time. After the jar was placed in the water, the energy inside gradually overflowed. In a short time, ripples began to appear on the surface of the water. Second sister, quickly look. A lot of small fish are swimming over. That's so amazing. What kind of bait do you have in the jar? It works so well. Little Shido tried to suppress the joy in his voice and whispered. His voice didn't frighten the school of fish that were gathering over. On the contrary, more and more little fish were gathering due to the overflow of spiritual power. They all swam towards the mouth of the jar in succession. When Xiao Xiao placed the jar in the water, she had only submerged a small portion of the opening in the water. Although the fish had followed the spiritual energy over, they were unable to enter the crock. Thus, they were eagerly flapping their tails and swimming around the crock. As more the fish gathered, the more densely they surrounded the jar. Xiao Xiao lifted the net in her hand and gently scooped towards the place with the most fish. If it was like before, the fish would had already scattered in different directions. However, they were attracted by the spiritual energy and ignored the looming danger. They opened their mouth as if they wanted to absorb more of the pure energy. Xiao Xiao slowly raised the net in her hand from the bottom of the water. In the net that had a diameter of 30 centimeters, there were dozens of small fishes, including grass carp, crucian carp, and sharp belly, but most of them were still grass carp and crucian carp. The bigger ones were around half a caddy, while the smaller ones were only about the size of little Shitu's small palm. Wow, so many fish were caught in such a short time. Wasn't that too easy? Second sister, let me try. Little Shido took the bucket over and received the fish that Xiao Xiao had caught, and was very eager to try. Xiao Xiao put the net into the little guy's hand and laughed, move slowly when you're netting the fish. I'll go bring another bucket over. If we catch more fish, we'll have something to sell tomorrow afternoon. Little Shido lifted the net enthusiastically and carefully extended it towards the school of fish. He asked in a low voice, Older sister, these fish have a lot of bones, so I'm afraid that people might find it too troublesome to eat. It might not sell well. Don't worry, I have a plan. Xiao Xiao looked at him with a gaze that read, Believe me, and then left with a smile. When she came back again, more than half of the bucket was already filled with fish. The water in the bucket also came from the water vat, so there was also spiritual energy in it. So, the fish were still very lively even when they were squeezed together in such a narrow space. The siblings had caught 2 full buckets of fish in less than 2 hours. During that time, a fish that was half a meter long had also appeared. Unfortunately, their net was too small. They had caught the fish's tail, but the big fish had escaped with a swing of its tail. The siblings felt that it was rather regretful, since they would have been able to eat an extra dish for dinner if they had caught the fish. When they returned home, the Yuhai couple and Shaolian had already finished cleaning the pig's head and intestines. Madame Lu pointed at the remaining pot of pig blood and asked, "We didn't know what to do with this, so we didn't dare to touch it." Yuhai, on the other hand, looked at the siblings with amusement and exclaimed, "Oh! There's quite a lot in the buckets. How many fish did you guys catch? Let me see. Are we eating it for dinner?" However, little Shito excitedly said, "We're not going to eat these fish ourselves. We're selling them." Second sister said that she could solve the problem of the fish having too many bones. "Father, look, we caught a lot of fish." Yuhai went over to take a look and saw that it was really true. He had originally thought that the kids were just going to play when they asked him to make a net for them to catch fish. He hadn't expected that they would bring back 2 buckets of fish 2 hours later. Looking at the densely packed fish heads in the bucket, there must be a lot of them inside. "Oh, there's really quite a lot. How did you guys catch them?" Yuhai was stunned. Even if he was the one who had cast the net, he still wouldn't be able to catch so many fish in such a short period of time. "How did the kids do it?" Little Shito swiftly answered, "It's second sister. Second sister made a new type of bait that attracted all the fish. All we have to do was to catch the fish with the net on the shore." Yuhai looked at his younger daughter with a complicated gaze. His daughter was becoming more and more capable. As her father, he felt both proud and ashamed. Xiaoxiao looked at the sky and said, "Why don't we clean the fish first? We might be able to rush to the docks and sell them before dinner. We can work on the pig's head and intestines later in the evening." The family worked together to scrape the gills, take out the intestines, and clean the fish. Little Shito couldn't do this work, so he continuously fetched water with a small basin and helped them clean the small fish with the water. They had really caught a lot of fish this time. There was a full tub. However, Xiaoxiao didn't have time to be happy about this. She pickled the cleaned fish with salt. "What's next?" Shaolian finally had time to catch her breath and asked with a happy expression on her face. "It needs to be cured for about 30 minutes, and then we need to prepare it to be fried." Xiaoxiao smelled the fishy smell on the hands and rushed to clean it with water. After being busy for the entire day, she felt somewhat hungry. She dug out a hot-baked sweet potato from under the stove, which was specially prepared for her every day. Madame Lu felt slightly worried. "We need to fry it with oil. Do we have enough oil at home? Should I go borrow some from your Auntie Joe's house?" Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, "Yesterday, we didn't use much of the 1 caddy of soybean oil, so it should be enough. But we need white sugar to make pickled fish. It might be too late to buy it now. I wonder if Auntie Joe has some." The Joe family was known as one of the more well-off families in the village. The husband was a capable earner outside, while the wife had also earned a decent amount of money by raising chickens. Madame Fang was never harsh and strict towards her children. If they wanted to borrow sugar from someone in the village, her family was probably the most likely to have it. Madame Lu took off her apron and smiled. "I'll go ask." "About how much do you need?" Xiaoxiao replied, "It's just seasoning, so a small handful is enough." "A small handful? Coward, you don't know about the price of white sugar, do you? 1 caddy cost 260 copper coins. The small handful that you want is probably dozens of copper coin. Although your Auntie Joe indulges her children, she won't buy so much of it." Yuhai couldn't help but remind her. Xiaoxiao stared at him in shock. "What? Sugar is that expensive? Oh my, an ordinary household seriously wouldn't be able to afford that." Madame Lu rolled her eyes and laughed. "White sugar isn't something that commoners eat. What kind of fish dish are you making? It needs such an expensive condiment. Will you even be able to get a profit?" Xiaoxiao looked at the 100 or so fish pickled in the pot and made the calculation in her mind. If she sold each fish for 1 copper coin, she would be able to earn 60 or 70 copper coins without a problem. However, without seasoning the pickled fish with sugar, it wouldn't taste as good. If she put a little less, it should be okay. "Mother, I'll go to Auntie Joe's house with you." Xiaoxiao took a few bites of the sweet potato in her hands, and then stuffed it into little Shitu's hand. She stood up and followed Madame Lu out the front door. After walking around 300 meters from their house, they knocked on the Zhou family's front door. A handsome youth, who was 12 or 13 years old, opened the door. He had a healthy tan and a pair of crescent-like eyes. The corners of his lips were curled up slightly, which gave off the impression that he was smiling even when he wasn't. He appeared very likable and eye-catching at first glance. Wenhua, why didn't you follow your father to sell goods today? Madame Lu was slightly surprised to see the teen and couldn't help asking. Zhou Wenhua coughed a couple times and a heavy breathing sound came from his chest. He suppressed the itchy sensation in his throat, swallowed his saliva, and said, "When I came back yesterday, I took off my clothes because I felt hot. As a result, I caught a cold and didn't feel very well. So, my father told me to rest at home for a few days." Cough, cough, Auntie Yu, little sister Shaolian, are you guys looking for my mother? Madame Lu asked with concern, have you seen a doctor yet? Don't drag a minor illness into a major illness just because you have a good constitution. Doctor Yu had already checked on my condition and opened a prescription. I've taken 2 doses of medication and feel a lot better now. Cough, cough, mother. Auntie Yu and little sister Shaolian is looking for you. It seemed like Zhou Wenhua firmly believed that she was Yu Shaolian, so Xiao Xiao just smiled and didn't correct him. Madame Fang came out of the house and saw the mother-daughter pair. She smiled and said, "Xiao Xiao, you came back from the docks. How was business today? Your braised food tastes so good, so there must be a lot of customers." Wenhua, this is little sister Xiao Xiao, not Shaolian. Xiao Xiao has a slightly paler and smoother complexion than Shaolian. She's also a little shorter. If you don't look closely, it might be hard to distinguish them. It's also reasonable for you to make a mistake. Zhou Wenhua touched the back of his head in embarrassment for recognizing the wrong person. His mouth that smiled frequently curled up and he said, "So it's little sister Xiao Xiao." In the past, little sister Shaolian was always the one who came with Auntie Yu, so I thought it was her. I heard from Shanhu that your health has gotten better now. Congratulations. The 12 or 13-year-old youth was already such a good speaker. As expected, he had the quality of a good salesman. Xiao Xiao smiled at him and said, "The last few times I came, Brother Wenhua wasn't at home. It's inevitable for you to have mistaken since it's the first time we've met. Sometimes, my mother also mixes us up when she isn't paying attention. Well, there's nothing I can do since we have the same face." Zhou Wenhua was amused by her seemingly helpless expression. His chest had felt stuffy due to his illness, but he felt a lot more comfortable now. "Auntie Zhou, do you have any sugar at home? I want to make a new dish, but I'm lacking a few condiments." Xiao Xiao looked at Madame Fang expectantly, fearing that she would say no. If they really didn't have it, then she probably wouldn't be able to make the pickled fish today. Madame Fang smiled and said, "What a coincidence. If you came a day earlier, then we really wouldn't have any. Yesterday, when your Uncle Joe came back from selling goods, he got 40 or 50 copper coins worth of sweets for the children. Since he had the money, he might as well buy more meat, or white rice and wheat flour. But, he bought that expensive stuff instead. Linglong, bring the remaining sweets from yesterday for little sister Xiao Xiao to try." Though Madame Fang was complaining, there was a hint of smile in her eyes. To Madame Fang and her husband, it didn't matter if they had to suffer a little, but they couldn't let their children be like their younger selves, inexperienced and ignorant. They didn't want them to be treated like country bumpkins when they go to town. Xiao Xiao took a look at Zhou Linglong's hands and realized the so-called white sugar were chunks of sugar similar to that of rock sugar. No wonder it cost 1 copper coin per piece. She chose an egg-sized piece of sugar from the pack. It was about an ounce of sugar, which would cost around 15 or 16 copper coins. She smiled and said, "Auntie Zhou, I want to use the sugar to make food, and then sell it at the docks. How much was this chunk of sugar? I can't let you guys suffer losses when I'm making money." Madame Fang looked at her and smiled, "With our family's relationship, why are we talking about money? Your brother Wenhua isn't feeling well and doesn't have any appetite. Yesterday, he ate the braised food that I brought back and had endless praises for it. He even ate another bowl of rice. When you complete your new dish, just make sure to send Auntie some." Xiao Xiao thought about it and nodded, "All right. Even if you don't say it, I won't forget to let you guys have a taste." Thank you very much then. It's getting late, so I need to go back to fry the fish. On the way back, Madame Lu didn't say anything, but inwardly muttered, although the fish didn't cost any money, the seasonings and oil cost at least 30 or 40 copper coins, would we really be able to make a profit? Upon returning home, Xiao Cao first prepared all the necessary seasonings and ingredients. When the fish was almost done being salted, she poured in half a caddy of soybean oil in the cauldron on the stove and heated it up. She sprinkled some water into the pot when smoke began emerging from the pot. This would remove the fishy smell in the soybean oil. Then, put out the fire under the stove and wait until the heat of the oil was reduced to 70% hot. At that time, put in the salted fish and fry them one by one. The stoves in the countryside usually had 2 cauldrons, one on each side. Normally, one was used to cook dishes, while the other was for steaming rice. Xiao Cao put the chopped scallion, ginger, and garlic into the other pot and spread it out evenly into a layer. The fried fish was placed orderly on the bottom of the pot, with the bigger ones on the bottom and the smaller ones on top. After taking out half of the oil that was used to fry the fish, put the remaining oil into the fried chili shreds and stir-fry to get an aromatic scent. Then, add in vinegar, sugar, yellow wine, scallion, ginger, garlic, pepper, fennel, Chinese cinnamon, and other spices. After that, she sprinkled some soy sauce in it. Seeing that there wasn't enough water in the soup, she added an appropriate amount of mystic stone water inside and cooked it on high heat. When the soup was ready, she poured it onto the fish in the other pot and covered it tightly with the wooden lid. She had even specially instructed little Shido to pick up several rocks to put on top of the lid. After it was simmered over low heat for about 30 minutes, she extinguished the fire under the cauldron and opened the lid to let it cool down. The pickled fish tasted the best when it was cooled. Xiao Cao picked out several smaller ones and let her parents, Shaolian, and little Shido taste them. The pickled fish had a savory and sweet taste that also had a hint of spiciness. It brimmed with the fragrance of the oil. After being fried and stewed, the bones in the fish had already become so soft that they just melted in the mouth. Even the fish's head could be chewed and swallowed without any problem. No parts of the fish would be wasted. It's pretty good. Delicious. Go and give some to your Auntie Jo. Madame Lu couldn't bear eating another fish after she tried one. All these fish needed to be sold for money. Xiao Cao filled a plate with over 20 pieces of fish and told little Shido to send it over. She got a ceramic jar and put all the remaining fish inside. She had to rush to the wharf and sell all the fish before the dockworkers went home for dinner. Shaolian saw that she had been busy selling and cooking food all day long and didn't even have time to rest. Thus, she said, "Little sister, why don't I go to the docks with little Shido?" Xiao Cao had gotten up early in the morning and rushed to the docks. When she finished selling the braised food, she went to the market to buy pig's head and other ingredients and seasonings. She didn't even have time to catch her breath when she got home and went to catch fish. After that, she cured the fish to make pickled fish. Thus, she must have been really tired today. Considering the fact that she would have to walk for nearly 2 hours, she seriously didn't know if she could make it. These past couple days, little Shido was already familiar with the selling process, so there probably wouldn't be any problems. However, she was still worried and reminded them. For the bigger fish, sell them 2 for 1 copper coin. Try to sell the bigger ones first. Later, if the smaller ones don't sell very well, then sell 3 for 1 copper coin. Anyways, just try to sell as much as possible. Little Shido confidently said, "Don't worry. I will definitely accomplish my mission." After watching Shaolian and little Shido leave, Xiao Cao didn't rest either. She had to braise all of the cleaned pig's head, pork tripe, and pig intestines in order to sell them tomorrow morning. Seeing that the pig's head and marinade were already in the pot and just needed to be simmered over low heat, Madame Lu urged her daughter to quickly go rest. "I can take care of the rest. In the future, you just need to be responsible for the preparation of the marinade. We can take care of the rest. You don't have to do everything yourself. Your health just got better, so don't tire yourself out." Xiao Cao nodded and said, Okay. I know mother is better at controlling the fire than me. I'll just be a supervisor then." When she went out of the kitchen, she saw her father making a new net pocket. So, she went closer and said, "Father, it's still early, so why don't we go catch some more fish in the pond? Yu Hai was slightly interested, but he looked at her with concern and said, aren't you tired? You should go back to your room and rest for a while. As for fishing, I'll go try it out tomorrow morning. Based on her observation these past few days, Xiao Xiao had noticed that her family had the typical, strict mother and loving father, combination. Generally, Madame Lu took on the bad cop role and was responsible for disciplining and rebuking the children. On the other hand, Yu Hai was the one who pampered and spoiled the children, especially Xiao Xiao. He rarely refused her requests. Xiao Xiao hastily acted like a child shamelessly. She went up to him and shook his arm, while saying, Father, I'm not tired. Moreover, I just need to prepare the bait and put it into the pond. You can do the rest. You're one of the best fishermen in the village, so you're definitely better at catching a few fish than me. Let's go, let's go. We can catch some more fish and raise them in the empty water vat in the backyard. Tomorrow afternoon, we can make more pickled fish and sell them. Yu Hai couldn't reject her pleading. Without Madame Lu's knowledge, he stealthily took Xiao Xiao to the pond via a shortcut in the backyard. Their backyard wasn't as good as their foreyard. It was surrounded by a fence that was made with bamboo and branches. On the fence, a back door was specially opened for easy access. Xiao Xiao specially got some bean flour and mixed it with vegetable oil. Then, she cut it into small dices to serve as bait. Little Shito was still young and naive, but her father was an experienced fisherman. She couldn't let him know that she was luring fish with the mystic stone water. From her room, she got the earthenware jar, which the small multicolored stone laid in. The little golden kitten was lying beside the jar and stretching its back. When the little divine stone saw her, it grumpily said, What are you doing now? I can't believe you using such good mystic stone water to catch fish. You're just recklessly wasting such a heavenly gift. You're going to be struck by thunder. Xiao Xiao made sure no one was around and said, Little glutinous dumpling, what's there to be afraid of? Don't I still have you? Aren't you the celestial stone that goddess Nuwa meticulously smelted? Doesn't the god of thunder and goddess of lighting have to give you some face? Let's go. Don't you like to swim? I'll let you swim to your heart's desire when we get to the pond. No, don't. Don't directly put me into the water. That might attract unknown species. Don't you just need some small fish? It's enough to just use the water in the jar. These past few days, little divine stone had gone to the depths of the mountains and chosen a deep pond with pure spiritual energy to cultivate. However, it hadn't expected that it would attract wild animals in the mountains. A python had dived into the deep pond and almost swallowed its body. Little divine stone was afraid that Xiao Xiao would directly throw it into the pond. If it got swallowed by a duck or fish, wouldn't it have to take a one-day tour in the animal's intestines? That's so dirty and stinky. No way, it doesn't want to. Xiao Xiao fastened it onto her wrist again and asked, softly, Is this how my father's leg will be like from now on? The little golden kitten flew to the top of her head and laid on top like it was a hen resting in its nest, and then proudly replied, You're looking down on this divine stone's abilities. Your father's leg will get even better. However, the damage to the veins and bones were too severe. So, a full recovery is impossible. In the future, he might walk with a limp, but it won't be too obvious. When Xiao Xiao arrived at the backyard with the fish bait in the mystic stone water jar, Yu Hai was already waiting there. Considering the inconvenience of his legs, the father-daughter pair chose a relatively lower slope and went down to the pond. While Xiao Xiao placed the bait into the pond, Yu Hai was slightly concerned and asked, Cower, what if the jar floats away like this? Let's tie a rope on the mouth of the jar. I'll go get a rope. Xiao Xiao thought that he had a point, so she stood up and wanted to run back to the house. However, her father stopped her by saying, You don't need to go back, wait a moment. Yu Hai pulled several withered and yellow weeds from the pond and rubbed them together with his dexterous hands. A long grass rope was swiftly formed within his hands. Xiao Xiao inwardly marveled, Don't underestimate the wisdom and ability of ancient people. With the rope and her father's help, Xiao Xiao placed the jar farther away. She held the net in her hand, ready to catch fish. In the afternoon, Xiao Xiao and younger brother had caught hundreds of fish in less than 2 hours. Yu Hai had initially thought that she had a new and good method of fishing. But, when he was a child, he had also placed bait in a jar for fishing. Even after fishing for the whole morning, it wasn't always possible to catch more than a dozen fish. Was this how his daughter caught fish at noon? In the midst of his doubts, the fish nearby sensed the spiritual energy and swam towards the ceramic jar one after another, as if they were on a pilgrimage. It was impossible to drive them away. Seeing that there were more and more fish gathering, Yu Hai was stunned inwardly. This was too incredible. While he was hesitating, Xiao Cao had already picked up the net and carefully scooped up the fish. Oddly enough, when the usually nimble fish actually didn't escape when the net approached them. Each time his daughter lowered her net, she was able to scoop up several fish. Yu Hai stared absent-mindedly at his daughter's pretty little face. He recalled how she seemed like a completely different person ever since she hit her head last summer. There were always endless ways to make money in her mind. After they split from the main family, she first planted vegetables in their yard. Originally, he pitied his daughter and couldn't bear to reject her. Thus, with the mindset that they would only waste a few bags of seeds and not wanting to disappoint her, he did his best to support her. As a result, the vegetable gardens in front of the house were covered in green in just a few days. The greens with a short-term growing period such as spinach were almost as long as his finger. Tender green buds had also already sprouted for vegetables with a long-term growing period, which was extremely gratifying. After that, she made braised food, specializing in braising things that others didn't eat or didn't want. Chicken innards, pig intestines, pig head meat. Today, she had even brought back pig blood to make something called blood sausage. He thought of the braised pig brain from the other day, which was something really disgusting to look at, but she had actually turned it into a supreme delicacy. Now, she used small fish with a lot of tiny bones that nobody else ate to make the incredibly crispy and tender pickled fish. Her method of fishing was the most astonishing part. What was in the jar to make all the fish do the opposite of their usual habits and actively gather over? Even a novice fisherman would know that this kind of phenomenon shouldn't exist. What had his daughter encountered when she was injured and unconscious? Could it be that what she said about meeting the god of fortune at the palace of hell was true? Did she really get golden hands after receiving luck from the god of fortune? However, Yu Hai didn't suspect that his daughter's soul had changed. Wasn't it even more unbelievable to reincarnate in another person's body than to visit the palace of hell and drink Granny Meng's soup by mistake? No, he couldn't let anyone else know about his daughter's abilities. If someone with devious intentions found out, they would definitely catch her and burn her alive, as if she was a monster. His precious daughter, who had been plagued by misfortunes since birth, had been on the verge of death numerous times. As her father, he hadn't fulfilled his duty and failed to protect his family in the past. Hence, from now on, he had to serve as his daughter's protective umbrella and get rid of all possible dangers for her. Cower, in the future, just let father do the fishing after you prepare the bait. When you go sell braised food in the morning, I will go catch the fish and your mother can clean them. So, you can make the pickled fish when you get home in the afternoon. Doesn't that save a lot of time? Yu Hai suddenly said. Xiao Cao briefly stopped the actions of her hands, which were scooping fish. She could feel Yu Hai's gaze lingering on herself for a long time. Hence, it was inevitable that she felt somewhat nervous at that time. She knew it would be hard to fool her father, so she had already thought of an explanation within her mind. But, she was worried about whether he would believe her. She hadn't expected that even after Yu Hai witnessed this strange scene, he didn't ask any questions and took up the task of fishing in the future. He had such an unimaginable trust and love for his daughter. Xiao Cao felt so moved that she almost wanted to cry. She smiled slightly, nodded her head heavily, and said, "Okay. Everyone says that father is an excellent fisherman, so you're definitely better at fishing than me. Well, I'll leave the hard work to father then. We're a family, so there's no need to mention that. In terms of hard work, you're the one who have been working the hardest these past few days. I don't even know what this family would be like without you," Yu Hai ruefully sighed. Indeed, Xiao Cao's major change was what kept the family intact. He had a young son and a sickly daughter. His wife was capable, but disease-ridden. Furthermore, he was considered a half-cripple. If it hadn't been for the great change in Xiao Cao, Shaolian wouldn't be able to carry such a mountainous burden alone. Fortunately, the heavens didn't abandon them. They gave his wife and daughter a healthy body, while also letting his leg gradually recover. They also bestowed his daughter with the ability to survive. A joyful smile appeared on the corner of Yu Hai's mouth. He waved the net in his hands and scooped up the fish in a swift, accurate, and steady manner. His speed was a lot faster than the inexperienced Xiaoxiao. The net in his hands was relatively sturdier, so they were able to catch a big fish that weighed 5 catties. By sunset, the father-daughter pair had returned with fruitful results. Xiaoxiao tottered with a bucket full of small fish as she walked under the golden sunset. The reflection of the sunset caused her little face to appear flushed, while her eyes were tinted with a gold color. Yu Hai carried 2 buckets full of fish and limped behind her. From time to time, he would ask, "Are you tired? If you can't carry it, give it to father. My left hand is still empty. I can carry it." Xiaoxiao carried the bucket with a broad smile. Although her shoes got wet due to the swaying of the bucket and the heavy bucket in her hands hurt her arms, she was still very happy. Today, the distance between her and her father seemed to have drawn closer. Their originally weak affection seemed to have gradually gotten stronger because of her father's safeguard. Madame Lu, who had already finished braising the pig head and large intestines, finally noticed that the room was empty when she went to call Xiaoxiao for dinner. The Kong bed was cold and the quilt was neatly folded. Just as she was wondering where her daughter went, she heard the laughter of her husband and daughter from the backyard. Madame Lu went around the house and saw the father-daughter pair coming in with buckets in their hands and a broad smile on their faces. She couldn't contain the hint of smile in her eyes, yet she said, "Coward, didn't I tell you to rest? Why did you go fishing again? Husband, you too, don't you know how to care for the child? Don't tire out our daughter." "Mother, I'm not tired. Besides, I didn't do much and just sat on shore and played. Father was the one who caught all these fish. Look, we also caught a big fish. We have an extra dish for dinner." Xiaoxiao grinned proudly. Madame Lu smiled helplessly and walked over to her. She took the bucket in Xiaoxiao's hands and poured the contents into the cracked vat in the backyard. After that, she lightly tapped her forehead and said, You're risking your life for money. Are you hungry? Let's not wait for Shaolian and Shito and eat first. Let's wait until they come back and eat together. They will be back soon. It's more lively when the whole family eats together. I'll go make a fish head stew and braised fish fillet. Let's eat a good meal tonight." Within her heart, Xiaoxiao had gradually regarded this place as her home. She believed that with her own efforts, this family would surely get better and better. In the evening, the whole family sat around a round table. They were drinking delicious fish head stew and eating fragrant braised fish, while happily talking about their results for today. Second sister, at the beginning, when we were selling the pickled fish, everyone just looked at the fish and was unwilling to buy them because the fish were too small. So, I took a small one and ate it in front of them. I told them that the fish bones had become very crispy and tender, so it was all right to eat them. After that, they were finally willing to take out money and buy them. Little Shito drank a big mouthful of the fish stew and felt extremely pleased in his heart. A month ago, the crude grain pancakes had never been able to satisfy his hunger. When had he ever lived such a good life, to be able to eat fish every day? At the beginning, I was really worried because they didn't buy much. Fortunately, those who bought the pickled fish all said it was very tasty. Many of them also bought another one to take home for their children to eat. Uncle Hao bought 5 servings at once. He ate one himself and took the rest back home. He said that there was a lot of work at the docks recently, so he wanted to spend the money that he had earned on his family. With such cheap and delicious food, if he didn't buy some back, he will be scolded by Auntie Hao. Little Shitu's crisp voice filled the entire room, while everyone looked at him with a smile. Happiness was really just that simple. More than 100 fish were completely sold out in less than 30 minutes. The leader of another group of dockers, Brother 6, also bought 5 servings. Foreman's son almost fought with him in order to get the last portion of pickled fish. Little Shito proudly said, "So, I divided the last serving of fish and gave a free fish to each of them to put an end to the fight." Second sister, "I'm really clever, right?" Xiaoxiao tapped the tip of his nose and praised him, "Yes. Our family's Shido is the best. You're only 6, but you're already so smart. It's no wonder that teacher Yuan, who has such discerning eyes, likes you. Little Shido felt even more proud of himself and kept chattering endlessly. In the end, he squinted his smiling eyes and said, "Second sister, guess how much money we earned at the docks today?" Guess. Xiao Sao was very clear about the quantity of fish they had. But, she deliberately frowned, pretended as if she was thinking very hard, and intentionally guessed the wrong amount, 50 copper coins. At most 60 copper coins. Little Shido couldn't restrain his excitement and immediately reported today's earnings. "No, you're wrong. It's 1 tael and 78 copper coins. Look, this is 1 tael. It's my first time seeing so much money. The shiny silver is so beautiful." The little fellow impatiently took out the purse that he had been holding in front of his chest. He took out the piece of silver and put it on the table. The family gathered around and looked at the money with a surprised expression. Xiao Sao wondered, "Shaolian, Shido, did you guys meet a tycoon this time? To pay you 1 tael, he's even more generous than Fatty Jin from this morning." Little Shido was very pleased with himself as he touched the silver bits. His eyes were narrowed as he smiled. "Second sister, what's a tycoon? Is it edible?" Shaolian glanced at him and said, "Let me explain instead. As soon as we reached the docks, we encountered the son of the county magistrate. He had even mistaken me for you. Young Master Wu had gone to the docks to pick someone up. He tasted our pickled fish and thought that it tasted very good, so he packed some to go. However, he had come out in haste and didn't bring any loose change. He also didn't bring a manservant with him, so he just gave us a piece of silver. I told him that I didn't have enough change for him, but the ship he was waiting for had arrived. Thus, he told us to just keep the change. Hee, we sold 5 servings of pickled fish for 1 tael. It would be great if we can encounter such a foolishly generous spender every day." It was unknown where little Shido had learned the term, foolishly generous spender, but he had used it in quite a fitting situation. Madame Lu scolded him jokingly, "You little money grubber. You were lucky to have met 2 generous, wealthy people today. But, this lucky encounter was like a pie in the sky. Do you really think it will happen every day? I'll keep this piece of silver for you. In a few days, when you go study in town, you can also go pay the tuition." Since they had even for the first month's schooling fees, little Shido felt even more elated. He was so lively for the entire night that he couldn't even fall asleep. After dinner, Xiao Sao took Madame Lu and Shaolian and taught them how to make blood sausage. She had already sliced up the clotted pig blood and boiled a large bowl of plain pork broth with various seasonings. After it cooled down, she added it into the pig blood. After that, she put in chives and stirred it evenly. Afterwards, she stuffed it into the clean small intestine and tied it securely with a string. Xiao Sao had purposely saved the pig's small intestine by instructing her mother not to put it in with the rest of the braised food. After stuffing the blood sausages, cook it in plain water and then stew it on low heat for 15 minutes. When it was ready, soak it in cold water until it cooled down. When cooled, remove the string before eating. The method of making blood sausage was relatively easy, and the taste depended on the combination of seasonings used for the plain pork broth. However, Madame Lu and Shaolian were both people who constantly worked in the kitchen. Thus, they had swiftly mastered the ratio needed for the seasonings. She drank a cup of highly concentrated mystic stone water before bed and had a great sleep. On the next morning, Xiao Sao felt energized and refreshed. The fatigue on her body had been swept away. Today, she needed to bring a lot more food to sell at the docks. In addition to the braised pig head, large intestine, stomach, and blood sausage, there was also over 100 small fish. In the past 2 days, according to Xiao Sao's observation, there would be at least 200 to 300 dockers transporting goods on the docks. Grandpa Lu, who sold noodles, said that February and March were the busiest months at the docks. Most businesses didn't transport goods in December and January. The New Year celebrations was one of the reasons. The other reason was because the coastal waters of the northern regions were frozen, making it difficult for ships to sail. So, in February and March, when the weather was warming up again, the merchants began transporting goods that they had accumulated over the winter from the south to the north. Her 1 copper coin braised food was delicious and cheap, so she wasn't worried about not being able to sell them whatsoever. Cower, father will go borrow a handcart from your Uncle Chian. Today, let's go to the docks together. Yu-hai saw that the braised food and pickled fish had filled 2 baskets and looked quite heavy. He was afraid that the 2 kids would be tired, so he suggested. Xiao Sao called for the little divine in her mind. Little glutinous dumpling, can you hear me? What do you want? I'm sleeping, so stop bothering me. The little divine stone grumpily said. I'll just bother you for a moment with a question. With the current condition of my father's leg, can he walk for a long time? Xiao Sao felt somewhat worried and asked. Little divine stone HMPHED and said, his leg, veins, and bones have all grown well. More exercise is beneficial to his recovery process. Don't worry, it's fine for him to go to the docks. Madame Lu, who was beside him, asked with concern, is your leg okay? Don't people say that it takes 100 days to recover after injuring the veins and bones? It hasn't even been a month yet, will you really be alright? Yu-hai kicked his left leg and said, it's my own leg, so I'm very clear about its condition. As long as I don't do any heavy labor, it should be fine. I'm just pushing 2 baskets while walking, so it's alright. Under his insistence, Madame Lu had no choice but to let him go. When they were leaving, she reminded Xiao Sao to help her father push the cart and don't let him do too much work. The handcart was a wooden wheelbarrow. Yu-hai hung the cart's rope on his shoulder and firmly held onto the handles with his strong hands. He strode forward as he steadily pushed the handcart. Despite his limp, his legs were longer than Xiao Sao's, so his one step was 2 or 3 steps for her. Xiao Sao could barely catch up to her father, let alone help him push the handcart. Yu-hai, who was used to doing hard labor, had been idling at home for nearly a month and felt that his bones were rusting. He finally had the chance to help out, so his whole body was naturally full of energy. He turned around and saw his daughter panting for breath, so he stopped and said with a smile, come up, father will push you. Xiao Sao hastily shook her head and said, father, I can walk myself. Your leg hasn't fully recovered yet and you're also pushing a cart full of braised food. Before she had even finished speaking, her father had already lifted her up with one arm and placed her on the wheelbarrow. Although she had been carried several times in the past half of a year since she had transmigrated, it was the first time that he had slipped her under his armpit and lifted her up. Xiao Sao felt slightly embarrassed and looked around to make sure no one saw it. Ha, do you really think that you can tire me out with that weight of yours? Cower, you need to eat more. You only have bones on your body and there's barely any meat. Yu-hai's heart ached and felt remorseful as he nagged. In his mind, he planned to buy some white rice and wheat flour back for the children after they finished selling today's braised food. It was the children's growth period, so they shouldn't eat coarse grain flatbread all the time like them. Being escorted by her father, Xiao Sao walked for a while, and also sat on the cart that her father pushed for a while. When they were resting on the road, she eagerly helped massage her father's left leg and asked Little Divine Stone to quickly help relieve his fatigue. It was still early when they arrived at the docks. Good morning, Grandpa Lu. Xiao Sao cheerfully greeted the kind and gentle old grandfather. These past few days, her business had been booming, so it was inevitable that some people were green with envy, especially those who sold pickled vegetables and stir-fried dishes. From time to time, they would make jealous remarks, but Xiao Sao was too lazy to argue with them and just ignored them. Grandpa Lu was the only one who was kind to her from the beginning to the end. He would always warmly bring a stool over and let the siblings rest on it. Grandpa Lu, who was working hard on kneading the dough, heard the sound and looked up. He smiled and said, "Oh, it's Xiao Sao. You came pretty early today. Are you tired? Come sit down and rest for a while." "Oh, little Shido didn't come with you today." "No, my father came with me today." Xiao Sao smiled as she pointed to Yu-hai, who was parking the handcart by the roadside. Old Lu looked at Yu-hai, who had limped over. A sense of realization flashed in his mind. It's no wonder that they would allow 2 young children to come and sell things. It turns out that their father's leg, Xiao Sao's father, quickly come and rest. You must be tired after walking such a long way. Grandma Lu came out of the shack and greeted him warmly. Yu-hai was stunned for a moment, but he immediately smiled and thanked them. "Thank you. You must be the Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu that Xiao Xiao often mentions. I must thank you two elders for taking care of them these past 2 days. Many thanks, many thanks. No need to thank us. Xiao Xiao and her younger brother are both very capable. Ever since she came here, my noodle business has been doing much better. Old Lu wiped his hands and exclaimed. He was right. In the past, there wasn't anything good to eat at the docks. Thus, most of the workers on the docks usually brought food from home. At most, a few people would pool in some money and buy some pickled vegetables to eat together. However, most people wouldn't even come to this side at all. Ever since Xiao Xiao's 1 copper coin meat dish became popular among the dockers, many people who had bought the meat dish would also buy a bowl of hot noodles from the nearby noodle stall. It was much better to eat a warm bowl of noodles with meat dish than to eat the hard-to-swallow dried rations. Other than the noodle stalls, the business of the steamed buns stalls nearby had also gotten a lot better. However, those who sold pickled vegetables were full of resentment. With Foreman's son's help, Xiao Xiao's eldest uncle and eldest cousin from the Lu family were able to find work every day. At times, they would also bring her second uncle with them. They earned over 100 copper coins per person every day. Eldest aunt also stopped selling pickled vegetables since she wasn't able to make much money from selling them anyways. Seeing that her father was chatting fervently with Grandpa Lu, Xiao Xiao stood up and strolled around. During these past couple of days, she had been focused on earning money and hadn't had the time to tour the docks. Tanggu docks had only begun to develop in the past few years after the current emperor ascended the throne. When the current emperor was still a teenager, he had liked venturing in the seas. He had also personally supervised the making of ocean-going vessels. After he ascended the throne, he vigorously developed ocean shipping and formed a strong navy to combat pirates and protect the shipping vessels. As a result, the shipping industry had flourished in the past 5 or 6 years. As the closest docks to the capital, the development of Tanggu docks was naturally a matter of course. But, it was still a rather new wharf. Although it was big, it looked very simple and many of the constructions hadn't been completed. However, merchants with foresight seemed to have set their eyes on the docks. Allegedly, the Zhou family had already selected a location near the docks to build a branch of Junshou restaurant. As Xiao Xiao wandered around, she had walked far from Grandpa Lu's noodle stall and arrived at the place where the dockers were hired. It was the most lively here every day before dawn. Over 100 short-term laborers would gather here, waiting to be selected by the foreman. However, at this time, people were already busily working on the docks, so there was barely anyone here now. Hey, your name's Xiao Xiao, right? Several guys, who appeared like good-for-nothing rogues, blocked her path. Yu Xiao Xiao looked around and frowned inwardly. She warily looked at the guy with a face that says, "I'm a bad guy," and asked, "What can I do for you?" The leader, who wore a cotton-padded jacket that was 70% new, had his hands tucked in his sleeves and coldly stared at Xiao Xiao with his rat-like eyes. With a crafty smile on his face, he said, "I heard that your 1 copper coin meat dish is selling pretty well at the docks. It's nothing special. It might seem like I'm selling a lot, but we sell it for a cheap price and don't get much profit. So, we don't earn much." Xiao Xiao didn't believe he was here to congratulate her on her prospering business, so she secretly stayed alert. Behind the rat's eye, a skinny guy with a protruding mouth and ape-like chin jumped out and shouted, "Who cares if you earn any profit? You're selling things on our brother Shark's turf. Did you pay respect to the boss? Did you pay the protection fee yet?" Yu Xiaoxiao understood very clearly now. Her business had been doing too well these past 2 days and caused others to become envious. Thus, people had come to extort money. She looked around and moaned in her heart. She couldn't find a single person nearby at this time. What should she do? Protection fee. I'm new here and haven't heard anything about needing to pay a protection fee in order to do business on the docks. Yu Xiaoxiao stalled for time as she tried to think of ways to get away from this group of scoundrels. The man who was known as Brother Shark showed a thug-like smile and said, "Just because you didn't hear about it, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Stop with the bullshit and give me the money." Okay, I'll pay. How much do I need to pay?" Xiao Xiao showed weakness in order to lower her opponent's guard. Brother Shark and Skinny Monkey looked at each other triumphantly, and then demanded an exorbitant price, 10 copper coins for a day. If you're paying monthly, we'll just take 200 copper coins per month. Shit, 200 copper coins. Even the best business on the docks wouldn't be able to pay 200 copper coins a month for a protection fee. It seemed like these local bullies only aimed at her. Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to be terrified, glanced at the location of the pier and her father, and inwardly measured the shortest distance to get there. With a sobbing tone, she said, "Big brothers. This little sister has just arrived today. I haven't even opened my business yet, so where would I get 10 copper coins to give you? How about, after I finish selling the meat dishes today, I'll pay the monthly fee all at once. What do you guys think?" Skinny Monkey moved closer to Brother Shark and whispered into his ear, "This brat came with a tall and strong-looking man today. If we let her go back, it will be over then." These guys were lazy good-for-nothing punks around the docks. They usually bullied the weak and feared the strong. They also occasionally engaged in petty theft. They had extorted money from nearly all the old, weak, women, and children who sold goods on the docks. Most of the peddlers had come from nearby villages, so they didn't dare to speak out against these local hoodlums. There were some bailiffs who maintained order at the docks. However, these local rogues always acted very good when the bailiffs patrolled the area. They would hide in some unknown corner and only come out when the bailiffs were gone. Thus, most of the people who were blackmailed would just spend some money as a way to buy peace. This group of hoodlums had heard from an unknown source about the Yu siblings' recently booming business. They had planned to wait until the siblings finished selling their food, and then rob all their money by coaxing and threatening them. But, they hadn't expected that an adult would come along today. Moreover, he was tall and strong and didn't seem like someone they could bully. Hence, they changed their plans, stopped the little girl, and tried to extort as much money as possible. "How much money do you have on you? Give them all to me," Brother Shark fiercely demanded. Xiaoxiao shook her head timidly and quietly moved to the side. As if she was about to cry, she said, "My father has the money. I don't have a single penny on me. Big brothers, please let me go. I really don't have any money." As she spoke, she suddenly squatted on the ground and grabbed some sand. She threw it at the hoodlums' faces, and then hastily ran towards the docks with all her might. She used all the strength in her body, while only thinking about one thing: run, run. As long as she ran to a crowded place, these rascals wouldn't dare to be so reckless. However, reality was cruel. With Xiaoxiao's short legs, how would she be able to outrun several adult men? It only took a few steps for them to catch up with her. Being surrounded once again, Xiaoxiao felt vexed and cursed in her heart. Damn it. It seems like she couldn't avoid getting a beating. Brother Shark, who was supported by Skinny Monkey, rubbed his eyes with one hand and started swearing. Earlier, Xiaoxiao had thrown all the sand at his face, so he couldn't see clearly now. Damned brat, you're refusing a toast and asking to be forced to drink a forfeit. Go and teach her a lesson. Brother Shark's eyes were in pain, so he kept tearing up and couldn't see anything. Thus, he angrily shouted, yo, mother, save me." At the beginning, Brother Shark was very proud and confident. "That damned brat actually dared to throw sand at me. She needs to be taught a lesson." Something wasn't right. Why do the screams sound so familiar, as if they were coming from his group of buddies? What was going on? Brother Six. Beside him, Monkey's stuttering voice could be heard and his hand that was supporting him was also shaking incessantly. After Shark issued the order, Xiaoxiao immediately held her head and squatted down. She was waiting to feel the pain on her body, but the punch and kicks that she had anticipated didn't happen. She curiously looked up upon hearing a series of screams and noticed that the hooligans were all lying on the ground, wailing in pain. She blinked a few times and looked at the tall figure in front of her. Broad shoulders, slender figure, half-old clothes that couldn't hide his charisma. Wow, was this the legendary scenario of a hero rescuing a beauty? Cough, cough, okay, it was more of a hero rescuing a little girl, right now. Brother Six. She saw Skinny Monkey shaking like a quail, and he was so scared that he just hadn't peed his pants yet. She was even more curious about the identity of the hero who saved her. Xiaoxiao stood up and watched as the hero kicked them one by one and sent Skinny Monkey and Shark flying. She worshipped him even more within her heart. The pain in his stomach caused Shark's tears and snot to all flow out. His tears finally washed out the sand in his eyes. He blinked his red and swollen eyes vigorously and finally saw the person who had come to fight for justice. Enduring the pain, he hastily got up and weakly called out, "Brother Six." The man who was called Brother Six didn't have any expression on his cold face. He stared at him with an icy gaze that could almost freeze a person's blood. Brother Shark felt a chill run down his spine and collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. Who didn't know Brother Six on the docks? He used to be a beggar who had taken food from vicious dogs when he was a child. At the age of 10, with a fierce force, he killed a wolf with his bare hands. At 16, the youth called Lucy, with several brothers of beggar origin, had defeated the tyrant on the docks and opened up the path to his own career. With his ability, he was able to monopolize the docks. But he wasn't greedy and only held on to several important customers. He left the rest to be divided by the other foremen. Later, Foreman's son gradually accumulated his own network and got rid of a lot of the smaller forces. Over time, the current situation was formed. Nevertheless, on the docks, the words of the man, who was respectfully known as Brother Six, was even more powerful than the bailiffs. Even the bailiffs had to give him some face. The hoodlums on the docks had been beaten up by him in the past, so they were so scared of him that they would run away whenever they saw him. Shark and Skinny Monkey were one of them. They were merely insignificant people who weren't even qualified to compete with Brother Six, but they had heard of his prestige. They hadn't expected to bump into him today. Skinny Monkey trembled as he thought of Brother Six's cruelty and suddenly felt a warm sensation on the area around his crotch. Scram! Don't let me see you guys at the docks anymore, or else. Brother Six narrowed his eyes, which were fierce like wolves. His voice was light, but the effect was very strong. Shark promptly got up from the ground and replied, "Yes, yes. We'll scram immediately, scram immediately. We promise to never step onto the docks again." He was so scared that his legs became limp. He rolled several times on the ground, and then crawled away on both hands and feet. The others also resented their parents for not giving them 2 more legs and desperately ran away, as if they were being chased by a hungry wolf that wanted to bite their butts. Thank you. Yu Xiaoxiao had heard the name, Lucy, from Foreman's son. She only knew that he was a competitor of Foreman's son and didn't know anything else. Based on those rascals' attitude, this Lucy definitely wasn't someone easy to deal with. Brother Six turned around slowly and lightly nodded at her. Xiaoxiao finally had a clear look at his face. He had profound facial features. His eyes and eyebrows made him look a little mixed. He had a tall nose and slightly thin lips. He had uniformly tanned skin due to long-term exposure to the sea breeze and sun. If it weren't for the scar stretching from his left eyebrow to the corner of his lips on the right side of his face, he would definitely be a super icy, handsome man. End of chapter 90. See you next chapter. Thank you.